Delegate Otoso is present.
Honorable Otoso answered. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, we have 16 members present, including yourself.
16 members present. Thank you very much, Ms. Nota, for that. Colleagues, let's go ahead and go on down. We did conclude with legislation 0220-20. We went to recess, yes, at 9:57 p.m. last night. We are now on to item number 7, new business. Item number A, the consent agenda. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Nez.
Good morning, Chairman.
Question of privilege. Point of privilege.
Yes, good morning, Chairman. Question of privilege.
Morning. Good morning, Speaker Damon.
Good morning.
Honorable members of the 24th Council. My point of privilege is, I don't know if this is the right time to bring this up, but I would truly like to add legislation 0306-20 to the Naabik'íyáti agenda. Speaker Damon.
Thank you, Chairman Nez. With that, let me go ahead and, before I recognize your amendment, let me have Mr. Rico read that legislation into the title of the legislation into the record, so my colleagues and everybody knows what legislation 0306-20 is. Mr. Rico.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, legislative tracking number 0306-20, an action relating to budget and finance and Naabik'íyáti committees, amending Naabik'íyáti Committee Resolution number NABIO-49-20 to extend deadline to deobligate encumbered Navajo Nation CARES funds. Mr. Speaker.
Second.
Second, Eugene So.
I'll go back to you. I'll go back to you, Chairman Nez, answer your question on privilege. So
Yes, I would like to make that motion to add that.
Okay. So I can go ahead and recognize your motion now. Recognizing the motion of adding on to amend the agenda. You can amend the agenda at any time. We'll add that on as legislation 0306-20 as item number J. KL 11 as L. With that, there was a second by Honorable Eugene So, correct?
Oh.
Okay. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to any comments, questions on the amendment to the agenda. If there are none, let's go to board.
Speaker, is Mr. Rico going to read the legislation title?
Chairman Daniel So, he did read the title into the record. You want him to read?
Okay, I must have missed that. No, that's quite all right.
Okay. Any other comments, questions on amendment? Going once, Went twice. Went 3 times. Go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Kellen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning. I'm here. I vote.
Mrs. Daniels, Honorable Daniels, we're voting on adding legislation 0306-20 to the agenda.
I vote in favor.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Dane votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green via text. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Good morning. I vote green. Thank you very much.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika. Speaker, with the vote of 19 yeas and 0 nays, speaker not voting.
Okay, with that, 19 in favor, 0 opposed. Turn out voting, motion carries. Thank you. Colleagues, with that, let's continue on. That, we are back at number 7, new business, the consent agenda.
Question of privilege.
Could read into the record. Question of privilege.
Question of privilege, Delegate Paul Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay, question of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I do have a request from one of my chapters, community of Kaibito, Arizona, would like to share some news with the 24th Navajo Nation Council on one of the former delegates that served the area. I was hoping to do that as part of the announcement this morning, but that is my request, Speaker. Thank you.
This is Wanika calling in.
Good morning, Honorable Wanika. Thank you for being here with us. Honorable Paul Begay, at this time on the agenda, we are going on the consent agenda, but I'll give you some time right now. Honorable Paul Begay, I'll give you the floor. If there's going to be if there's going to be somebody else on the line, I would have to ask. I would have to ask counsel for our Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti committee if somebody objects, and then I would just still have you speak. So, Honorable Paul Begay, go ahead. The floor is yours.
I thank you, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, 24th Council. I will be speaking on behalf of Kaibito chapter, and I thank you I appreciate the time, and I'll make it brief. This document was forwarded to me last night, and they request that the council be aware of this. The community of Kaibito, Arizona, as well as the Navajo Nation, mourns the passing of former council delegate, Honorable Adolph June Jr. Mr. Adolph June is a college graduate who came home after obtaining his college degree to serve his people and the community and the Navajo Nation in various leadership capacities. Honorable June took Kaibito chapter to becoming a satellite chapter of local government in its infancy. He was instrumental in writing comprehensive chapter policies, regulations, and guidelines for Kaibito chapter. Former President Kelsey A. Begay personally referred to Honorable Adolph June as a walking encyclopedia. He was a great resource person and historian, full of information. He will be missed. He left us his knowledge and wisdom from which to mold our future as a community, as a family, and as a nation. He served as council delegate, Kaibito chapter. He served also as a chapter president, chapter secretary treasurer, chapter community service coordinator, chapter planner. He was a director of social services. He was a member of the local school board, and he was a staff assistant to President Kelsey A. Begay. Besides these community and public services, Mr. Adolph June also served as the church bishop for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in the Kaibito ward for a number of years. He was a man of God who inspired people to live a good life. He worked with and helped many leaders, including former President Kelsey A. Begay. He was truly a great family man, an honorable servant to the Navajo Nation. I thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of Kaibito chapter. And as we do with many distinguished people that serve the Navajo Nation, I'd like to request a moment of silence for Honorable Delegate Adolph June Jr. Thank you, Speaker and Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay.
Nothing.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Again, thank you very much, Honorable Paul Begay, for that understanding and request to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. And at this time, colleagues, as recognition to all former members of the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Adolph June was a member of the Navajo Nation Council years ago. I do believe he served in the 19th and 20th Council. And he will be remembered for his work and his service there in Western Agency. So again, thank you very much, Honorable Paul Begay. With that, colleagues, I'd like to take a moment of silence for him and just keep his family and in your prayers at this time too as well. Cap. Thank you very much, colleagues. And again, thank you very much, Honorable Paul Begay, for bringing that to the attention. We will work with Navajo Nation Speaker's Office, the staff, to reach out to the family of the former council delegate, Mr. Honorable June, and see if we can go ahead and make sure we have a certificate in our Navajo Nation flag recognizing his work and continue his effort representing his community and Western Agency. Honorable Paul Begay. So with that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on our agenda this morning. We are on new business, item number A, the consent agenda. So Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record, and then we can go from there.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, consent agenda includes legislation 0288-20, an action relating to Resources and Development and Naabik'íyáti Committee approving and authorizing the contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of Interior under 25 USC section 55301 at sec PL 9363 as amended for a 5-year term for the Fish and Wildlife Program beginning January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2025, approving and authorizing the annual funding agreement and scope of work for the period of the contract term. There are no amendments. NABI is final authority for that legislation. Legislation 0291-20, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting United States Senate Bill S. 4898 titled A Bill to Amend Title 6 of the Social Security Act to extend the period during which states, Indian tribes, and local governments may use coronavirus relief funds payment. There is one amendment for that for legislation 0291-20 at the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. And it is just a swap out of exhibits. Amendment 1, replace old Exhibit A, HR 4898, and insert new Exhibit A, Senate or S 4898 to amend Title 6 of the Social Security Act to extend the period during which states, Indian tribes, and local governments may use coronavirus relief fund payments. Naabik'íyáti is final authority for that legislation. Legislation 0293-20, an action relating to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and the Naabik'íyáti Committee supporting United States Senate Bill S. 3444 titled Fair Care for Vietnam Veterans Act of 2020. There are no amendments. Naabik'íyáti is final authority per Navajo Nation Council rules of per Navajo Nation Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, could I get a motion?
Motion, Helona.
Honorable Helona, good morning.
Second by Brown.
Second by Honorable Brown. That, colleagues, On the consent agenda, we go straight to the board. Vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Callan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Here. Here. Or is it green?
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Speaker with a vote of 22 yeas and 0 nays. Speaker not voting.
That 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Thank you, colleagues. With that, let's continue on down on our agenda. Legislation 0278-20. Action related to law and order, resource and development, budget and finance, health, education, human services, and Naabik'íyáti committee, and the Navajo Nation Council amending Title 24, Chapter 11, Healthy Dine Nation Act of 2014 at 24 NNC subsection 111001 through 1024. Sponsors by Madam Chair Amber Crotty, co-sponsor Arnold Freeland, co-sponsor Honorable Otto So. That.
Motion by Delegate Brown.
second by Delegate Nez.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0278-20, proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution and act relating to law and order, resource and development, budget and finance, health, education, human services, and Naabik'íyáti committees and the Navajo Nation Council amending Title 24, Chapter 11, Healthy Nation Act of 2014 at 24 NNC Section 1001 to 1024. You have 4 committee reports. The Law and Order Committee reports that it do pass and recommend to the Resource and Development Committee. The Resource and Development Committee recommends it do pass with no amendment and referred it to the Budget and Finance Committee. The Budget and Finance Committee did pass without amendment. They had one failed amendment. The failed amendment was on page 12, line 16, amend language, section 1110, credits, overstrike, there shall be no credits. A person shall not be permitted to take credit against the tax imposed by this chapter or taxes paid pursuant to any non-discriminatory excise tax imposed by any duly established township or local government sub-unit, and overstrike. New language includes, for purposes of filing and reporting under this chapter to the Office of the Navajo Nation Tax Commission, when a person pays an equivalent tax on unhealthy foods, junk food tax, to the Kayenta Township or any local governance act, LGA certified chapter pursuant to a duly enacted tax ordinance of the Kayenta Township or such LGA certified chapter, the gross receipts upon which the Kayenta Township's junk food tax or an LGA certified chapter junk food tax has been paid shall not be included in the gross receipts reported to the Office of Navajo Tax Commission for purpose of paying the tax under this chapter. Health Education and Budget and Finance did recommend it to the Health Education Human Services Committee. The Health Education Human Services Committee passed with no amendment nor directive to Naabik'íyáti. Mr. Speaker, Council is final authority. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. With that, there's a motion by Honorable Brown, second by Chairman Nez. Any comments, questions? Everybody in the queue. Once. And twice.
Speaker, I have an amendment.
Honorable Brown.
Oh, yes.
Let me go to Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Madam Chair, you have 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. We started today with a beautiful prayer, so I hope that can wash away some of the sorrow we're all feeling. So, colleagues, today I bring before you Legislative 0278-20. This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution, and it's before the Naabik'íyáti Committee, and it's amending Title 24, Chapter 11, Healthy Dine Nation Act of 2014 at 24 NNC Section 1001 and through 1024. So the purpose is this legislation would delete language regarding review by the Navajo Nation Council at the end of the calendar year 2020 for extension by the Navajo Nation Council. The amendments propose to also identify provisions for its effective administration and enforcement by the Navajo Nation Tax Commission. With that being said, colleagues, there is on page 3 of 15 findings from peer-reviewed journals, the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition, finding that the consumption of sugar-sweetened beverages, particularly carbonated soft drinks, may be a key contributor to the epidemic of overweight and obesity by virtue of these beverages high in added sugar content, low satiety, and incomplete compensation for total energy. And so there is a positive association between the intake of sugar-sweetened beverages and weight gain and obesity in both children and adults. So with that in mind and looking at other findings from the Navajo Area Indian Health Services report, there is an obesity rate that ranges in all age groups. And so we do have a health disparity here on Navajo Nation and some of the challenges accessing fresh and affordable fruit. So with this legislation, we are assisting the Navajo Tax Commission in simplifying some of the definitions that will help Navajo business owners collect the tax. And we're also eliminating the sunset clause that was set forth by the former, I believe, 22nd Navajo Nation Council. I want to state that this has been a community led project, and I appreciate my colleagues for being on the calls and getting updated for all of the support in the standing committees. The other partners also include the Office of the President Vice President, our Navajo Nation Council, Navajo Epidemiology Center, Navajo Nation Division of Community Development, Office of the Navajo Tax Commission, Northern Arizona University, COPE Community Outreach and Patient Empowerment, Dine College, Dine Community Advocacy Alliance, and Dine Food Sovereignty Alliance. Revenues from this tax that have been set aside, that have been given to the chapters after set aside has been approximately $7.58 million. Each delegate received a hard copy and via email how much funding has been designated to your chapters and communities and your district that you represent, and how they were able to utilize the dollars. And so over 99% was successfully distributed. So there's an average about 13,000 each year to our chapters respectively. The funding and has been used for fitness classes, walking trails, youth clubs, health education, first aid, wellness projects, and clean water initiatives. The areas with the most funding, of course, was the walking trails, exercise equipment, food for events, playgrounds, and greenhouses. In terms of the community survey, there was support and strong support for this tax, and so what I want to then answer some of the questions that were raised and were promised to be discussed here at our Naabik'íyáti camp. So there was a question asked, what are the impacts of revenue for community wellness projects at the chapter? So currently there's over 1,300 projects that have been funded since the Navajo Dine Nation Act started. Projects include a wide range, as discussed, like walking trails, community events, and down to Navajo crafts and language classes. Every single chapter has successfully submitted proposals and received funds. The revenues have gone down, but this, in our opinion, suggests that people are buying less junk food and the tax is working. So the next question was, with such a small amount of funding, how can chapters really use the fund for large projects that need facilities and infrastructure? Thank you for the question. These funds can be matched with other funding sources and used to leverage more funds. So, for example, chapters can work on regional projects and combine their funds to develop a project. And there are several examples of chapters currently doing this. The most common type of how these funds have been used is to build recreational environment, like the walking trails, fitness centers, parks, basketball courts. there has not really been a lot of or evidence of these larger projects, but more of use to sustain or to operate or to maintain and provide resources. Restrictions, the question was, are there restrictions on how these funds can be spent?
Another one?
And
no, the same one.
And the need for more education on how to plan and implement projects. And so our response is there's many project types, and the fiscal and program guidance are used by the chapter system. We can provide, with all of the different partnerships, additional education to help chapters in collaboration with Navajo Department of Health, Department of Community Development, and other community organizations. Chapters have already suggested many different project types, ranging from fitness centers to parks to farming projects. They've also are very interested in CPR certification, trash cleanup, and events for youth and elderly and traditional projects. How can our next question was, how can chapters get more support to implement projects? Right now, this is just a 2% tax. It would be the decision of the Navajo Nation working with the Office of the President and Vice President to consider increasing the tax. Navajo Nation, we do have a threshold on how what percentage our people can be taxed, and so there would have to be additional legislation to increase that threshold. And that is something that this legislation does not address, and that could be the focus for future conversations. At the Budget and Finance meeting, we did have a discussion of the Kayenta Township. I have met with our Department of Justice, and they are ready to stand by with any questions regarding the township junk food tax and the recommendations from the Navajo Nation Tax Commission. And I want to thank Fort Defiance Agency for the support. There was a question on how long will this tax exist. Currently, this tax is set to sunset or expire December 31st of 2020. This is removing that provision, and this tax will be in existence until there is action by the council and the Office of the Vice President to modify. Eastern Navajo Agency questioned on why, and thank you for your support. Why does Eastern Navajo get the least amount of funds? Because this uses a 50-50 formula, funds collected within an agency stay within that agency. And so that indicates that Eastern Agency needs more support and more collaboration when it comes to economic development, and really more stores that the people of Eastern Agency need access to food. Half of the distributions are equally across that agency's chapter, and then the second portion is by the registered voters. Additional questions that regard the chapters have all been successful in submitting proposals and receiving funding, and the partners have had a community survey, have talked to Navajo business owners, and in realizing that there's more to be done in terms of education outreach and how your district can benefit from this fund. We stand ready for any questions. Speaker, we appreciate the work of the council and the committees thus far, and I think it would also, in speaking with our medical advisors on how the health disparities here on Navajo have led and continue to increase our how COVID has ravaged us. We know if we can reduce diabetes, reduce heart disease, reduce these other autoimmune diseases that that we can be not only a stronger nation, a stronger people, but it would reduce our chances of these types of new viruses that are introduced. We have a fighting chance. So if we're stronger people. Thank you, Speaker, and I'll yield the floor back to you and stand for any questions. We do have folks on the line, and I just want to recognize their advocacy. We had a radio spot, and because of the COVID, there was a lot of a short amount of time to get on the air. And so I want to thank Delegate Freeland for joining the call, and Delegate Brown, and answering the questions from the people. And I thought there was some really interesting questions from the people, and they are advocating to have additional resources, food, in their communities that they could have access to so that they're not traveling off the nation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, we have a motion and a second. Let me go to the floor. Honorable Brown.
Yata Speaker, this is Delegate Brown. I have an amendment on this legislation, and I did send it out to yourself, our legal counsel, Ms. Barbroff, as well as 24th Navajo Nation Council. And we did entertain this at a Budget and Finance last week. The big confusion there was Budget and Finance, my fellow committee members thought that we were going to be double dipping. It's actually, let me make this statement that we are not double dipping. Kayenta Township is already collecting taxes. It's just a matter of changing the language and the policy where they can become more sustainable. So Kayenta it's not going to be double dipping. They're already collecting this. So I do have my agent from Kayenta Township, Mr. Gabriel Yazzie, is on is online. So I'll give the rest. I'll give time to Mr. Yazzie to speak on this. Mr. Yazzie, are you there?
Thank you, Honorable Brown. The exact same. Okay. That we are in the. Let me see this first, Honorable Brown. This amendment, it looks like the exact same amendment that was raised at the Budget and Finance Committee. I'm having Budget Council look into this. Let me go to Ledge Council first for recommendation.
Thank you, Speaker. This is. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Naabik'íyáti Committee. This is Dana Barbroff. The question, Speaker, is whether this is the same amendment that was raised at Budget and Finance Committee and failed. If so, then 2 NNC 164A10 it will be applicable, and that provision states an amendment approved by a committee shall be included in the proposed resolution. A failed amendment may not be introduced at a council session unless a delegate obtains a written petition in support of the amendment signed by a majority of the members of the council. That was the question. But because this is a Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. It's not a council session. I believe the amendment can be raised. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That was what we had come to the conclusion here too as well. With that, Mr. Rico, you could read the amendment into the record. Amendment 1 on legislation 0278-20.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Amendment Number 1, page 12, lines 16 to 19, in strikeout and underline as follows. Underscore section 1110, credits. Overstrike, there shall be no credits. A person shall not be permitted to take a credit against the tax imposed by this chapter for taxes paid pursuant to any non-discriminatory excise tax imposed by any duly established township or local government subunit. And overstrike. Underscore, for purposes of filing and reporting under this chapter to the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission, when a person pays an equivalent tax on unhealthy foods, a junk food tax, to the Kayenta Township or any local governance act LGA certified chapter pursuant to a duly enacted tax ordinance of the Kayenta Township or such LGA certified chapter, the gross receipts upon which the Kayenta Township's junk food tax or an LGA certified chapter's junk food tax has been paid shall not be included in the gross receipts reported to the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission for purposes of paying the tax under this chapter. And underscore, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Brown's motion, is there a second? Once, twice, three times. Well, Daniels. Hi, colleagues. Any comments, questions on Amendment 1?
Can we get a copy in the email?
That was emailed yesterday. Gonna resend it again. You emailed yesterday at what time? 11:29 a.m. Mr. Rico is sending that out again. That, Honorable Slater.
Thank you. My question is to DOJ and Ledge Council, and I'd just like them to walk through the implications of the amendment and speak to the issue that Honorable Brown raised regarding, I don't know if it's double dipping or what have you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That. Department of Justice, are you on the line? Mr.
Good morning. Good
morning.
morning.
Rodas or Stutcher?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker,
AG?
members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'll let AAG Mel Rodas of Department of Justice's Tax and Finance Unit address this matter. Thank you very much.
AAG Mel Rodas.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker and members of the committee.
Morning, Mel. How are you doing?
Good morning, sir. Good, thank you. I'm on the line. I also have my colleague Rudy Anaya on the line, who now represents the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission as well as the Tax Commission. So he can help as well in answering these questions regarding this proposed amendment. I believe that Honorable Vice Chair Slater's question was, what are the implications of the proposed amendment? Did I get that correct?
Chair, would you like me to respond?
Yeah, go ahead, Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. Mr. Rose, I was asking, what are the implications of the amendment, and if you could speak to the issue of double dipping that Delegate Brown brought up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, the amendment that's being proposed by Honorable Brown contains language that comes from the junk food tax regulations that were passed by the Navajo Tax Commission. And so the effort is to insert language that's currently in the regulations into the statute in the section on credits. And the legal effect of the credit would be that if a taxpayer is paying the Kayenta Township local junk food tax, which Kayenta Township enacted in 2017, then they could take a credit that would offset what they would owe to the Navajo Nation on the Navajo Nation's junk food tax. In essence, they wouldn't have to pay the Navajo Nation tax on the same transactions, on the revenue from the same transactions that the taxpayer paid to the Kayenta Township. In terms of the question of double dipping, as I understand it, the revenue from the Navajo Nation HDNA, which is sometimes referred to as a junk food tax, is divided among the 110 chapters. And so by agency. And so the Kayenta Township, so Kayenta chapter participates in that. But Kayenta Township gets its revenue from its own local junk food tax. So the only thing that I would add to that is there aren't clear, my understanding, and I'm not an expert on this, but there aren't clear jurisdictional boundaries drawn between the Kayenta chapter and Kayenta Township. So there could be questions on that. Now, the other question that arose was the legality of Kayenta Township enacting its own local junk food tax in 2017. I don't know if that's something that you wanted to address, but my colleague Rudy Anaya would be prepared if that question arises. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Honorable Slater and members of the committee.
Speaker, I have a follow-up. Thank you. So, Mr. Rodas, as I understand it, then the same citizens will pay one tax and then receive twice the benefit as this is constructed right now. And that any junk food taxes that are paid out of the township will then be deprived of the nation, and all the citizens from the adjoining chapters will not see the benefit of their tax dollars that are spent in those stores.
Speaker, I can respond.
Mr. Speaker, was that question to DOJ?
Speaker, yes, it was.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater, and
Good
members of the
afternoon,
committee.
Navajo Nation Council. Speaker Damon is having technical difficulties. Can you just please provide us a moment?
Can you hear me now? Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you, Mr. Otis. With that, go back to the floor. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Any other comments, questions?
Speaker, I wanted to
Kellen.
respond to
Delegate
question.
Go back to you, Mr. Otis. Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Mel again. In response to Vice Chair Slater's question, the impact of this proposed amendment would grant a tax credit to taxpayers in Kenta Township. They're paying the local Kenta Township junk food tax, so therefore they would not pay the Navajo Nation junk food tax. So the response to the question is yes, the nation would be deprived of Navajo Nation junk food tax revenue.
Speaker,
Thank you.
there was a second part to my question that wasn't answered.
Could you restate that for Mr. Otis?
Yes, and that is that the same citizens who will pay it to the township will receive it from the township, and then in the distribution by agency and chapter, those same citizens will also receive that funding. Sorry, will also receive Navajo Nation tax funding that's generated outside of the township.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes,
this is
Mr.
Mel
Otis,
again.
go ahead.
I apologize, Vice Chair Slater, for not answering the second part of the question. To the extent that there is overlap in the membership of, members of Kenta chapter versus Kenta Township, then I would say yes to your question. That residents of that area are paying the local Kenta Township junk food tax when they make an unhealthy food and beverage purchase. And that fund, that revenue is going into the township. If those are members of Kenta chapter, their money is going to the township, not to the nation. So then when the nation distributes the revenue from that area, there will be less revenue going to Kenta chapter. I hope that response made sense.
Thank you, Mr. Otis. That, I got it. Madam Chair Charles Newton in the queue. Good morning, Madam Chair. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Speaker. I think I'm following along with the questions that have been posed regarding the, I guess in a way, I don't know if it's double dipping, maybe it's double taxation. I'm not sure exactly how to term it, but what I worry about with this amendment is where does the Kayenta chapter stand on this amendment? Thank you, Speaker. I'm going back on mute.
That. I don't have anybody. Oh, let me go on to Honorable Keon Begay, and then I'll go back to you, to the sponsor, Honorable Brown. Honorable Keon Begay. Good morning, Che. Floor is yours.
Chairman, Mr. Kudop, Delegate Brown, the Kudop Amendment Benini Hagi. I guess in layman's term, a lot of time listening to the conversation and trying to read the amendment at the same time. I'm trying to understand your amendment. The Kudop, some community benefits, such as yours, the Kayenta, the community of Kayenta, these bigger communities, they benefit more because of the visitors, especially during the summer, and so on. Deep, I'm not sure what amount we're talking about. Going back to the main motion, I did pose a question to the sponsor. I've asked if she could be able to provide the information to the council when it was presented to RDC. That would give them time to provide the information to the full council. Same along the same request. How much money specifically are we talking about when we're in getting all these fundings in combined? Because the thing is that the Office of the Tax Commission retains 5% of this overall funding for administering, but it doesn't. Though could have been that on at the local chapter. This is just an opinion, a drop in the bucket. And the chapters, they want to build a certain type of infrastructure. It takes them years to accumulate the much needed fund to build the infrastructure. But then at the same time, they come back around and publicly they tell, like from the Auditor General's office, that basically you own us and there's not, but that no, the chapters the key sato ya peso kodo o other nas na hatne. A koko dik at Kayenta Township basically na lato list niki kito ado the Kayenta chapter itself, because sure one of my chapter is certified, but there's no store there. Although one of the larger chapter within the agency is certified. Called how much of are we making ways for a lot of these bigger communities where there's more stores to be collecting tax? We're paving the way for them to collect and retain these funding at the these areas, then rather than distributing them to each of the 110 chapters. Jo kwaki ki ayo passion koko eto ba is na hashkan so ya di the kwaki in this case, because I would rather keep these fundings be pulled into one pot and then distribute them back out to the communities, because the local community based on Lindiki object based on Unista. For instance, we traveled a lot to certain, like for me to go into Winter Rock. I either stop in Rain Farms, Shirley, or Burnside, or even in Winter Rock. to get something and or put in gas. So I choose, I guess, for me to travel back and forth. A lot of these things, whatever is purchased, I guess I contribute to this community. Koko hoda ego nenande ka koko hoda iya deniki peso collectan. Koko dig at local township or a certified chapter to really apit kodo and all thank you for this unhealthy food to keep in a koko. I believe that the local chapter or Kansas Township as such, I mean, I commend them for their effort, and it shows. I don't know if that's what the equation then has they niche, but a lot of time, a lot of these underserved or smaller communities are left out. These chapters could all that I see. A lot of times they are left out, and they're the one that kind of like are kept at the back burner to whatever amount is left or based on any date. So maybe Mr. Brown and maybe the DOJ can clarify how much of this funding would not be going towards in retaining a lot of these sales tax at the local level, where the other pooled in funding is disseminated with less amount. So, Kwakiki has your clarified Chairman, Speaker.
With that, I'm going to go back to you, Honorable Senator Brown.
Yate, Chair, Naabik'íyáti committee members, Shanant Beshbasan, Kidigi. First of all, to Navajo Nation DOJ, I don't think that Mel is completely grasping and the legislation. I know it's tricky, but really, again, what I hear from my colleagues is are we double? No, and are we? And that's the reason why the Navajo Nation Council previously leadership approved for chapters to get certified, right? The idea was to become to have more self-determination in the working community, to have local empowerment. And it's more moving towards a municipality. And like Delegate Begay mentioned, some small chapters do not have the same advantage. And that is true, but that is out of control. We are fortunate that KN and other chapters, we do have tourism during the summer. So some of these taxes are actually collected like in hotels in Kayenta. We don't just collect taxes in Navajo, but there's specific taxes for tourism as well. That's my understanding. Mr. Gabriel Yazzie, I'm wrong, please correct me. That's my understanding. So Kayenta Township has been collecting local junk food tax. The commissioner, Kayenta Township Commission, since 2017. So this is already happening. So this is, and again, Mel earlier said the Navajo Nation will be missing out, but that's the reason why Kayenta Township became a township status, was to collect taxes, to become more sustainable. And the other question that I'm hearing is, a lot of our surrounding communities, they shop in Kayenta, like at Bashes. So all the surrounding communities like Denahutso, Ojekto, Shanto, Black Mesa, all the surrounding communities, even tourism that shop there, yes, they do contribute to Kayenta Township. However, it does not just stay with the township within that 10 square mile of the Kayenta Township boundaries. If you read the email, the and there it also has it in writing. We gave it to you in writing how the money is spent also in other communities. There's a lot of local events that happen. Canton Township does not discriminate on a lot of these events, which also includes, and unfortunately, I've asked for multiple amendments to try to add Canton Township to the CARES Act funding, but that was line item. Council did approve it, but it was President Nez did line item veto that language also. So we were not able to recruit some of the funding. And this goes back to your question, Shanant Anothini, is it just spent only on the Canton Township boundary, only for that little area? No, it is not. So my answer to you is no, it is not. Just use like for CARES, for combating COVID, Canton Township did assist my other chapters that I represent also in the surrounding communities. So they did put a lot of their own funding to help people that are outside the Canton Township boundaries, like towards Skeleton Mesa, El Capitan, towards Church Rock, towards Chochimbito, and then also other chapter areas. And then they continue to do that. So Canton Township has been instrumental in having them, letting other chapters use their backhoe when other backhoes in the surrounding communities were, when their backhoe was down for funeral burial. So in our community, we are very community oriented. We help out one another. So it's not just township is saying, this is mine, this is my money. There is still, so that's how we have been working together. So you will hear differently, but that's what representing as council delegate for the 3 chapters in Canton Township, that is what we have been working on. And that's what we have showed to the Resource and Development Committee before. And I really wanna just, commend Canton Township, the manager and the commissioners. If you really look in the past, even within this past 2 years, how many times have Canton Township come before the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee, as well as Navajo Nation Council and your committees, Shananta? And the only reason why that's happening is Canton Township and their personnel they listen to our meetings and they're doing their work. And I think that's something that says that speaks volumes. That speaks a lot. If we're being approached by a department or with a township with enterprise, that means they are doing their job. They're really out there listening and they're advocating. And I think that's what we should really encourage our chapters to do also. And that's what I'm on the Denahutso chapter meeting also, and that's what I was just telling them. So those are some of the questions. I'm sorry, I'm going in and out right here. I didn't really get Madam Chair's, Eugenia Charles Newton's question. But I will, if I could be allowed to give time to Mr. Gabriel Yazzie, and he can explain this also, why this amendment is important and that it's really just language that's being changed in there. So I, excuse me, Mr. Yazzie.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Brown. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. First of all, good morning, Speaker Damon and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Shea Gabriel Yazzie and Shea Torchini and Shle, Kiani, Bushichin, Hanagani, Chedo, Tabhan, Shanoa. That's who I am. Talking in regards to the amendment to this healthy food tax. I wanted to go back a little bit in history in regards to the Canton Township tax. Yes, we have been collecting this tax since 2017. We've been collecting the taxes and we've been utilizing the taxes here locally within Kayenta. Now, when I say locally, I'm talking about other neighboring communities as well that reside locally within the Kayenta area, as far as Oljeto, Navajo Mountain, Chichimito, Shanto, Inscription House, up on top of Black Mesa, Rough Rock, as far out as Chinle, Denotso. These communities, the members who reside in these communities, come to Kayenta to participate in some of the activities that we host here in Kayenta. And some of these activities that we have are stuff such as volleyball. We work with Kayenta Unified School District and we rent their facilities to allow our community members to participate in recreational activities in the evening, such as volleyball, football. We also have a recreation park that we're pretty much in the process as far as doing schematic designs on improving our recreation park to provide these recreational activities for our community members. We also provide a wrestling program in unison with Kayenta Unified School District as well. We also provide taekwondo classes as well. We also do fun walks, hot chocolate runs, fun runs and stuff that we also put on here, that we host here in Kayenta. And we're also in communication with Navajo Nation Special Diabetes and working on the development of a wellness center here in Kayenta. Prior to the pandemic, these were pretty much activities that we're hosting here in Kayenta. And we also had a fitness center that we also had, which staffed 5 employees underneath the Kayenta Township. And one of the things that I want to stress is we have other communities who come out and participate in these recreational activities, not just Kayenta, not just Kayenta chapter, but other local chapters that also come out and participate as well. And so we've been collecting these taxes, we've been collecting these tax dollars locally. And so we want to continue to move forward with collecting these tax dollars, and just in line with that, one of the things that we don't do is we don't discriminate by chapter members. If you're from Mini Farms, if you're from Chinle, if you're from Tuba, we don't discriminate. You're more than welcome to come out and participate in any of these recreational programs. So we are helping out everybody across the board as far as providing these services and that are needed. As you all are aware, that diabetes has pretty much plagued our nation, and especially with the times that we're in right now with the pandemic. We're all having a hard time as far as trying to get through this, and having diabetes and having other types of health issues, pre-existing conditions are really playing a role as far as the spread of this virus throughout our Navajo Nation. And so we've been, pretty much working on this. And so this amendment, one of the things that I want to talk about in regards to this amendment, the language, is it's putting language back into the legislation or the regulations to allow the township to collect taxes. That was a language that was already there. Kayenta Township was delegated home rule authority. We're a political subdivision of the Navajo Nation. And, having this delegation of home rule authority, it enables us to be self-sufficient, sustainable, and that's pretty much the direction that we're trying to pursue. And by taking this language out, it kind of takes that authority or this authority away from the township as far as what we're trying to pursue here at the local level. This amendment would also include LGA certified chapters when they become certified, where these LGA certified chapters would be able to adopt their own junk food tax, such as Tuba City. Shiprock would more than likely be able to adopt their own junk food tax as well. You have other communities such as Ganado, Shiprock, who'd be able to, adopt their own regulations when and if they are certified as LGA certified chapter. So, I want to kind of emphasize that, if this legislation goes through as is, it's really going to put a burden on our community members as far as what we are currently providing for our community members, for community members that are pretty much across the board. When I say that, the whole Navajo Nation. So, I want to ask that the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee support this amendment. But I also want to thank Delegate Brown for presenting this information, and a lot of the stuff that he had presented earlier is correct. So I appreciate that, Delegate Brown. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Brown, does that conclude your response?
Yes, that I believe. Yes, that does. Thank you.
Thank you. That, go back to the board then. Honorable Yellow Hair. Good morning.
The person that's gonna look at it, this consent, gonna go back up there, go back and forth, right here.
Honorable Yellow Hair.
Okay, from 2000 to present, what did you do? Okay, from
Good morning.
2005.
Well,
Naabik'íyáti, Speaker Yate, out of Navajo Nation Council, 24 councilmen. So, Mr. Honorable Brown, here, Kienta, the best by my question was, I think it's already been answered that the Kienta Township, they kept their own, all the money that they collect, all these tax money. I just wonder, they kept all the money. And then my concern is, when they, Navajo Nation spread out the money for just a junk food tax, do they also get additional tax due to a township in Kayenta? I'm just thinking that it's just a kind of a double dipping for them, only unless if they're not receiving funds efficient when the Navajo Nations give money to the certified chapters, receive tax, junk food tax, also non-certified tax. They receive tax too, junk food tax. But the problem they have is it's very hard to spend the money the way it's fixed. Some chapter they can't spend the tax junk food money. It's very hard. They said it's just too strict to use that money. And I was thinking that they should be more flexible how they should use the money. And maybe, I don't know, it just ties in with the state tax. Idiot, but not just keep your non kadan. Le kucha what best a chance, but you know, kado she don't elite program, but in kadan. They can't find things that while they do it, but the problem they have is very hard to start using these funds. It just start accumulating. But not just kado. The township can't just couldn't exchange. आज तो पैसे आते नहीं ला एटा तो कि ये तो chapter house that's तो तो that's tax money which hold तो junk food actually all that's his name township and Kienta chapter still from area is what they learn so yeah but not the skin I want to the speaker. Thank you for giving me time. Go back and mute now. Or that's in his horse now. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. That, let me go down. Back to Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you for the answers from Mr. Rodas, Delegate Brown, and Mr. Yazzie. I think that the way that I express things hasn't been refuted, and my main issue with this amendment is that there are ways to ensure that the township can continue to levy its own tax and that it won't interfere in funding for other chapters. So in this instance, funding that's generated out of Kayenta will no longer be distributed to chapters that also contribute to it. And one of the questions I have is who is on the Kayenta Township and what are the requirements for holding a commissioner position? Do you have to be a citizen of the chapter or the township boundaries? Because this comes back to efficiency in the disposition of resources and who has the political authority to use funding that's generated by citizens of the Navajo Nation. So I appreciate all that Kayenta has done for adjacent communities, including my own chapters. And, you know, that expression of yeah cannot be underscored enough, particularly during the pandemic. And the openness that the community extends to everyone, that strengthens the region and the nation. But we were starting to get into apples and oranges, talking about the pandemic response, and these funds are not directly there. And when we're talking about fund runs and things like that, well, I sure hope that things wouldn't be cut off to other members of the nation. You know, the effect is a citizen from Rough Rock will go to Bash's or will go to the convenience store, purchase an unhealthy food, and then that funding will only stay within the township. You can say, oh, it's extended to these people, but they no longer have the opportunity to participate in the political process to decide the budgeting of that funding. So home rule authority is not something where you grant all of the rights of the superior sovereign down to the local entity. And it doesn't mean that the tax base is completely removed from the rest of the nation. There are plenty of types of taxes, and I wish we were presented with several alternatives instead of just this one, where local entities administer a sales tax and they do not receive a credit from the state, or there is a discount on the taxes that they have to remit to the state. There's all sorts of different configurations, and this isn't the only way that this can be done to ensure that they have, or that we affirm the right for the township to levy this tax. So I can't vote for this right now, and again, you know, the way that this is distributed out, you have to think about every single local LGA or, you know, township type entity in the future in your districts or in the districts adjacent to your districts. They are going to seek this, and it is going to only become more and more emboldened, and it's going to extend beyond this junk food tax. So as we look toward a precarious financial future for the Navajo Nation, we need to ensure that there are appropriate revenue streams back to Window Rock to support our chapters in these sorts of initiatives that are tied to this, like health benefits. Moreover, if we are trying to discourage an activity, I don't see how extending more funding to other chapters in the region or in the agency or in other agencies will extend that effort. If everything is, not everything, but if large chunks of funding are going to have to stay within that particular portion of Western Agency, other Western Agency chapters are going to receive less funding as a result. So I respectfully ask the sponsor of the amendment to withdraw it and draft up a new amendment for council consideration that will affirm the township's right to levy the tax, remove the full credit, and come up with some sort of creative compromise that will benefit the nation more broadly. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Slater. That was a request, Honorable Brown, colleague, to withdraw the amendment.
Speaker. Naabik'íyáti committee members. Thank you for the questions and the comment, Delegate Slater. Again, the township commissioners and the manager and our people in Kayenta, both within the township and outside the township, So there are, township only has the policies that were in place, and what was voted on by the Navajo people was only for that area. So if we're going to expand, and if you're asking to distribute money outside the Canton Township boundaries, that would actually have to be a change in the title and the code. So it started off as a pilot project. So it's almost like every single one of us that shop in the border towns in Gallup, Farmington, Page, Blanding, Flagstaff, and we never, as Navajo people, we don't go back and ask them to bring back funding. We give our tax dollars and so much more without requesting any of the funding back. In fact, in Arizona, that's what we were trying to do with the PTF funding that we have been fighting for over 10 years. And still, that is not granted to us by the state legislature. And this is really, again, local empowerment. It's really self-determination. And that's the whole reason why one of the reasons why government development was created was to find and figure out a way for our chapters to become more sustainable. For those that can, I understand that not all chapters can become sustainable. But a lot of work has already been going into this. And to help my community in KN to really become sustainable. And these are some of the very small baby steps that we have to go through the nation for this. But excuse me. So that would be my response. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Colleagues.
What?
Go back to
He didn't respond my speaker.
Honorable Brown.
He didn't respond my.
If you could respond to Honorable Yellowhair's questions.
Yes. So just now, Delegate Yellowhair did ask about if it was double dipping. Right now, we are again home rule status and also collecting taxes within the township. It does stay with the township, and it does pay for all the staff that are there at the Canton Township, and also all everything that is going on within the Canton Township boundaries. I'm really proud to say, and I'm not boasting about this, but it is a fact that if you come, I invite all of you, that Canton is becoming, there's a lot of beautification project that is going on. And I'm very proud of all the work that's going on there. We're gonna continue to implement codes to make Canton more beautiful, to be more appealing to our visitors, to stay longer, to have different activities, to have it be a safer community. The tourism belt and route that goes, we're in the center of that. So we really want to create this atmosphere, and then it's these dollars, these taxes that come into the Canton Township and that stay there is what helps us do this. So we're able to have this right now. So and then the other question, Shanant, you had is how is Canton Township and Canton chapter working? I would say from the meetings we had with 23rd Navajo Nation Council and this council with Resource and Development Committee, Resource and Development Committee did come out to the Canton Township, and we did have a meeting with both the chapter and Canton Township. There were some concerns that were brought up, and there was 3 things that they brought up, and then it was really to continue to work together. And then we have been meeting at Canton Township. They do attend the chapter meetings, and again, the Canton Township meetings, I believe, are on the 2nd or 3rd Mondays in the evenings, and those are open to the community. And then when I can, I usually try to attend the Canton Township meetings and give my report, but it's usually when lately we've been in council or committee meetings also, so I haven't been attending. So we are working. We do have a new chapter president that's going in, a young gentleman by the name of Dalton Singer. and Dalton, and I work with the Kayenta chapter officials, Vice President Sally Chi, currently chapter manager Delight Butler, and the General Development Committee of the Kayenta chapter. I've been meeting with them, and I've asked for more meetings between the Kayenta chapter and township. And our end goal, or at least my vision and my intention, are the Kayenta Township and Kayenta Town chapter to be housed in the same building. We did a presentation to resource, excuse me, RDC committee a couple years ago, last year, and that was about to, so that was to keep working together and then eventually end up in the same building. And that was a recommendation by KN, or the Resource and Development Committee also, is to come to as one. And we're really looking at the Tuba City chapter and how their commission and chapter style is working also. And that's, so then we're looking at Shanto.
Out of order, Speaker.
Honorable Eugene So, raising a point of order. What's your point of order, Honorable Eugene So?
Friday's legislation, I thought we're on township, or what is it? That's my point of order. I think we're out.
Honorable Eugene So, Honorable, we are on Madam Chair Amber Crotty's legislation, but we are in Amendment 1. Amendment 1 is asking it's in regards to the Kayenta Township. So Honorable Brown is in order for what he's talking, and he's answering questions to our colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Honorable Eugene So. If you need the amendment sent to you, staff, can you send the amendment to Honorable Eugene So? Again, to further explain what we're talking and discussing, Honorable Eugene So. Thank you. Honorable Brown? Honorable Brown?
Okay, there, I unmuted myself. I was talking away. So that's a brief response to how the Kayenta chapter and the Kayenta Township have been working together. Again, some of the chapter officials, chapter commissioners, it seems like they've been going back and forth. And currently, this past Monday, when we had the Kayenta chapter meeting, Kayenta Township Manager, Mr. Gabriel did give a report on this very subject to the Kayenta chapter officials as well, and the GDC members. So we are constantly trying to make each other's meetings, but moving forward, we really want to, again, my vision and intention is to come be in the same building again. And that's something that I would like to work forward to. And I did express that through an email or through a text message to the township and then Kayenta chapters as well. So that's a report that I gave to Kayenta chapter this past Monday at the planning meeting also. So, and I think those are what I have that I wrote down as well. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the board. Any other further
Speaker Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So?
Yes, and basically, thank you, Chairman and Naabik'íyáti committee members, Honorable Nathaniel Brown and Mr. Yazzie. And I'd like to basically pose a question to Legislative Council. And my question is, okay, with this amendment, we're basically saying carve out a 10 square mile of Kayenta Township and make it to where this healthy nation does not apply to them. Is that the intent and purpose of this amendment? The other is, you know, I was on the council when the Kayenta Township legislation was brought, and the intent and purpose was for them to be self-sufficient. And it just sounds like they're still the dependents. And so I'm wondering, that ability to make their own municipal, quote unquote, municipal codes, wouldn't that be something that this particular amendment would be more properly addressed by? So that would be the thoughts. And then after that, Speaker, after we get back to the main motion, I'd like the floor to also propose an amendment also. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I don't have anybody else on the board, so let me go back to Ms. Barbara, Ledge Council, to address Chairman Daniel So's question.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just right at the moment speaking with Mariana Khan in my office, who worked on this legislation, and she has just advised me that it would be best, and apparently her and Mr. Rodas have talked about this, for Mr. Rodas to answer the first question of Chairman So.
Okay. Mr. Rodas?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Mel. I do think that I need to clarify something, just in case there might be a misunderstanding. So Kayenta Township enacted its ordinance for local junk food tax in 2017, and it's been enforcing it since then. So the question isn't really, can Kayenta Township continue to enact its tax? The question is, can Kayenta Township taxpayers take a credit? And if they pay local tax, does that mean that they don't have to pay Navajo Nation junk food tax? So that's what's at issue here. And this amendment would say the taxpayer who pays tax in Kayenta Township only has to pay to Kayenta Township and does not have to pay the nation. Now, some people might say, well, what is changing here, because the regs already say that? Well, my understanding is, and the regulations for the junk food tax were enacted by the tax commission before I came to DOJ, so I don't have the whole history, and I know that Mr. Martin Ashley is on the line. But my understanding is that there was actually a Scribner's error, a drafting error, when the tax commission passed the resolution approving the junk food tax regulations. And essentially, there was a copy and paste from the sales tax regulations to the junk food tax regulations with regard to the credit. And so the tax commission has been aware of that and has discussed amending that. My understanding is that the tax commission was going to wait to amend it until, if council was going to amend the HDNA. And then the tax commission would make necessary amendments to the regulations once the act had been amended. So right now, the credit is in the regulations. By virtue of being in the regulations, the tax commission has the authority to change that. If you put the credit into the act, there's no credit in the act now. If you put the credit into the act through this amendment, then only council has that authority. So the other thing that I wanted to address is the suggestion by Mr. Yazzie from Kansas Township that this amendment would grant authority for certified chapters to have a local junk food tax. I think that we have to think more about that, because the uniform tax code that was passed a few years ago didn't anticipate certified chapters having junk food taxes. So I think that an amendment might need to be made there if that's the intention of council, for certified chapters to have local junk food taxes. But I think that that's a more complicated issue. Mr. Speaker, did that answer the question?
Thank you, Mr. Otis. If there's any further question, I'll come back to you. Clarity. Barbara?
Question of privilege.
Question of privilege. Who's that?
Mr.
Eugene So, is that you?
Yeah.
Oh, good morning, Honorable Eugene So. What's your question on privilege?
To Dana, regards to what has just been said, does this legislation out of order if there are some discrepancy or there's some overlapping or conflicting regs that's been passed before? That's my question.
Thank you,
Go ahead, Ms.
Speaker. This is Ms. Barbara. I have two questions, I think, that are left to answer. The first is the second question of Chairman So, which, if I understand the question, I'm going to rephrase it would be to rephrase it as to, could the Kayenta Township just do this by municipal ordinance? And the question, and my belief is no, they could not, that they do not, the Kayenta Township does not have the ability alone to determine the junk food tax or how it will be applied or served on. That has to be council action. As far as Delegate Eugene So's question, no, right now I think that that council or Nabi is in order. The problem was the tax commission, and so I would have to believe that the tax commission's regulation was, for lack of a better word, out of order. Council is, in essence, clarifying the way it should be, and then the tax commission will have a responsibility to revise their regulations consistent with what council is doing. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Barbara. Let me go to back to the floor. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Go ahead and go to someone else. I'm just driving into a bad area. Give me about 5 minutes or so. Please, Speaker.
Okay.
Go ahead, go to the next person.
With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the floor in the queue. Any other comments, questions on Amendment 1? There's none. Honorable Otto, so there's nobody else.
Okay, Speaker, okay, you may lose me, but go ahead, go to Charles Newman, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, floor is yours.
Should it on the speaker's level here?
Thank you, Speaker. And I think a lot of these questions right now, I'm going to be really honest. I'm trying to keep up with, I guess, this amendment, what it's going to do to the legislation, and really that question of like the tax. And for me, you know, like I said, I've been trying to keep up, and I'm really confused, you know, with what Mel has, the information that Mel has provided to us, and then also, you know, what is being shared with us from Delegate Brown, and then also the you know, the township and how that was supposed to be self-sufficient. And I've often come back to that question of, you know, is the township supposed to be self-sufficient? And if so, then I'm just wondering why, you know, why they keep coming back to council. And what I don't understand is how the township is coming to council for help, because this is not the first time that they've come to council for help. We also have the courts that they've come to for help, and I just, what is the role of the chapter with what the township is doing? Because, you know, I'm just trying to figure out, are there basically two, you know, two sources of power that the Navajo Nation currently is assisting? And what I keep wondering is, shouldn't we be assisting the chapter and not the township? So if that's the case, then, you know, why do we keep entertaining these amendments to assist the township? And that's why I asked that question at the very beginning. Where does the chapter stand in these requests that are coming out from the township? And if they are supposed to be self-sustaining, then, you know, how is it they can keep coming back to the Navajo Nation saying that they need help? I guess I'm just going to be really honest in saying that I don't have 100% knowledge of the township, you know, the history of the township, the purpose of the township, and really, you know, what the township is supposed to be doing. And I have tried to look to get that information, but honestly, I haven't, you know, made it a complete, you know, like, it hasn't been at the top of my list to learn more about it. But I guess that's the question I keep coming back to, is where does the chapter stand in this? What do they think about this? And is the Navajo Nation's responsibility to the chapter or to the township, or is it to both? Because I think that will help me with this amendment. And right now, because of the conflicting information, I feel like it's conflicting with the conflicting information that we're getting. It's a little bit difficult to kind of position how or whether the council should be a township. And so that is my question. And I think that this also falls back with public safety, because we have been working with the township with public safety. But, you know, again, you know, it's just a question of, should we be working with the chapter, which represents the community, but at the same time, the township also represents the community. So there's just a lot of confusion for me as to what our role as council is to the chapters and to the township. Thank you, Speaker. I'm going back on mute.
Thank you, Chair Charles Newton. Let me go back to Honorable Brown. question from the floor.
Thank you, Chair Damon. I'm reading my notes here. I tried to write everything as much as possible. I know that Mel did bring some points. I believe that some of my colleagues mentioned that they need more clarification. So one of the questions is that Kayenta Township, actually, they have their own jurisdiction. And it was mentioned by DOJ that it was not defined, but it actually is. So it is legally withdrawn. So there is a legal description of property that was approved by council. So the council did approve that to clarify some of that. And then also the reason why the township, Kayenta Township, keeps coming back to the Navajo Nation, the mother government, is a lot throughout the whole Navajo Nation codes. The codes only talk about the Navajo Nation 110 chapters, and then recently the certified chapters, the LGA certified chapters were implemented. Township, this is the first of its kind under that title, and then it's really the Township Commission is actually designed. It's actually designed to be a tax collecting arm of the chapter, and that's their job. But they're actually helping a lot with community initiatives. So that's where moving towards the municipality. And the reason why the Kayenta Township keeps coming back to the mother government, to the Navajo Nation, is throughout the code, again, it does not, there's no language for township in it. And that's why township has to keep coming back to the nation, because the Navajo Nation has the authority. If the nation would give authority to the township, then they would not have to go back to the Navajo Nation mother government for all these changes. So it's because the codes are not updated, and that's what this work is really doing, is to add township to a lot of these languages. So we are, I know that Shanto's working on it, like I said, but Kayenta, it is in the Navajo Nation Code. So it is really coming back to leadership of Navajo to add township to this. And I hope that this clarifies some of the future work that township will be coming back to the nation also, that we will constantly come back. And that's the reason why also Kayenta Township has organized and been going to meet monthly in the 23rd Council, and we tried starting that again this 24th Council to work on the Navajo Nation codes, specifically Title 17. It's because township was left out, and we are simply just adding township to the Navajo Nation codes so we can become a part of it. So that's why we keep coming back to the nation. And let me look. So what does it the township do? What is this amendment asking for? Why does township keep coming back to Navajo Nation? What is a township supposed to be doing? The history? What is a chapter? Where does the chapter stand on this? So that was another comments and questions that were asked, and then the conflicting information. So again, it's really becoming, and that's the reason why government development was created to help us in this, transitioning our chapters, and also the government is almost kind of like what, well, I'm going to go back into apple and oranges if I mention that. I'm trying my best to stick on this very subject, using other examples, but the bottom line is, it's the authority that the Navajo Nation that has over the township, or the township is not within the Navajo Nation codes. So that's why we have to keep coming back and asking permission to be granted from this leadership, future leadership, to have township be in these codes so we can move forward. And then Mr. Yazi, if you can help elaborate if I missed out on something, I would appreciate it. Or if I misspoke, please correct me. Yeah, Mr. Yazi?
Mr. Yazi? You might have to press star 6. Mr. Yazi, I see that you're still muted. Press star 6. I can't unmute you. Honorable Brown, back to you.
Okay, well, from the notes that I've taken, I tried to write as fast as I can for my colleagues' questions. So I think that will conclude my response. And I've been texting Mr. Young response. Thank you.
Speaker, can I speak? This is Delegate Yellow here. Oh, Mr. Yard is trying to get on.
Okay, that. Let me go back to the
I'm
board.
back on the line, Speaker.
Go back to the board. Honorable Yellow Hair, floor is yours. Honorable Otto So,
Okay,
you'll be
thank you
after
very
Honorable
much.
Yellow Hair.
Thank you very much, Speaker Shahar. Ibanit iniki cliente township. The way that Ayobasa is between the chapters and township, this one here was disputing which one will be the one that will collect tax. Here over in this case, when you go to Gallup, we pay tax there, Gallup or anywhere in Albuquerque. That is self-esteem up there. Fire department, you benefit out of it. Police department, they benefit out of it. They cover for the community around in that area. Either this or that's all about this the township again. So that's and how much money they collect too on the tax too. That's really important. If they have collect enough money, can it covers others? So they don't have to come ask for money at all times. And we need to start having a improve with it, be a self-determination on seeking it to the just the other questions the certified chapters and then as the big it all as the first one they came on, but then they need help too. Basic cost, they don't look for money outside. No, what about the it's not essential. He can't was making a lot of money. There's no people at it. I know we probably maybe collect less a tax in Kienta. Yeah, especially it is in there. Compared to that, this year and last year, tax collection, they should report to the Navajo Nation how much are they losing collecting tax. So if they make enough money, what can they afford? They should put it in the law on the code. So this we will cover this. No, we don't have to give money for such. Not 100%, but they're gonna be collect less tax in Kienta. They should be self-esteemed. Start doing that. That means they have to control their funds 100%, be accountable. So the year just up eskinal to all this. Ido is now it's not $8. So the bahas his hostility. The way to the chamber large 10 sheep unit. No, but they say 15, 10 there. Because the teachers and they retired. Retired.
Order.
Honorable Otto So, point of order.
Speaker, we're not talking about sheep here. We're talking about taxes. Let's get back to the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So, Honorable Yellow Hair, I think was making a reference. I'm not too sure. Honorable Yellow Hair, are you still there? Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair going twice. Honorable Yellow Hair, I don't see him on there. Honorable Yellow Hair going 3 times. That. Honorable
Okay,
Otto So.
I'm back on.
Honorable Yellow Hair, are you, does that conclude your
I'd like to conclude for just to say a few words. That was just my questions to Mr. Brown. I have longer than that, but I'll make it short to give Mr. Otto So to the door. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. With that, Honorable Otto So, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker. One of my concerns related to this issue is related to tax credit. And although the language indicates that the certified chapters are part of, will be part of this, the uniqueness about Kayenta Township is it's a form of alternative form of government that's not really embedded and recognized by the code. And we always, it's like a stepchild that we're kicking around. And when are we gonna continue to recognize them to be part of the Navajo Nation? They are within the boundaries of the Navajo Nation. And yes, they are situated they are surrounded by the Kayenta chapter. But at the time, leadership, as Honorable Daniel So alluded to, that they voted for it, to try this township type of government to see how this community will flourish. And it goes back to government development. Are they really doing their job to really look at this? We haven't get a report from government development relating to the township on the success and how successful the township is. I don't know, chapter that, but what is the difference? And I really, really hope that we could try to get beyond this and try to help the township, because our citizens live within the township boundaries, whether you're not from Kayenta or you're from Kayenta. Kayenta is a hub. Many years ago, and I always refer to my community, Tuba City. Not ani ni hilaja what ego hashin sago yani tada days kezo kwa ka do ni do ni kala ya zai enendo kala ena ya ba ho ba do khatnyo dashina la hota ba khata dayila. As leadership today, it's not up to us to pick and choose. The question should be, how should we help these communities, whether it's Shiprock, New Mexico, whether it's St. Michael's, Fort Defiance, Tuba City, Chinle, these large communities, how do we help them? These communities are arms of the Navajo Nation as collecting points of sales tax revenue, sales tax. Secondly, I did sign on to this legislation I remember one of the former 23rd Navajo Nation Council indicating on the floor, the sales tax, the junk tax, the junk food sales tax is a tax on the poor. Junk food, jodo ilida, a bag of potato chip, a can of soda versus healthy foods. We are taxing the poor. And people look at what they buy. Alcohol, if a food is identified under the healthy junk food tax, and a food that's not that's healthy, the person is going to buy the unhealthy one because the cost is less. I just wanted to bring that point up also. The other point is we know that this junk food tax came into effect not too long ago. The succession rate at the chapters, I believe maybe we should get a report from the 110 chapters on how they utilize these dollars. Because I know that one chapter utilizes it to buy T-shirts for fun runs. Buying T-shirts for fun runs and or supporting fun runs. But how are they utilizing these dollars to impact the lives, to how it benefits in a positive aspect on behalf of the Navajo people? There's no trails that are being built. I guarantee you, if you go back and audit it, these dollars, it's good to give to the chapters. But again, are they utilizing these dollars correctly? These dollars should be utilized to create, help with beautification within their communities. Whether it's in Shiprock or whether it's in Delicon or Steamboat. They just utilize it to a point where they wish. All of our sales tax that we collect is in that matter. Just think, if we would take away a certain percentage from the 6% that's coming into the Navajo Nation and identify it and earmark it for infrastructure, we would have some infrastructure money on hand. It's all infused into the general fund, and it's infused into the comprehensive budget. We have to go back to the drawing table and see how our taxes are being utilized correctly. Are they being utilized in a way where it's efficient? Is it better to fund a program, or is it better to earmark monies from our sales tax revenue for infrastructure, such as water, broadband? We have a revenue source that can fund infrastructure. We have a revenue source that can fund education. It's funding the mother government on its expenditures. Like yesterday we talked about 7 hours relating to the trust fund, the Land Acquisition Trust Fund. We might as well just do away with it and get that 4% and put it into some else, such as beautification or infrastructure or education. We can't utilize it. And all we're told is, oh, it's being invested. It's not right to. It's not a right time to take it out because you're going to take out some of the nation's investment. We have money. This thing, if we would infuse that about $170 million that's in the Land Acquisition Trust Fund into education, how many of our Navajo citizens are children that we could fund that's going to college, or that's in that graduate program, or that's going after his or her doctorate education? The other is that undermining township governments and local governments is something that we shouldn't be doing. We should be supporting this. These towns should be on its own. But we have 110 chapters. When and where are we going to say, when are we going to tell the chapters that they are responsible for the at the local level? When are some of these chapters going to step up to the plate and say, hey, my community don't have a store, but I'm gonna darn well plan to build a store so we can one day collect our own sales tax at the local level. I really commend Shanto chapter. I really commend Loop chapter for moving forth for their taxation and Nahatazzi. They are talking about collecting, being an alternative, collecting their sales tax revenue at the local level. And it's good. In the Navajo Nation Council, we shouldn't be in the way. Whether you are a delegate that comes from a small chapter, just think what this could do if you have, for instance, Steamboat chapter, that one store. Taxation, startup money, I don't know, planning money. These are how our former delegates foresaw a lot of these taxation legislations that benefited communities, such as Kiyanta Township and Tuba City. I really, really hope that we could move down that line to try to benefit and help and support these communities. I really commend the township for beautifying Kiyanta with the small amount that they collect, the 2.5% that you collect that stays there at the township level. And thank you for collecting the 6% for the Navajo Nation and sending that 6% to the Navajo Nation each year. And thank you for collecting that additional junk food tax and sending it to the nation every year. And you have been helping us. You have been a partner. Nowhere we have not seen that Kiyanta Township is withholding the 6% or the junk food sales tax. You've been sending it over, and I really, really appreciate that. Just think, communities such as Shiprock, New Mexico, Fort Defiance, St. Michael's, Telecon, Ganado. If you guys, and even Crown Point, if you guys go into being a chapter that can pick up your own community sales tax, we should be supporting our communities in this area. We shouldn't be saying no. You know, oh, what happened? It's a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful tool if a community moves forth on it, but it's up to that community. If these chapter officials and community members don't want to move forth on it, that tells you that there's no vision in those areas related to that issue. Oh, what happened? What happened? I don't know. Oh, but here's the next thing. Khait ego ko la adet na ka tini na jo be na ye na hito na ye ek tla do le we are hoarding the monies in Winter Rock. Winter Rock is top heavy. Chapters also best of chekun ha ade baganana ye actually I guess there's a banana ni na lo pelak eji sada kai yit no bagaje na halle ahot egon he asa hot sange. And I am very, very frustrated with how Winter Rock operates. I mean, what I see on this. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Otto So. Comments. That colleagues, go back to the board. I don't have any other
Speaker Callan
in the queue. Honorable Callan Begay.
Speaker, this
On
is
Amendment 1.
That was what I wanted to clarify, get clarification. Are we still on Amendment 1 or are we on the main motion? It seems like we're just all over the place and not concentrating on the issue that we're need to discuss and move forward. Speaker.
We are, Honorable Callan Begay, we are on Amendment 1. And Amendment 1 is held by Honorable Nathaniel Brown regarding Kayenta Township taxation, regarding the healthy junk food tax. With that, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. Arunana Kodota, this morning Kodota, Penda, to the Beha, Ziggy, so yeah, Kodo. Aro Kodonan legislation Kodo. You get that me, so Kodo. Arunana Kodo amendment. A Nana Lia Kodota, Bebe, K is then Kodo. I see Kodota, Baba, Yale, Kito, Bana, Kikodo. Arunana Kodona Gate. I totally agree with them. My Che Kodota, delegate. So, I need a Kodoya hat, Ziggy. I have at the time to zone a Hueha Chokagi, I had Zigodo. I see a Pohonet, Zadonan, Sad Kodo, Kodota, Zurabakist or Tangi, I had Zigodo. I need Kodona Gaita, Kodona Gaki and Township. Lada Shiba Hono, the beautification project in Kayenta Township. Arunana Kodona, they participate, they work closely with them, and they could Mr. Yazi had Zigit Kodona Navajo Nation Special Diabetes Program, as a Michigan, Hashin Soy Kodo Yishnal, Michigan. Arunana, they've been on the healthy side, Kodo. So, Nagata, Oya Nagata, self-governance, no, you could have banned such kids going to get shot towards it. Or you what I could do here, yes, kick it. Nagata, no tax, not la, Aro, the Kodona Gata. Oh, Jato, that's the most beautiful place on earth. The eighth wonder of the world. Ben here, listen, Monument Valley, of Jato. And that chapter, it's still not certified yet. Oya Senzo, or Jessica. Hadoshi, they're gonna get certified. Hadoshi, they're gonna be collecting their own tax. And the great old J towards lot of the gun as Adonana business owners, then Linigi tour operators, tax and they legi Hashin Soshi Ecuador, Hashin Soshi Nai Lato, let tax ordinance to have the Liago. So what that ego them, that's as delegates need linear hun that the fee cost not and fee case. Zudan he need LDB Kwadotan Shinant Anashanigi. Zudan he need LDB at the local level. The rates are being hot egg Kodon the it recently got certified. They're certified chapter, so I'm here based on I don't know. A Kodo grad, a kana hall, a Kodo what that egg at the local level, Kodon Hinat and litigate the leadership at the local level. I don't know chapter staff and litigate I see the high you got there. Speaking or jet ho, shot ho, I don't know if on that. Other chapters throughout the Navajo Nation. Yeah, the high you got at the East or ye got in Sudan kiss. To start thinking like Kayenta Township. So I really appreciate what Kayenta Township is doing. Couldn't wait for the community of Kayenta and other communities throughout the Navajo Nation. So Kodona Gate, the Bayas that would Hashin my kid now. Other at the what's all horn, Nishigit, what they Kayenta Township. We are starting to as a year, I cannot fill the less. I call it the Bayas and Hardy, not like enough. So the other toda glance. And the matter of my kid had the map mashed or yana or I don't know, so like that day I see that on a greater than us at the what and how I big and I'll still do the text that. Nay, now you can all still do the go. So what honest and you get what did. So with that said, I support this amendment. I encourage my colleagues. I think whatever Ben Hickat was good. Not good at these nation legislation don't ask for that these nation. I don't know how she holds just so we get chapters. I say what it done me. Look how she holds just a great not a year, 2, 3 years, 5 years down the road and get chapters. She what I your kid on this. The great junk food tax na hel yegi had for a we get in debt or less done this out there. So ban fuck case of that and Shenigi. I don't know his car ye date Ecuador in Central Hot Santa niche his car made or a day that what did the door banner or Campo Quadota delegate brown donana Quadota delegate out of so Quador Yanda or Kagi the out of banner is banner or Scato less Quadosho. I think that's what I did. Nishmo, I don't know Quadota and Claiba has said or less. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Daniels. That moving on down, Honorable Slater. Then I'll go back to the sponsor, Honorable Brown.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to read from the amendment right now because it seems that my colleagues haven't read it. For purposes of filing and reporting under this chapter to the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission, when a person pays an equivalent tax on unhealthy foods, parentheses, a quote-unquote junk food tax, and parentheses, to the Kayenta Township or any local governance act, parentheses, LGA certified chapter pursuant to a duly enacted tax ordinance of the Kayenta Township or such LGA certified chapter, the gross receipts upon which the Kayenta Township's junk food tax or an LGA certified chapter's junk food tax has been paid shall not be included in the gross receipts reported to the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission for purposes of paying the taxes under this chapter. So if you're from Western Agency and you do not live in Kayenta, in the township or the chapter, say you live in Shanto or Chilchambito, Kayenta is going to take revenue that you pay there, and it's going to stay there. It's not going to come back to the Navajo Nation to be distributed among the chapters of Western Agency. So as everyone remembers, the distribution formula is 50% the chapters within the agency and 50% the registered voters within that. So by definition, if you vote for this, you are shortchanging your chapters if your chapter is not Kayenta. And the same principle will extend to any LGA certified chapter that enacts these sorts of ordinances in the future. Now, that could be Chin-Lee, that could be Shiprock, however our chapters develop and enter into that sort of certification. So I think this has been a really undisciplined conversation about what the effect and the intent is. Those chapters that are not, and the citizens that are not from Kayenta are not commissioners on the township right now. And it's not constructed to be a situation where money that everyone from adjacent areas is contributing has an opportunity to participate in the budgeting for. So the analogous situation is off-res, right? Everyone was saying, hey, we do this, we do that. Well, the sponsor mentioned that, we don't go back to the counties and say that we want this funding. That is the most ignorant statement I've heard. We particularly try to elect Navajo commissioners and county officials in order to ensure that the revenues that we pay into Navajo County, to Apache County, to Coconino County, to McKinley, to San Juan, that we're able to participate democratically in how that funding is budgeted and where it goes, because we are the ones who are driving that revenue. And so that's what we do. We have commissioners, we have these county officials, these supervisors, and they help bring that bacon that we spent off res back into District 1, back into District 2. That's what they do. So what we're doing right here is creating a situation where citizens not of the township will not be able to participate in the budgeting process and have democratic participation on the funds that they are putting into the township. So we can talk about all the good things that it does. That doesn't take away from it. That's a distraction. That's someone dangling keys over here. The fact of the matter is that we're going to create a situation where we're going to just constantly have funding stay within one particular political subdivision of the nation when all of us are the ones who contribute toward that. And when we think about what is the purpose of this tax, it's not that it's just a tax on the poor. That's a very unsophisticated analysis of what this does. And the fact that we don't recognize that Delegate Crotty informed us at the beginning of the consideration of this legislation on how these funds are being used, all of that information was emailed out and provided to us in our boxes by the proponents of this legislation, explaining in detail how our chapters have used this funding. It's recognizing, this tax is recognizing that there are particular public health consequences to the wide-scale consumption of these foods and how it affects the overall health of the Navajo Nation. Now, beautification projects are great, but the purpose of this project is to encourage healthy lifestyles and healthy communities. So this vision of having pretty communities is nice, but let's stay disciplined onto the subject matter here. We're creating the situation that we fought against with the counties and the reservation. So I really think that I ask you, my colleagues, just to meditate deeply on this, because this conversation has been all over the place, but it hasn't actually focused on what the effects of the amendment is, or the effects are. Understanding where the funding is going, who has political authority over it and not. Again, you pay a sales tax in McKinley County, or I wish I had a better understanding of all the county tax structures, but okay, let's say Winslow. You probably pay a city sales tax, and there's probably a county sales tax. The county sales tax is to help ensure that funding that is spent, that money that is spent, say at the grocery store or what have you in Winslow, doesn't just stay in Winslow. It has a broad impact for all the citizens of the county, because it's very easy to just have it stay in one place based off of how development has occurred. My chapters didn't have the benefit of having a coal mine right next door and Peabody and all of this engagement in development for decades. And they don't have a political say in how funding is used in Kayenta right now. And neither do your chapters. And my chapters also won't have a say when Chin Lee pursues this initiative, or the other chapters along the San Juan River when Shiprock pursues this initiative. So let's focus on what's actually at hand here, and let's do it in a respectful manner. I think I'm gonna have to go see some sort of auditory specialist after getting yelled at for I don't know how many minutes. And I ask that colleagues, we don't yell into the phone when we're trying to express our feelings, and that we stay on the task at hand and review the materials that are available to us. I urge you to vote against this. There's a way around it to ensure that the township can continue to levy its tax without depriving the nation of revenues or the agency of revenues that recognize the contributions of the citizens who do not live in that area to that tax revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, for those comments.
Speaker Davis, continue.
That Chairman, can you are you requesting to speak?
Yes, sir.
Chairman, let me come back to you. I did say I was going back to sponsor after Vice Chair Slater, so you'll be first up after the sponsor's response. With that, back to Honorable Brown.
Yate, nana kwegation dados kidito banso kesit Naabik'íyáti kut abenia kweging hinana shadela ado ashini ashin lahot anit konkiyata ado belch khadet zigit akonde a bench toit ashikweben kich khades to leb salaw besh mas anitlini e bekhata tse question and a call with as much respect and grit, I come back to you and respond to you. Oshikwegi hejo el khajini patole ado kwe daos agi e kodosto which hadne. But thank you for your responses. My apologies to the committee. I have been getting a lot of different messages and trying to deal with my communities that are going through a lot. But right now, Yellow Hair, I did write down, you did mention about Peabody, but again, I don't want to really go into that. I want to stick on the amendment as much as possible. So that is true. So I'm gonna stick to that as much as possible. Although again, the township tries its best with the junk food tax to do what it can. Not only was it able to do other programs within township and outside this junk food tax, it also created community gardens within the Kayenta Sandstone Housing Project also. So we had a lot of our youth involved, community members, people that live there, planting organic food for people that live there as well. So that's where some of this funding has gone. And I know that this council has made, and this is the legislation that we're talking about. If you read the body of the language with a junk food tax, it even talks about building libraries, trails. It talks about, clean up the community, etc. So it is extensive, Shananta. But what this amendment does is it's really continuing to have the Kayenta Township to collect the taxes, and that language, township, we're asking for it to be put in there. because the word township has not been implemented in a lot. And that's why you have been seeing the township come to the Navajo Nation Council with all these every time, because naturally chapter and certified chapters are in the language, but township is not. So we will be coming back to council on some of the future amendments that we have to make, and that's really being included. But I think if we were to just completely be our own municipality, then we don't really have to come back to the nation. But I think this is maybe, okay, never mind, I won't go there. That's going to create some confusion. I won't say that. And then delegate, so you did mention, with the tax credits, and then how former leaders have been working on these initiatives, and they did have the foresight and trying to, again, the intention is really about sustaining. And I think that's what we're really working towards with the township and looking at other municipalities around us. So that's what the township and the staff are working on. And then I know Kealan McGay did talk about if we were still on the subject. So I'm gonna try to stick to the subject. Ado Delegate Slater. Again, thank you for really reading the amendment. But I want to give time to Mr. Yazzie to continue to talk about all of this. And I think a lot of the same stuff are being brought up as well, some of the concerns. Excuse me, I feel like I'm losing my voice. But Mr. Yazzie, Gabriel, are you on the line? If you can respond to the questions that I did not respond to, Mr. Yazzie.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Brown, Speaker Damon, and members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. I was trying to sign on earlier. I was pressing *6, but was not able to unmute myself. But going on to the jurisdiction, Kenta Township, we have a 3,600-acre site that has been withdrawn. We have a legal description that's been through the Navajo Nation Council, which approved of that withdrawal of the 3,600-acre site. And so, I know Ms. Rodas, and DOJ attorney, had mentioned that there was really no defined boundaries, but there is a defined boundary, which was approved by the Navajo Nation Council. And then going into the taxes, the authority that was granted by the Kenta Township Commission, reason why we keep going back to the Navajo Nation Council is we have to, when the Township Commission was granted authority, or local, through, I guess, political subdivision, and also being granted home rule authority, there were certain authorities that were granted to the Kenta Township Commission, such as being able to enact their own regulations and ordinances here locally. We were also granted the authority to collect sales taxes. We're also granted authority to collect hotel occupancy tax within the township boundaries. Just as of 2008, we're granted authority to issue business site leases within the Kenta Township, which we are doing currently. And likewise, with the junk food tax, at the time, back in 2015, when this junk food tax was approved by the council, the township was able to collect taxes because it was written in the Navajo Nation Code that we were able to collect those taxes. Now, going back to this authority, as far as the granting of the certain authorities, and the reason why we're coming back to the council is we weren't granted certain authorities to the township, and so we have to go back to the Navajo Nation Council to be granted those authorities, such as what the DOJ attorney had mentioned was, that it has to be the Navajo Nation Council that has to grant those authorities to the Kenta Township to be able to either collect taxes, to be able to enforce these ordinances are being adopted. One instance that we're also working on is the adoption, or pretty much home site leasing regulations, being able to be delegated that authority. This is just an example. We want to go to the nomination council to be able to be granted authority to issue home site leases and be able to do the enforcement as far as these regulations, home site leasing regulations here at the local level. As you're all aware, one of the things that the nomination land department is facing is they lack compliance officers. Once we move forward with it or being granted authority to issue home site leases within the township to that local, here at the local level. So the authority
Point
was
of order,
granted.
Speaker.
Point of order, Honorable Slater.
Thank you. One, I don't believe there are any questions that were directed toward Mr. Yazzie. Second, this is not relevant to the discussion that we're having now on the amendment. I made a request in general, and I hope that that was heard by you, that we stay disciplined on this topic because these NABI discussions are just going all over the place.
Point of order, Speaker.
As indicated, NABI discussions is a plethora of discussion items, Honorable Slater. The question arose to Honorable Brown for further clarification on some of the responses that he has, and at that time, Honorable Brown has alluded to his agent, who is Mr. Yazzie, who I do believe works there at Canton Township. So with that, Honorable Brown, I guess keep just your agent as a request. Back to you. Make sure to stay on topic as much as possible so we can keep the Naabik'íyáti committee going on your amendment. But again, the discussion items can venture off in different directions, as we know. But it all comes back to the fact that this is a Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. So, Honorable Otto So, did you have a point of order as well?
Yes, Speaker. I wanted to allude to that this is Naabik'íyáti committee, and I guess reframing and telling people this to me, they're trying to put a time restriction on it. So it's just Naabik'íyáti committee, and this is where all the discussion happens, because council is almost treated like Nabi again. So it's better to get all the conversation out here before it gets to council. That's all. Thank you.
The Honorable Otto So for the clarity and presentation to the council. With that, let me go back to you, Honorable Brown. Any other reference to a response to your colleagues regarding Amendment 1?
Yeah, and the main thing is working on this with township manager and then giving a report at the chapter meeting this past Monday, and also all the from working and how township we want to continue to work on. Again, it's that not just to be of course the end result of sustainability, and I do hear some of my colleagues, and I think this is where I did reach out to Marty Ashley for his continued assistance also. And I think there is some other, like from DOJ, Mr. Rodas mentioned that there are some other language that needs to be introduced as a whole to the code for this taxes. And I think, and I know that we're in order because we are now entertaining this junk food tax legislation. And we just want to be included in that as township for the language to be put in there. And then our work will continue with the Navajo Nation Tax Commission, really changing some of these codes. And as we're all aware that the Navajo Nation code, there are some loopholes, and then there are some discrepancies. And that's something that, and I know that every single person is right. It's just that we have to come together and really look at some of these codes and fix them. At the end of the day, you know, it's really all of us. We are like with this junk food tax, we want to make sure that we use to the best of our ability. And with this amendment, this is what it will help with the Township Commission and the people there. We still have a lot of ongoing projects that these fundings will help. And I know what the chapter, that's what some of the questions have been with the chapter also.
With the Wednesday before?
So that's what they're working on. So this will be an ongoing conversation that we will come back to the Navajo Nation Council. There's a lot of really good movements that are happening on the nation, and unfortunately, the word township is not implemented throughout the Navajo Nation Code, and I hope that that for those of you who have chapters that have the capacity and the visitors or whatever, if you even have one single store, that some of this work, this pave, where I hope that we are we are paving the way for other chapters. So you will also benefit from collecting taxes to become more sustainable, to have that self-determination. That's really our goal. And I know that a lot of this, we are still, as an enterprise of the Navajo Nation, that's where we're at, and that's why we, under the guise of the Navajo Nation, we have to constantly come back to the nation. So we will continue to bring education, and for my work, I will sit down with Tax Commission again. I've been meeting with Marty Ashley, not recently, but I want to sit down with government, and I did mention this to government development for their help also. I did send them an email and I asked for them for their assistance. So they did come out to Kayenta, and I asked them to present some of their research on Kayenta Township and Kayenta Chapter, the status, Title 26, Title 2, and to interpret that to the officials as well as our constituents. So I did bring that back to talk about these taxes, and it does impact every single person that are purchasing within the Kayenta Township. And I hope that we as leadership, we continue to advocate, like even for the state of Arizona, for the TPT, privilege transaction tax, that we continue to fight for that. I think that's where the real fight is to outside Navajo instead of non-Navajo who take our money. And I think we as council, as Navajo elected leaders, that's where we can also put our energy, and that's where I hope that this conversation will go to. Respectfully, I ask for your vote.
Thank you, Honorable Brown. Let me go back to the board. I do have Chairman Hino in the queue. Chairman, floor is yours.
Speaker Damon, Delegate Nathaniel Brown for putting this amendment forth again. Other Naabik'íyáti committee members. So this amendment had surfaced at BNF, and there was some discussion around the amendment itself by the committee members. And so the amendment failed, and now it's coming up here again as Naabik'íyáti. So, and thinking and looking at the amendment legislation and language, and it is true. Delegate Carlos Slater, it is that this unhealthy junk food tax on any to AD, there's a lot of money to be made off of this tax, especially in a small locale like Kayenta Township, where a lot of the businesses are situated within the township. And you not only have Kayenta residents shopping there, but you have nearby chapters like Chilchimbito, Denahoto, and so forth. And of course, a lot of the tourists that pass through the town there, where they stop to buy get gas, then at the same time something for the road, and that something for the road is usually soda, beef jerky, and popcorn and so forth. And so Ebening, that's where this money once it's collected. And the taxpayers, if I go shopping there, I pay the taxes. And Kayenta Township does not pay the taxes. It's the people that pay the taxes, and then the business owners are they hold on to it until it's time to to pay the taxes to the tax commission, which is the Navajo Nation. So what I'm getting at is that Kadosh and August later pointed out that these nearby chapters will be impacted because a lot of this tax will be retained. If this amendment passes, a lot of this tax will be retained by Kayenta Township and not passed to the Navajo Nation for distribution to the 110 chapters. So when the nearby chapters are impacted, all the 110 chapters are impacted because when the distribution, when tax is collected and distribution is made, they go by the 50-50 formula, and so there'll be a lot less money in that distribution. So it'll be out of all 110 chapters that will be impacted by this amendment, and that's what my concern is. And so with the chapters in Rema, Alamo, and Tojule, we do get their share of the taxes from the junk food taxes, but a Quagga should be up. And I do agree with a lot of the improvements that were made in Kansas and the conversations regarding the beautification and the upward movement of the Kansas Township, which is good. I mean, that's all where all communities should be looking at and striving for, whether they're LGA certified or not, to make their communities a better place to live. But at the same time, they need that funding also too. And I believe other chapters are at disadvantage because they don't have that economic tax base, like a C-store or a gas station or something, a grocery store. And so they have to rely on other communities for that, for how their reliance is rewarded is they go shopping there and they spend their money there, and at the same time the tax money is redistributed back to those communities. So I do agree with Shananta, Delegate Slater, that we need to take a really hard look at this when we vote and how we will be impacting the other 110 chapters. So I'll control the Shananta. Speaker Damon, thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. We're ready to vote on Amendment 1.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
I'm Chair Member Crotty, go ahead.
Speaker Damon, can you hear me?
Yes.
Put me in the queue box. I'm sorry, Ms. Crotty. This is Edmund.
Chairman, I will put you in the queue box. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Yazzie. Thank you. I had a question for Department of Justice. In reviewing how taxes are collected and the language of this amendment, so basically asking for credits, does Kayenta Township pay any taxes to the Navajo Nation? And the reason why I'm asking this question is when we distribute we create a form, generated revenue form from OMB, OOC, and all of those revenues like taxes, leases, it's generated, it goes into one pot. And then from that one pot, we reallocate, and we do so to all 110 chapters. But now my concern is if entities like the township or other LGA chapters, are they paying Navajo taxes? And I think at this point, and where I'm getting at, is if they're not, their chapters and surrounding chapters are still benefiting from that reallocation of what we collect in our general funds. If that question doesn't make sense, let me know. It's a high level, but I just need to know if taxes are paid to the Navajo Nation from these entities. And I'm just then concerned that in terms of equitable, we try to redistribute that out to the chapters. But now I don't think that distribution formula is correct if we have chapters and townships that are not paying into that tax system. Thank you, Speaker.
Let me go back to the Department of Justice on that question.
Mr. Speaker, this is Mel.
Mel, go ahead. Floor's yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Honorable Crotty, thank you for the question. Under the Uniform Tax Administration statute, the Navajo Nation and its chapters don't pay taxes except for sales tax. So the sales tax statute, the nation and its political subdivisions are not exempt from sales tax. So if a chapter were engaged in a business activity and generated revenue, then they would be subject to sales tax unless some exclusion or exemption applied. Honorable Kadi. But in terms of the Navajo Nation junk food tax, that tax is paid by businesses that are engaged in selling the unhealthy foods and beverages. And as Chair Henio said, the businesses are passing that tax on to their patrons, collecting the tax from the patrons and then paying the tax to the nation or to Kayenta Township. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Rodas, with that, let me go back to the floor. Chairman Yazzie, floor is yours.
Speaker Damon and members of the council, and also to the sponsor and on the amendment. Before I make a statement here, we started off our day with a beautiful prayer, and, we just continue to pray, my colleagues, for, just the Navajo Nation with this COVID issue that we're dealing with, and just pray for one another. And I always say we try to help one another. So having said that, on this issue with the amendment, I do support this. I've always encouraged my chapters to get certified and so revenue can go back in. Now, I've talked to DOJ about this, and I've always explained to the RU chapter that if we get certified, and this was DOJ's acknowledgement too, and when we talked about this, was that if the RU was certified as a chapter, and there's a hamburger place in Theru called the Big A Burger, the really good burgers. Now, if that was on the nation, on Theru's property, then every tax dollars that would go back on the hamburger joint would go back to Theru. And so DOJ said, yes, that's pretty much correct. And that's just to empower a chapter. And so I know we got a lot of chapters. And then another example, working with our New Mexico leaders, with all the payments that are going through DOJ, the 164, and then the Office of Controller, and, all this holdup that's being taken part in, the New Mexico governor is always saying, well, we're going to take the money back. Same question, my colleagues, I've asked DOJ. If the RU was certified, then we could have a chance to go on to McKinley County, their governmental area. They could hold the money for the RU chapter, and DOJ said yes, that could be done if the chapter was certified. So my point in this, with the application of Kayenta Township, it's a small township there. I mean, of course, we all know that. And so, and I do have, I do understand Mr. Brown and his support on this. And so I'll vote for this, and just want to let my colleagues know this too as well. Out of our 6 chapters, Pinedale chapter is 90% almost there to get certified. And they're already looking at buying property in Gallup and setting up some type of revenue that will go back to the chapter. And so, and I know we're all tired of the setbacks that we get from the 164, from the Office of Controller, of all these setbacks that we go through. I believe the certification in township, in a way, is the way to go, with all due respect. So, Speaker, I just wanted to say that, sir, and I'll leave it at that, sir.
Thank you. That, colleagues, on Amendment 1, I do not have anybody else in the queue. Are we ready to vote? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Let's vote on Amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canesba Crotty will vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez. Who? Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green.
Roger.
Honorable, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green for this legislation.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green per text message. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Speaker with a vote of 11 yeas and 12 nays. Speaker not voting.
Hey, colleagues, that 11 in favor, 12 opposed, chair not voting. Motion fails. That back to the main motion. Honorable Kalen Begay. On the main motion.
Chairman, Kadosh Mayas Thousand, they already see the big kid. Then you maybe have that be provided to the full committee. That way we'll have an understanding of how fundings are being distributed and how much were collected from the previous years and what are the balances at each of the chapter, Chairman.
Was that a presentation at RDC? Honorable Kalen Begay? Did you say?
Chairman, Kadosh Mayaz, they already see the presented in this legislation. Maybe from the Office of the Controller's Office or Division of Community Development or the Tax Commission's Office. Then, Dika Hanel based or Dika collect in the how much were collected to give the past 5 years. That a committee gave me hit hodi little chance hit a kodo yard and then hit architects in Dutch at the chapter level, and how much of these funding continues to sit at some of the chapters. The snow benite that kidney. Chairman, I don't know, Kadosh Mayazat, not Sosiki,
Okay, I understand now. Thank you, Honorable Kalen. That, let me go back to Madam Chair. And McCarty.
Thank you.
As a sponsor.
Yes. I appreciate it. Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. So what I have in regards to what has been collected, it's been $7.3 million in Healthy Donation Act revenue. Of that, $1.52 million has been used per Navajo Nation law to fund the set aside. So that would be the Land Trust Fund and the Veterans Fund. 6.06 million have been distributed to chapters for their projects. And so I do have an average. So the average for every chapter is approximately $13,171. I am going through my documents right now, Speaker, and I may have the information chapter by chapter. I know that I have my, because this survey provided a breakdown for every delegate. And so I can find out what date that attachment was sent out, but each delegate received a breakdown from the Community Wellness Project Area Report. It does, you know, in your district how much was received by chapters. So I know how much for this report. And it's about a 4-page breakdown, but if I could look through my email and I could let the delegates know what date and time that was sent out. Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if possible,
Speaker.
could forward that over and then we can send that out.
Eugene So.
Okay. Honorable Eugene So, I will put you in the queue on the main motion. As soon as we get that information, Honorable Count Begay can send that out. Let me go back on to the queue here. Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you,
On the main
Speaker.
motion.
Yes, thank you. Regarding this particular act, I know people refer to it as the junk food, but the code, the name in the code is Healthy Deliberation. And my question and issue is the e-cigarettes that are sold in the grocery stores, the convenience, the e-stores. And my question is, are we taxing on that? And since the act is titled Healthy Nation, depending on the answers, I would like to think about doing an amendment to include in the definition part to include the e-cigarettes. Vape is basically, I guess, the common name, and that would be an item to Navajo Nation Department of
Point
Justice,
of order, sir.
as well as
Chairman, hold on real quick.
Legislative Council.
Chairman, hold on. There's a point of order by Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So, point of order.
My point of order is this cigarette doesn't include into the junk food. That's my point of order. I was thinking we're talking about junk food. Thank you.
I would have to, let me go back to Ledge Council on that. I think that's would clarify Honorable Eugene So, and I think there was a question by Chairman Daniel So on that. Chairman, Ms. Barbara.
Good afternoon. So the question is, can you add cigarettes and maybe e-cigarettes? I wasn't sure if I heard that correctly. Into this Healthy Nation Act of 2014. I would have to say, just by the title, it no longer would change the intent to do that, the intent of the legislation, but it would take some substantial amendments, particularly in how we're defining cigarettes, whether that applies to all kinds of tobacco, those types of things. And I'm not sure about tobacco taxes either. So I don't feel like I can give us the, with the time allotted, a really good answer. My thoughts are, because I don't understand how the tobacco tax would interfere or such, and perhaps I think Mr. Ashley's on the line. He could talk a little bit about the tobacco tax. I almost think we would be getting into some type of duplicate taxation. So thank you, Chair. If anybody is interested in doing a subsequent legislation to amend this, we could probably do a better job to add tobacco. Thank you, or cigarettes. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. I didn't mean to blow smoke into the teleconference call, but I think it's an issue, and I will take your advice and seek different legislation. So I won't complicate the matter, and we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. That, let me go back to the floor. Honorable Eugene So. Floor is yours.
I'm not introducing an amendment, but I'm just trying to say a little bit about what we're going after right here. I am for it. That's going to make me a bootlegger for junk food ready on the nation by local. Taxation, I guess, it's what makes the United States. Pros and cons. The people from the Westerners came across the ocean because they were taxed so much they can't live no more. To come to the United States and start trading with us folks. Further along, the tax came back again. I guess now we're going into the taxes again. So I don't know where we're headed to again, but that's the only way. It's keys. That's what you call it's keys. The keys tax. A B in alle estaten in the region. At go a tax pay on shit out in the Navajo Nation has its own way of doing that. But I give a tax so big and the alle been it's just like savings on them. So it agit what they could on the text not to have I would really like to have in writing the taxation started like line item or what purpose such a thousand in joining crowd in regards to that, but I want it in writing each year separately and to which chapter and also to which government aid out. I would really like that. It's going to be better to define it to my people. So or these texting the hand of candy in the hand grab it all questions in but but you just sit all this but what is not all this. And that sometimes we're discouraging our people not to buy junk food, but we're at the same time encouraging them to buy junk food so we can have some money. And how long this regards to this taxation. But I want where can we really define each year and to which place and which government, which program, which chapter, etc. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let me go back to Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Madam Chair.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. Thank you, colleagues. I appreciate the question. So it looks like for individual delegates on Tuesday of this week, so Tuesday early in the morning, on Tuesday the 8th, you received an email from Gloria Begay at Food Sovereignty Alliance, and it gave you a breakdown of the documents. And so I'm going to pull up, like, for example, Chairman Yazzie. The first attachment says chapter area report. And so it breaks down how much Church Rock, Yambato, Mariana Lake, Pinedale, Smith Lake, and Theroux received. And but what we'll get for you, speakers, because it is a large document for all of them, that is en route to all of the delegates to see these booklets or these snapshots for every community. I am going to need help from either the Office of the Controller or OMB on what are the current existing amounts, like what are the chapter balances when it comes to this funding. Speaker, that information right now I don't have. And if Controller Mr. Willie's on the line, we can work together or with OMB to provide those documents to the delegates. Thank you for the question and the request. Thank you, Delegate Kellen Begay and Eugene So.
Thank you. Chair. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on legislation 0278-20? Going once?
Speaker, this
Auto Speaker Thomas Walker.
Okay, I have Madam Chair Charles Newton, Honorable Freeland, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, then Honorable Otto So. I think I got that. Madam Chair Charles, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the legislation that we are currently discussing. My question is, a few months back, actually last year, on January 30th, I had asked a question about the water that we purchased. And particularly what had happened was I had gone to City Market and I had bought a case of Smart Water, and I got charged the junk food tax, or I got taxed on that. And so what I did was I reached out to Mr. Martin Ashley, and I had asked him why there was a tax on the water. Actually, prior to reaching out to Mr. Ashley, I had asked City Market why they were charging the junk food tax for water. And they said that anything that's added to water is considered to be junk food. In this case, the electrolytes in the Smart Water was what made it, I guess, how they defined junk food. And I was told that there's a lot of other somewhat healthy foods that get taxed. And so I was just now looking at the definitions that have been provided here to us, and I don't see anything here regarding water, or in this case, Smart Water, that has electrolytes in there. That technically electrolytes are good for us because they help restore, I guess, the electrolytes that we need to stay hydrated. So I'm just wondering, how are we ensuring that that some of the foods that are considered to be healthy are not being taxed as being unhealthy? Again, I'm looking at the definition here, And I know that council, once we pass this legislation, it goes to the executive branch and they implement it. But I think that we do need to have a better understanding with what foods are really considered to be junk food and then which foods are not. Again, I know that the definitions are provided here, but that doesn't seem to be what is being implemented. And again, I do have the email that was sent to me about the smart water and the unhealthy food tax that was added onto there. But I don't know if I don't even know if people know this, but when you buy water, if it's just water, you don't get taxed. But if it's water that something has been added into it, then you get taxed. And so I actually wanted to go in and purchase different types of water to see which ones are considered to be taxable with the junk food taxes and which ones are not. But I was told that most of the water you do pay the junk food tax for, which again, I was really kind of surprised to hear that. So my question to the sponsor is, when we pass this legislation, do we have a full understanding of what is considered to be healthy and what is considered to be junk food? And I'm asking again this question because I would assume that when this legislation was passed in prior years, that maybe they didn't consider water. And do we need to include in here that water should be excluded and not be taxed for junk food purposes? The other thing that I also had asked about is, and I actually was asked about this from a constituent, the taxes that are coming through with our fast food industry here on the Navajo Nation. I had asked if that was to be considered double taxation because we're getting taxed through the state of New Mexico and we get taxed through the Navajo Nation. And I was told that, yes, it is double taxation. So I know that there was information provided on what the fast food industry can do to try to alleviate this issue, although it wasn't a guarantee. But that's the other thing is, I don't know if our Navajo people know that that there's a dual taxation that is currently happening when they go to these fast food restaurants, and how we can, try to maybe alleviate this, or maybe the nation was already aware of this. And in some cases, there was also, in one case, a receipt that was uploaded that had 3 taxes on there, and it didn't say what taxes. It just said tax, and it had a percentage tax, had a percentage tax, had a percentage. So there was no information provided on where this tax money was going. I just assumed that it was the state of New Mexico and then also the Navajo Nation. I couldn't figure out where the third tax was going. But in that case, I think that there's triple taxation that's going on. So with that, I'm just a little bit curious as to, whether that was taken into consideration the first time this legislation was passed, and with the amendments being made with this current legislation, are we triple taxing or double taxing our people in this situation? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Charles Newton. Let me go on down to Honorable Freeland, and I'll go back to the sponsor. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon. Thank you for the legislation. Appreciate the discussion and debate we're having today. Very good dialogue. Real quickly, in regard to my sister's comments about double taxation, in relation to the FET, I guess as an example, we ran into a potential dual taxation with gasoline with the state of New Mexico 2 years ago. And of course, that amendment or that legislation failed in Santa Fe. It would have given us a double taxation, but as far as I remember, we don't have any double or triple taxations on the nation. as long as we have our own established tax base, the state of New Mexico recognizes that and lets us utilize those tax revenues. In regards to my question, I guess what my sister also mentioned is a very good example, as well as what is allowed or what is considered healthy and what is not considered healthy. She used the example of water. That's a very good example. And I went to Bash's and got a package of pork chops. And I always thought, you know, white meat, it's got some protein in it. It's healthy for us. It's lean. But yet I was charged 28 cents on the tax. So I think some consideration really needs to be given on all what is deemed as taxable, what is actual junk food and what is not junk food. We're doing a disservice to our people. That's why I bring this up. I didn't mind paying my tax on the pork chops, but if you know we have families that are living paycheck to paycheck, or we have elders that we're doing this to. I mean, imagine how this scenario plays out. We're doing a disservice to our people by providing these taxes on the listing of taxation, the quantity of what we do and what they purchase really needs to be looked at. So yes, Speaker and my colleagues, I just wanted to make that comment as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty, the sponsor of the legislation.
Oh, sure. Thank you, Speaker and colleagues, for the question. So in terms of the water, if I could, our hope is that in hearing that starting at page 9, page 8 of 15, line 30, well, I'll say line 29. So it does have a line in here, what it shall not include. So it shall not include alcohol. We do sell that at gaming. Baby formula, plain milk without sweeteners or flavoring, yogurt-based drinks, soy milk, rice milk, almond milk, flavored and unflavored water without sweetener, protein drinks and powders, and other formulated food intended as a meal replacement. So I believe that language was put in to help simplify what is taxed and what is not taxed. I also want to say, Speaker, then this, and in any tax, it's a lot of education, not only to the public as consumers, but also as the business entities. I do know that City Market was trained in what is taxable, and there has been ongoing conversations on how to support or to correct some of the products that are continuing to be taxed. And most importantly, there was a Navajo Nation law that no fresh fruit or food will be taxed. Like there'll be no tax on that type of food. And so that question, and a lot of this funding also can be used to provide that education at a community level so that we protect the consumers. When it comes to double taxation, this issue has been raised. And what I want to do is either defer to, if I could defer to Department of Justice regarding the possible or the possible triple taxation, especially when it comes to fast food. We did have a conversation regarding that New Mexico tax. It was my understanding that if the establishment can ask every customer if they
Delegate Crotty, I can assist. This is Marty Ashley.
Okay, Marty.
Mr.
So
Ashley,
that
can you hold on? Madam Chair, Amber Crowdy, you still have the floor.
thank you, Speaker. And if my signal messes up, I apologize, Speaker, but it's a windy day. What I'll do is, yes, Marty, I'll defer to you if you could give us that information. And what I would ask then is, how can the council either by directive or recommend tax commission to provide more education, to provide how, or if they want to report if they feel that they're being double taxed? And then what are some recommendations you could provide to the council? Thank you. I'll yield my time over. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, Mr. Ashley, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. Yate chinantai. Quite I just wanted to respond to some questions that were asked by Chair Eugenia Charles Newton regarding the water, regarding the water and the fresh fruits and vegetables. You know, what's before you right now is the Healthy Deliberation Act of 2014. It's the junk food tax. That's what's before you. That's one statute. That's within the statute under Title 24. Separately, we have a sales tax. So sales tax under the sales tax statute, there was language that was put in there that eliminated tax. It waived tax on fresh fruits, vegetables, water, and then some other nuts that are supposedly healthy for you. It waived tax on that. So that would be a response to that question that was asked. And then the issue with I believe with City Market is that and I believe it was part of your question, how come no one's enforcing it? Well, this legislation that's before you, there is a portion that's included in there that 5% of the junk food taxes collected will be going to the Office of Navajo Tax Commission to help us administer. Currently, as it is, it's an unfunded mandate. So the people that initiated this Healthy Deliberation Act of 2014, the Dine Community Advocacy Alliance, DCAA, they're the ones that initiated this tax. And when they initiated that, they basically told not only our office, but the Navajo Nation Council will help the Office of Navajo Tax Commission. We'll get them some resources to enforce this. And I guess to make a long story short, I'm just going to say that we never got additional resources to assist our office in enforcing this. So right now, it's difficult for us to go out there, especially during this pandemic, to go out to the convenience stores or whatever grocery stores to see and make sure that just the proper tax is being applied. And so that would be the response on that question. And specifically on the tax issue, the double taxation, the dual taxation issue in Shiprock, and it was essentially a fast food place. The business owner is the one that's imposing that additional tax to pay the state of New Mexico. So that one is basically, I think DOJ may give a proper response on that, but that's a separate issue. It's the business owner is having to deal with the state of New Mexico. The state of New Mexico is requiring them to pay that tax on that. So on the receipt itself, you said there's 3 on there. There's probably Navajo Nation tax, and then there's probably the junk food tax, and then the third one's probably what they're collecting for the state. That could be it. But again, it's the business itself, and I think it's only one business in Shiprock that's doing that. And then just to clarify this whole legislation that's before you, Shinantai, to my understanding, the purpose of this legislation is that this law that was put in place in 2014 and implemented in 2015 is it has a sunset clause. It has a sunset clause. The sunset clause says at the end of 2020, if the Navajo Nation Council does not extend it, it's going to end. So the purpose of this legislation before you is to extend it beyond 2020. The second, and this is basically our office, the Office of the Navajo Tax Commission's input. The main language under this law, it says minimum to no nutritional value. Our office does not know what that is. What is minimum to no nutritional value? Water, lettuce, that could be considered as minimum to no nutritional value. So the amendments that are being made is being made to make it specific as to what's going to be taxed. Soda is one, candy, chips, baked goods, and frozen desserts. Those 5 items. So we're trying to make it clear now. That was the other question that was raised by Delegate Freeland on what's healthy, what's not healthy. The purpose and intent is to clarify what is going to be taxed rather than that main underlying language, minimum to no nutritional value. Our office is having a difficult time trying to see what that is. And so that's we're trying to make that clear. If this is going to be extended beyond 2020, and our office had this input, it was approved by the Navajo Tax Commission back on March 31st to make these amendments. So I just want to respond to those questions that were asked, Mr. Chair and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee.
Thank you. Let me go back to, thank you for those comments, Mr. Ashley. Let me go back to the floor. Vice Chair Walker. Good afternoon, Vice Chair. The floor is yours.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Damon, Speaker Damon. Thank you for this time. Colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, all the listeners, all the meeting participants, certainly the sponsor of this legislation, Shemayaja, Delegate Crowdy, your agents, Marty Ashley, speaking to the legislation, I want to state my support in reauthorizing the tax that we're discussing here this afternoon through this legislation. A council session Danana, we get another opportunity to speak to it or make more amendments. But the generally, the tax and then the effect on the people, our people of all ages, that has an effect that's pretty important to us as leaders, to the government. The effect is that it deters people from just continuously consuming without end unhealthy foods. I know that the question raised just now what exactly is that? You know, something without any nutritional value. No, that could be even healthy food that can be described as such. I would ask the sponsors to help some of us to look at that and maybe better define, better, to strengthen the legislation. The other is the tax administration part, and my our tax office, Mr. Ashley, just spoke to that. Tax administration, that's not free. Peso not zotatida. It takes resources, human resources. It takes supplies. It takes travel. It takes, quite a bit, I would imagine. I would think that's a concern. Then earlier, my brother from Eastern Agency, Honorable Daniel So he wanted to introduce a tobacco tax. To focus on that, we'd have to address the tax administration, the cost to administer these taxes. It should be addressed. It should be included. That's my opinion, and I would like to see that be the case again. Sponsor Delegate Crowdy, maybe we can have some discussion on that for possible amendments to support our tax office so that they can properly and adequately administer these taxes. If there's an issue there, I don't know. I know that Mr. Ashley and his office, the Navajo Nation Tax Office, they administer hundreds of millions of dollars of taxes. So if it's really small and not a whole lot of money, then I don't know what the costs in terms of hours and funding is involved in administering, taxes like this. I wanted to make those comments, and again, I am in support of extending or reauthorizing the unhealthy food tax here. And there are some questions, but I know I trust my colleagues this afternoon to do a really good job in doing their Naabik'íyáti process, all things considered and looking at these issues from all possible angles and then offering solutions. I appreciate that, and I have confidence the leadership can do this reauthorization. I wanted to make these comments, Speaker. Thank you, everyone, for the listeners out there. Going back on mute.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, we go ahead and go on down to our next individual in the queue, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Honorable Arso. Honorable Arso.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
Anyway, the issue related to the definition, I believe we need to have a conversation with Marty's shop in Marty Ashley's office, so that rightfully these taxes could be administered. And yes, water with some sort of electrolyte additive, without sweeteners, so forth. Yeah, that should clearly identify as healthy. But I believe that the additive of any type of sweetener that's unhealthy, they tax you. but there's sweeteners that actually is healthy, such as honey or other aspects of sweeteners that exist that are healthy to the human body. And I think we need to start getting a list of those or identifying them, because it's not fair if a Navajo person is buying that water with electrolyte with that, because just buying water just with the additive of electrolyte itself is not sweet, but if there is like sugar added to it, additive, that's an unhealthy portion. And then what other food are considered healthy? And what Honorable Freeland alluded to was meat. Yeah, white meat is chicken, pork is considered to be healthy, right, over beef or anything like that. But we encourage our Navajo people to buy the healthy items. And then again, Ani, we're going to allow this to go to the chapters. And I just wish that we go back and look at this whole thing from a bird's eye view, and how could we actually utilize these dollars to benefit the Navajo people across the board. And like I alluded to earlier, I know of one chapter that this sponsors buys T-shirt for walk events and so forth. And they're not improving they're not doing any type of trail system or so forth. Just think what other chapters are utilizing their sales, their junk food tax dollars for. If we could direct these dollars to be utilized at the local level for a certain purpose, that would be very, very instrumental. We can continue to try to look at how could we get these dollars to fund, very important projects and very important things that are healthy, that could enhance a healthy lifestyle there. And what I mean by lifestyle is running, walking. I tell you the truth. Eating healthy is expensive, Shananta. Very, very expensive. And I'm going to tell you, I did that journey. I myself lost about 33 pounds trying to eat healthy. And buying vegetables and fruits are expensive versus a bag of potato chip. What would you buy? And that's the other aspect that I think about relating to former delegate Tom Chi. This is a tax that's being imposed on the poorest people, on our constituents. In time of now, with the pandemic, we should be giving the Navajo people a break. Honorable Freeland should have been able to keep that 28 cents. Should we just set it aside and allow it to ride out until the pandemic's over? And that would provide some sort of relief to the Navajo people, so they won't be charged that sales tax. That's the case. We're going to continue to support it, and it helps at the local level. But what about that family that is struggling, whether to buy a loaf of bread, because loaf of bread has sugar in there. And I'm sure the unhealthy food tax is applied to that, and or any type of cookies. But in economic times, you know, how is our Navajo families doing? Should we allow this sales tax just to run out and not renew it and allow to give relief to the Navajo people at the small amount? And yes, it comes, the dollars come to the mother government, but it goes to the chapter alcohol. But I think this is another way that we could look at providing some sort of relief to the Navajo people directly, and we could have this conversation in the future to begin to reenact this unhealthy food tax at the time. The hiring process, and you look at how many positions are open on Navajo, and at the you know, this relation to the identification of what food, and I think we need to get really detailed related to what should be identified under these unhealthy, what qualifies to be identified as part of unhealthy sales tax. You know, for instance, a sneaker bar is duly, you know, we can. But you know, water with electrolyte with no sugar, that's different. Or you have these drinks that are out there, sparkling water that are carbonated. You know, I'm thinking that those are being taxed with unhealthy food tax too. But there's people out there that tries to say what they're going to feed their family each day. And that's just a suggestion on and although I am a co-sponsor on this legislation, but you look at the hard times right now, and this is another way that we can provide relief directly to the Navajo people and not impose this tax also. Yeah.
Thank you, Armada. So that, colleagues, let me go back to the sponsor. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. So I deferred to Mr. Marty Ashley to answer the questions that were posed by the delegates. But now it appears I need to address some of the issues that Mr. Marty, I always forget his name, and I apologize. Colleagues, if you look, the Tax Commission and the office did provide the recommendations to simplify the definitions. So the issues that were raised by the Tax Commission Executive Director, that is, we use the Tax Commission's recommendation, which is, it's the same, which is Exhibit 1. And so the resolution of the Tax Commission is here. If you look at whereas number 6, the Navajo Tax Commission now proposes amendments to the Act to the extent of the effective date of the Act and to clarify provisions for its effective administration and enforcement, which is attached to their Exhibit A. And we used the Tax Commission's definitions to simplify, to help with the education of Navajo businesses on what is taxable and what should be exempt. Colleagues, we are sending out a breakdown. It is comprehensive as it's broken down by district, but you can see from the report, it'll say your chapter area report, and then your delegate name will be on there. And so we do know that from 2015 to 2018, this report is from Tuba City. They received $147,438. There is an overview on how they used those dollars to help purchase supplies and begin the design phase of a wellness center. And the second part of your report that you'll receive will provide a breakdown of how they used the funding. So like chapter highlights, like it's amazing. They did work for Navajo Trails initiative with land surveys, clearances, and design. And a lot of theirs went to building a recreational environment. So that's an example of how chapters are using this funding. I want to thank Vice Chair Walker for his comments. I will say that there needs to be future discussions in terms of the areas that Chairman Daniel Sol raised regarding vape and what does that mean with our tobacco tax. That could be something that as a collective we work on, or as delegates working with our different partners on how they want to address that issue on Navajo Nation. I also want to say that when we talk about health and healthy food, a lot of, prior to being a delegate, I worked at the Dine Policy Institute, and we had a report regarding access to food. And the real culprit of food that is high in price is the travel distance. So that added mileage to get food to your table. What we also looked at was what are working with Special Diabetes Project, what were alternatives, or what should we return to as a people to help prevent or if become diabetic? What type of foods should you eat as medicine or as to heal you? And these can be potatoes, depending on how you make them, to bake or to broil, or to pan fry using water, are ways to keep the potato as a very healthy, nutritious choice that is at a low cost and shelf stable and good for your body. Other areas were beans, a variety of beans, pinto beans, black beans, navy beans, white beans, corn, and going back to the basics of our the foods that we consume. What we saw was we then historically a nation that was corn, beans, squash, and tobacco, natural mountain tobacco. The number one item consumed at that time, and could still be, was flaming hot Cheetos. And so former Vice President Rexley Jim had made a powerful statement that says, if we ingest, if we fuel up our body with pop and flaming hot Cheetos, it could be, it's documented that then creates challenges for our children to succeed, like with concentration levels, because they have these added issues. So our work here as council is there's a lot of discussions that need to take place. But I think if we could reach out to community members who are, especially during COVID, who went back and started gardening, looking at what crops that they could grow in different ways. And we have seen a movement of where, raising their own chickens, the farm to school, farm to table, and working with the ranchers who want to provide healthy, nutritious food to our community members. So I agree that the food can be expensive, and that is a challenge. But I think we could also provide some great opportunities to hopefully change, or not change, but modify some behavior. Like if one day we do a meatless Monday, what does that look like? I can just imagine Chairman Yazi's face right now, because when he mentioned a burger stand in Peru, I thought to myself, I haven't had a good juicy burger in a long time. And so I think those are my comments so far. And thank you, colleagues, for all of your recommendations as we work together to try to extend this Healthy Nation tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair McCarty. Colleagues, are we ready to go now on legislation 0278-20?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
And this is Hino also.
Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then Chairman Hino. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. And again, looking at this legislation and also what Honorable Otto So stated, for me, it's a little hard to support this legislation right now. And the reason is, if the purpose is to try to encourage healthy eating and encourage a healthy lifestyle, and why isn't the money going into like special diabetes program, or why isn't it going into building more health facilities or gyms in the Navajo Nation? I think the money going to the chapters, I can say that my chapter doesn't inform us on what money is going out. And it's really scary that we have 3 individuals who are taking control of the way that the chapters are being spent. And I'm just a little bit worried that putting this money with the chapters, I think I haven't seen any education coming out of the chapters to say that, this is the purpose for the tax, and this is how we should have a healthy lifestyle. Here's some food demonstrations on, how to cook healthy. I'm just a little bit worried as to where the funds are going. I know that everybody is in support of chapters getting money, but this is not really about being supportive of the chapters. It's about, the purpose of this tax. We are taxing individuals who are, who don't have a lot of money. And I remember doing a study in my master's program about, eating healthy and junk food. And I did a 1-month study where I ate just purely healthy and the benefits of it. But then I also did a study on, how much it costs to eat healthy. And I remember I ate at a salad buffet and it was $9 for a small plate of salad. And I remember that first time thinking I could have just had a burger by itself, no fries, no drink, just a burger by itself, and I would have been a little bit more full. And again, this was when I was first starting out. So, you know, I just worry a little bit because, as Honorable Otto so stated, you know, we're in the midst of this pandemic, and you know, a few change may not mean a lot for some of us, but for some of us that don't make a lot of money, or for some of us who are on one income, that few change, it will add up. So I'm a little bit worried with the way that this is structured, in the sense that it's going to, and I was just trying to look for the language, but it's going to the chapters. And I just questioned, you know, I have a card in front of me for the Navajo Nation Special Diabetes Program. And I just wonder, why are we not putting that money into those programs? Why are we not putting that money into building gyms? You know, we don't have a gym here on the Navajo Nation, not in every community, or a fitness center. We don't have, you know, we don't have that. So if the purpose is to try to encourage a healthy lifestyle, then, you know, why don't we put that money into building those types of facilities, as opposed to giving it to the chapters, where we don't really know where the chapters are spending money. And more importantly, they're not really educating the people about the unhealthy lifestyles that maybe some people, it's not a choice in some cases, it's more or less what some people just have to deal with, what they wake up to. So I do support the initiative to promote a healthy lifestyle. I just don't know if giving to the chapter is a way to do that. Are our chapters, you know, do they have facilities? Are they teaching us, you know, how to live a healthy lifestyle? Because I know at my chapter, we just have chapter meetings, and that's it. And so, you know, how does that help the people? How does that help them to be more healthier? How does it combat diabetes? So again, you know, I think that it's a matter, for me, it's a matter of where this money is going, and how are we really combating these ailments and illnesses that some of us have to battle every day. So those are my questions and my comments. I guess mainly the question is, should we really be giving back to the chapters, or should we consider another program that we could put this money into, and, you know, possibly, again, really promote a healthy lifestyle? I would love to see a gym here in Shiprock where we can work out, you know, kind of what you see, the 24/7 gyms that you see in cities. I would like to see, you know, walking paths that are safe. I would like to see, you know, I guess just a fitness center altogether that we could take advantage of, and that something that was open 24/7, as opposed to just the standard 8 to 5. So again, it would be what I question is where the funding is going. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That, I'm going down. Chairman Hinyo, floor is yours.
Katrina Kialat, Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. The Kodoti, based on the band, the need Tinigi, Yanjano, Hadeliade, the Venatia Kodoina, so even not no. So this topic, for the Shnanta, Delegate Charles Whitney had the Anihota about taxation on specific products. I remember one
afternoon, I had lunch at the Junction restaurant. Receipt and junk food tax for car. So I questioned the cashier there. Asked her, well, does that mean what I ate is junk food? And she just laughed. She goes, no. I said, instead of just trying to be picky on which one we should tax, management made a decision just to tax everybody, all the dishes that people buy, and when they cash out, you charge everybody 2%. And I was just like, wow, that's not right. It needs to be well thought out. So after that, I left, and I stopped at the gas station down the road, got me gas, and then got me an ice cream for the road. And the receipt changed. So there was no taxes. It was just there's no junk food tax associated with the ice cream. So it's different across the nation. Some businesses tax, some don't. And I noticed that some gas stations, they don't charge that 2%. That's on the Navajo Nation. So with this discussion, though, I always think about this one documentary I watched. And it was called had to do with McDonald's burgers, McDonald's. Supersize Me, that's what it was called, Supersize Me. And then they made an interesting point where McDonald's, Burger King, all these, they spend $1.9 billion in advertising, marketing, and they went through the list, and at the end, healthy foods, they only got a $2 million budget, and they're trying to get the word out to the American public about eating healthy and living a healthy lifestyle. But while these big fast food, they have endless streams of money that they could use to target certain parts of the population. And so with this, I do support the legislation and these taxes that are being paid. Are needed out there at the chapter level. I remember sitting in the gallery during the time when this legislation was first being introduced, and the arguments were similar. All the arguments that are being made here were the same arguments I heard during that council session about taxing grandma and grandpas because they're the main consumers at the local level. They don't have the luxury of going into Gallup or Farmington or Flagstaff to do their shopping. They do their shopping locally because that's as far as they can go. And when they do the shopping, they also have to remember, being a grandma and a grandpa, you always think about your grandkids and what do they want. I know my parents, they would do that when my nieces and nephews are home. They would say, oh, so-and-so would like this, so-and-so. And, of course, hot Cheetos, hot Funyuns, and so forth. And they were being taxed on that. And that's one of the arguments I kept hearing on the floor back then was we're taxing our elderlies because they're the main consumers. And I'm hearing the same thing, and it is true. But at the same time, that we have to understand that we also are getting double taxed, and we go to places like Gallup, New Mexico. Just recently, I've heard a comment from a council delegate that Gallup, the city of Gallup, because of the Gallup water pipeline, and they have to pay for it. The city of Gallup has to pay for the water. So what they're doing is now they're imposing a taxation on the consumers to where they're being taxed, doing a water tax, so to speak, something like that. They're being taxed on the water, so the city of Gallup can take that tax money and pay their debts with it. And who's the main consumer in Gallup? Us. Navajo, Zunis, and so we're paying for their debts. That's how they manipulate the taxation, and that's how. But we don't really complain about Gallup. We go in, we pay what we pay, and then we leave. But when it comes to the Navajo Nation, something that we're implementing now, we start wanting to just say, we should be picketing, and if that's the sentiment, then we should be picketing the city of Gallup and to reverse their ordinances, their tax ordinances. But in the end, though, I believe that the support should be there for this legislation, and we need to move forward. And with that, to the Speaker Damon for allowing me to speak.
Chairman Henio, that colleagues, I don't have anybody in the queue. We are on legislation 0278-20. Are we ready to vote on the main legislation? Going once. Going
Speaker,
twice.
this is Delegate Charles Newton.
I'm Chair Charles Newton. Go ahead.
Sorry, Speaker and colleagues. The one thing that I also forgot to mention is we have had multiple discussions about assisting those people who don't have electricity and water. And, you know, when you think about this tax and we talk about the junk food, I can see people, and I do see people buying, you know, fruit cocktails that does have fructose in it because they can't purchase fresh fruit. And even if they do purchase fresh fruits, it doesn't stay, it doesn't hold very long. So, people who don't buy some of these foods that we consider to be healthy, a can of Spam will last much longer than a pack who have no electricity. Or, like I said, fruit cocktail versus fresh fruit. I think we can we can go on and on about the things that people buy, not because they are thinking in terms of this is bad for me. It's just in terms of this is what I can afford at this time and what my home can hold because I have no electricity. So we have also heard, people talking about their chapters and how their chapters are not assisting them. So, again, I question, more or less if we're going to tax those individuals who don't have, who don't have a choice, then perhaps we should be helping them. And the question that I pose to my colleagues is, is the chapters helping these people? Because that's who is receiving this 2% tax that we're going to be putting on an individual. I would like to see this 2% tax, again, going to something that is going to assist the people. So maybe an alternative, if the argument for building health facilities is not a good argument, perhaps, we should put money into the Light Up Navajo. Put this money into Light Up Navajo so that we can have more homes connected to electricity. And then, that way there's more opportunity for people to, when they go grocery shopping, to be able to spend their money on foods that will last longer in their homes when they have electricity versus not having any electricity and having to purchase what is going to stay in their cupboards for a longer period of time. I'm just thinking in terms of what I see on a daily basis. And I live in Shiprock, and we do have people here in Shiprock who don't have electricity because of, maybe they don't have the home site lease in their name. Maybe the home site lease is still going through probate. But I think that in each of our communities, we know at least of one family that doesn't have electricity that has to purchase these foods, and yet we're imposing a 2% tax on them when it's not really even their fault. We talk about helping the people, so perhaps this is one way that we can try to help the people. And maybe that was discussed, maybe it wasn't, I don't know. I'm just having a problem with it going to the chapters because we don't know what the chapters are doing with these funds. How are they really helping the people? And so I would like to table this legislation and to have those discussions because to have those discussions on how we can really help the people. And really, if anything, I would like to see this 2%, going to really, like I said, maybe light up Navajo to help the Navajo people get connected to electricity, or, maybe going to a water project so that they can, our Navajo people can get water. Going to the chapters, that is, a good idea, maybe. But in some cases, when the chapters are not assisting people, then how can we say that this 2% that they're paying is really to try to help them to live a better lifestyle? So that's really, I support the, helping our people, but I just question the source of funding and where it's going. And is that truly helping our people, to say that 2% of what you're spending or what you're being taxed for is going to the chapters, and then people asking us, well, where is that money going? And as delegates, we're putting we're saying, I don't know. I mean, how is that really helping the people? Or as Honorable Otto So stated, a chapter that's spending this money on T-shirts. Do we really know that our chapters are really helping the people out there when we could actually put this 2% in an area that will really assist the people? So I would like to make a motion to table this legislation to have in-depth conversation on where this money really should go, and to really ask ourselves, is this money really helping the people? If we think that the chapters are really helping the people, then I say that, we vote on this and that we just keep the money there, or, really come together and say, okay, this healthy food tax is actually, it does help the people, but perhaps we should put that money in a different area that will really help the people. So again, I don't know if anybody is going to support me on this, but I would like to motion to table this legislation to have that discussion on how can we really help the people, so that they're really getting something out of this tax. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, I will second that motion.
Before I recognize your motion, Madam Chair Charles Newton, I heard the
Yellow hair
and directed towards the tabling motion, but I still need a timeline, Madam Chair. I
apologize, Speaker. Yes, I would say before the end of this month in December. I think that we voted last night to table the legislation for the Washington office. Perhaps we can hear this legislation at that same time as well, Speaker.
Second the motion, Eugene So.
Okay, with that, on legislation 0278-20, it's a motion to table this legislation no later than, have it come back to Nabi no later than December 31st, 2020. And there is a second by Honorable Eugene So. With that, colleagues, we are in committee level, so I don't need to go back to the sponsor for the 3 minutes, only at council to clarify. So with that, this legislation is destined for Navajo Nation Council too, though, as well, colleagues. So on legislation 0278-20, colleagues, go to the board.
Speaker.
And Madam Chair Amber Crotty, question of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to ask our legislative council, the Healthy Dine Act of 2014 is set to expire December 31st, 2020. So what does that mean if this council does not take action by December 31st regarding this tax to our community. Thank you.
That, we go to, Madam Chair, or Ms. Dana Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Crotty. If it is not extended by the sunset date, then it expires. So if council does not act on it and get it passed and the president signs it into law by December 31st, then it will expire. That does not mean that if council doesn't get to it until after December 30th, that they couldn't amend the legislation to reenact it. But it's this particular, if it's not acted on and signed by the president by December 30th, it will expire. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, what's the,
Thank you. Thank you. With that, continue on. Colleagues, let's go to the board on tabling motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr.
Doug Callen votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
I vote red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote to the show.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Green. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Sorry, Mr. So. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Waneka. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Speaker, with the vote of 6 yeas, 16 nays, speaker not voting. I'm sorry? Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Speaker with a vote of 7 yeas, 16 nays, and speaker not voting.
Thank you. With that, 7 in favor, 16 opposed, chair not voting, motion fails. That, colleagues, back to the main motion. I don't have anybody else at the board. Are we ready to vote on legislation 0278-20?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
I'm Chair Charles Newton. Floor is yours.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. And also, colleagues, thank you for the vote. Again, the reason I had asked to table this legislation is we have the opportunity right now to put these funds where it's really needed. We have talked about CARES money over and over, and we have talked about how our people need electricity. Our people need water. These are essential necessities that our people need. And it's very interesting that we always say our people, and yet we're giving to the chapters. I don't really understand this logic. When we say we're giving to the people, we have the opportunity to give directly to the people. And you know, I was actually hoping that, you know, this 2% could be used towards electricity and water projects. It may not be a lot of money, but it certainly would be something that would be feeding back to help our constituents who have no electricity, who have no water. And what I'm curious about is how many of our people get assistance from the chapter for electricity and water. You know, we could have used this 2% to purchase water barrels for those people who don't have water. I just think that there's so many things that we could do with this 2% tax for the people, but instead we're choosing to just give it back to the chapter. And I just really worry about how are we really truly helping the people by giving it to the chapters and saying that they're going to go and they're going to spend it on the people when some chapters are spending it on t-shirts? I guess I'm a little bit, I just have a problem with it going to the chapters. I think that we could have used it to go to Light Up Navajo. We could have used it to give to the water projects. I know that, you know, there's a lot of us delegates talked about the different, you know, individuals in our community who don't have water. And that's what I was hoping to have this, you know, discussion on, is to, you know, actually ask, where should this money go? And I guess I just didn't advocate hard enough. So 2%, it may not be a lot of money, but it has been enough to supply funding to, I guess maybe it can be enough. I think that, you know, if there's 2% of these money is going to really help the people to improve their lifestyle, then I think that should have been a conversation that we should have had. And I didn't think about this sooner. I just wondered, you know, how can we really truly work for the people? So with that, I'm ready to vote, Speaker. Thank you.
Speaker Eugene So.
That went on down the line. Honorable Keon Begay.
So
Speaker,
Dine,
within
you
the
can
queue.
go.
This is Daniel.
Can you hear me? Hear me?
Speaker, Chairman.
Honorable Keon McGee, you have the floor, and then Honorable Eugene So, you are in the queue. Honorable Keon McGee on the main motion of legislation 0278-20.
Main motion.
Oh.
Could I banana system this Speaker or Chairman? There's a variety of issues we deal with daily. To making a statement is okay to a certain extent. Or if we truly mean to get things going, why can't we just pool all of the funding, no matter where it is? And if we truly mean it, let's drop a legislation to cover the basic need of the Navajo Nation. I mean, can this be my second request, Speaker, through this discussion? Or the need electricity, the need Hawan, the need Atin, the need, and the list goes on. I mean, we got citizens just sitting there. We got $2 billion in the trust fund. I believe that it's helping the community at the local level to some extent directly. At least yes, water line, yes, it can help a lot of people with electricity, but the ongoing, a general overall community effort, awareness, and I'm not defending people that chapters that are purchasing T-shirts, but these are some incentives that some chapters try to encourage people to participate for running, exercising. So that's the only way somehow, to some extent, it attracts people to participate. One way or another, and we always say that one bad apple always makes the whole basket of apples bad. Chapters hurt me. A lot of time I defend my chapters. A lot of time it's not really something that cares like what will benefit the Navajo people that all Hayui in his denied Italia. Like for me, many farms. Cell tower, he's not denied India. Low mountain, he's not denied India. So how do we address that, and how do we respond back to the Navajo people, the people that we represent? Of course, but yet we're confronted with all these policies that are in place. Of course, the benefit of this legislation, Nikki, and it's going to go to the council. 13,000 is not enough. And should the Navajo Nation is successful, 100%, 5 years from now or 10 years from now, this particular sales tax won't probably exist because every Navajo are healthy, don't they? I guess that's the overall achievement. And so the chapters are trying to strategize in how to effectively manage and work with the local community, how they can encourage people to be and stay fit and to eat healthy. And I always say that I'm encouraging my chapters. The Naabik'íyáti Toshin ishin kwake bida tinda sabihos snowed behind right now it's just more of like a exercise and so on, but that's only geared towards some populations of our Navajo people that are willing and want to run. But and that will factor out into saying that, okay, we don't need to buy these plants or products from the store. We can grow them. No. And how can we expand this out into asking or telling our Navajo people to start farming? Lego, Dag, Chiyan, Kedat, no, the A baby, what ego gun down tin. I don't have to be sat up in a tin. Did out yan, it did out that no. So I think to some extent, for those of us that directly work with our chapters, these are some areas that we encourage our local chapters to utilize these funding. But of course, they always have to get a yes or no from Division of Community Development or Department of Justice to say that are these allowable. See, that's the other thing. And a lot of time at the 11th hour, I believe this legislation had gone through all the committees, but yet at the 11th hour, we're saying that, well, let's talk about it more. Where at Nabi, I guess we have all the hours for the whole day to talk about it, to fix it, what needs to be done. And then again, we always need to be more specific. Specifically, why is it that we really need to discuss the tax office, the tax commission, I saw our controller director so Asian Fatoti recommend and I believe that we've heard several times Mr. Ashley from the tax office talking to us about this whole issue. So chapter I truly believe that we really need to not just build wellness centers, not only trails, but more into establishing some form of healthy food presentation at the chapter or the senior centers and so on. Yeah, nowadays, right now, we really can't do that because of the COVID situation. But how do we prepare? The co-farming activity is one area that I'm very much interested for all of our chapters, our communities, to get into, and how do we modify this particular legislation to say that majority of it should also be in presentation and educating our community members and our young kids about farming product, local growing, farmers market. How long the dash for net? Just my years. I supported that particular project. Market. No, quite a kid and ego good. Oh, hot at the Yego show either. So a quite a seat spring after such my years. A cocoa, a good that co. Ajiko, continent, Naabik'íyáti, Naabik'íyáti, Tanikita. So that's the area and the level of thinking that we need. The chapter what go out in the old topic in it a chapter that Koben Machikosin and Glenigi as shown it on Hitishnik Kodona Sajo legislation Niki Hajo the deadline Niki Kaden Aji Iska Koben Machiko out ego Kodon Shanated and Gi Hot A Banana Seat or the or Joe say that we just continue to just have discussion and bring up more things, something that pops into our mind, and then we just want to say this particular thought again. So if we don't vote, I'll continue say a few things as we go along. Speaker, Chairman.
Thank you for your comments, Honorable Kialamigay. As we are in discussing the legislation known as 0278-20. Before I go ahead and call for a question to see if we're ready to vote, I do have one more individual in the queue, though. Honorable Eugene So. Then I'll call for the question, see if we're ready to vote. Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
Hey, cool. I share that. So, he hot economy by the Shabbat. I had also national law. There has only been that I had also kid at the discussion. Any legislation of this sort, caliber, needs attention. Needs to be put out there beforehand, not when it's going to expire 2 weeks from now. A credit over Mr. Hoshketo, although I think it needs to be kept an eye on where, if it's going to expire, we have to discuss it before a month or 2 months before. If it needs to be it's just going to take a lot of attention. So everything I go be Shaban case all this. Anything that's going to be in expiration within this next hour needs to be put before us beforehand, so we don't have to be like, or so that's really strong because I feel this is how the city is run. But AJDH and small business they communicate and that other business of Naabik'íyáti, the gays, Soci, those are small business, not Burger King or McDonald's, etc. Those small businesses that on the ship in the Dagi. That needs to be. We need to start living that way on the reservation by text. That's how the whole town is running. So it needs a lot of attention. We need to know where the money is going and where it's really needed. That's what it needs now. But now, since it's going to expire, call for the question.
Okay, thank you, Honorable.
Speaker, got a question.
Honorable Herman Daniels and Honorable Otto So. Honorable Daniels, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Naabik'íyáti committee members, staff, legislation, delegate chronicle and hitasun Arunan could allow what I see for the street to cheer ye that has the Hiki could the delegate key Olympic could of the chapters. I see I need all the I need all now. But I think for the today the chapters that I represent. What the echo and the I see Jono A the Dine nation Jono H the Yosh echo the junk food tax again the what now we hit down they made a trail around the chapter house the compound trail they called Johnny or that ego than Jono such the Yosh I don't know the shot toward the Jono to the Yosh echo bike trail so that again in the so Arunana or jet for the Arunana not on so 4 years ago back at all so you go on the radar it a car with the yacht echo without Jayan sit down ego down the radar get at the year that so that young stuck here so the corner radar the Great Salt Lake City on the star the radar I go up blinding Monticello, Moab. I don't know the Moab, the other Ecuador, what it is on the great you go through the town of Moab, I don't know. When you get out of town, you'll see a bike trail on the side of your highway, all the way. The Dead Horse Point turnoff, Arja. Jono, please. What the house on the gate, actually. Yo internet no the is that yo internet no the ho that yet had how the zero bad hayat how it on the ko the hit the one it those other how on the and the or jet hold on the refer how no by session the what all so the trick is I can just picture myself on a bike but on the great or Ashin Zajido start the mesh question. Corona great Ani chapters Jono today and call for EDG Altibana Oshka Aruna Navigate Akudo I see for that not with the Jonathan Letico for chapters could have been Jonathan is Chinayo and Edo Letico. So it is also about Edo Letico. That's it. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Those comments, Honorable Daniels. Let me go to the floor. Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Many of the leadership council, we talk about water. Running water. And I believe that's many of the delegates' passion. And just think if this is a time and at a point that the body can say where these dollars can go to. And we could leave it the same to go to the chapters, but to put in additional language to indicate that maybe we could these could be utilized for parks, could be utilized for planning or funding for IHS for their 1-to-1 projects. That way, planning money. I believe IHS planning money. They request like $60,000 for a project to get all the archaeological clearances and all these surveys done. And this is a great opportunity to say this is where those dollars are going to go. So, for instance, if a chapter, say a chapter of Danahoto gets their allocation, they have an option to say, hey, there's a waterline project over here that's being proposed by IHS, and we can surely infuse these dollars towards planning money so the Indian Health Services can get the pre-engineering aspects of these projects funded. instead of waiting for years and years for some of these water projects to take off. Oh, what's up? This is an opportunity to say where the dollars can go. And I'm sure there is good chapters out there who utilize these dollars in the rightful manner, thinking about how to improve the communities, like with what Honorable Herman Daniels trails. Yes, we need those. But but there's chapters out there that ruin things for other chapters that are doing good. There's chapters that are in sanction that they can't spend these dollars. And what happens when chapters are in sanction that they can't expend these dollars, and their community members want trails, want certain things. Maybe this is a time that we can say in the legislation indicating that if a chapter is a sanction, community development can go ahead and move forth with projects for that chapter, or a chapter that may not be certified, and community development can go ahead and move forth with a project for them. Things like that. To look at other alternatives to try to get the chapters to utilize these dollars. But I know that every delegate, like I said, has a passion for water. Honorable K. Allen McKay, my brother, but we don't have infrastructure in these communities. This is a great opportunity to utilize these dollars for what our Navajo people would like: running water for those community members out there that don't have running water or electricity or broadband. I think this is a great opportunity, Shananta, and we can direct these dollars to be utilized in those areas. Whether we move forth on this or not, but it is a conversation piece. And again, I will say this again: it is a tax on the Navajo people that don't make money, that don't make not much money, because they are subjected to buying food that are not healthy. Most likely, that's what's going to happen. But versus a person that buys healthy food, you know, yeah.
Speaker Damon, put me in the queue. This is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours. Then I'll go back to the sponsor. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee members, and those who are listening on. Good afternoon. This has gone on for quite some time on the junk food tax. Great ideas, great thoughts. And the longer we talk about it, the more we come up with possible solutions, possible way of utilizing revenue and gearing that revenue towards helping our people. Yes, we don't have what we used to have with the natural resources bringing in the mighty dollar for our needs. And as you know, that the line item veto budget reflects what we'll be experiencing the next fiscal year. So with that idea right there of revamping or amending or changing the tax laws or tax provisions to help with the infrastructure, you know that IHS has a list, and it's so many
projects that they can't get them done unless they have millions, almost billions of dollars to do this. And we tried to utilize CARES money, but CARES money only went so far. My question goes to Marty Ashley. He's our tax person. And if this was to take place, I know it's labeled as junk food. And the intent was to have a healthier Navajo Nation. However, some chapters are really adamant about doing what is within that parameter. For instance, my chapters down here are wanting to get wellness centers. They want to get hiking trails. They want to get biking trails, scenic routes, you name it. They're gun-ho, but COVID-19 has taken precedence and has put a hold on all of this. Maybe that's a plus. Maybe there's some savings that will be there for our chapters to really get that going once the COVID-19 is lifted, and there'll be jobs and opportunity. The other thing too, Shananta, is we need economic development to generate more taxes. And we have more businesses coming on board. We have more retail stores, you name it, convenience stores. Even if we have department stores, even if we have factories on the Navajo Nation, we could generate a lot of taxes, and that tax could be utilized for the need on behalf of infrastructure, water, electricity, roads. I keep hearing roads too. That's a major component, and also the scholarships, education for our folks. So all this that we're discussing right now, we can always get back to the table and say, let's look at this and let's change the law so that we can harness this and put a big fishing net out there. I know we were talking about animals, and I don't want to be called point of order here, but as an analogy, it's like a big fishing net out there. Capture and catch as much as we can and harvest that and utilize it to the benefit of our people. We all know that 27,000 square miles is a lot of territory, and just want to ask Marty Ashley, how do we do this on behalf of this? Is that enough money for junk food tax, or do we have to change the whole name to something else, Speaker? Because we're going down an avenue that's opening up eyes and ears, and I'm sure folks out there listening. But let's not bash our chapters. The chapters are trying to do the best they can. They're trying to do what they can with the funding, and you know that they can't even have a meeting. They have to do the same thing, teleconference. And when teleconference is going on, it's just like the Navajo Nation Council. They get interruptions, they get phone calls dropped and stuff like that. But it seems like that COVID-19 has really hit us hard on that. But Speaker, could we have Marty Ashley kind of elaborate on the projection, if it's all possible? Because we gotta pass this too, and in December 20th or December 2020 is the deadline, and we need to act upon it and send it to council and have this taken care of, Shananta. So with that, Speaker, I just respectfully request a quick analysis, not an in-depth, not going around and around, just to the point, and I'd appreciate that. I can't, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Let me add some clarity. I know that there's some questions, colleagues, regarding the expenditure and new ideas, recommendations for the utilization of these dollars at the local level, or where the direction of these funds could be utilized at. Colleagues, this legislation that we're talking about is a legislation that's changing the or adding on to the code and reauthorization of the code of Title 24, the taxation Chapter 11, known as the Healthy Dene Nation Act of 2014. In that extension, there's specifics to what there can be and cannot be expended on. The expenditure of these funds, though, it would be in a different legislation. The expenditure of these funds, if there was going to be ideas to change this, well, one, you would have to first pass this in order for the revenue to continue to keep coming in. But where you would actually amend the legislation or amend the document that would actually change the concept of appropriating these dollars elsewhere besides, just as a suggestion, outside of the focus of chapters towards other projects like what was brought up towards infrastructure for water and power lines or whatnot. That would be actually be in the fund management plan. There's a separate legislation that would have to be dropped, and that fund management plan with the clarity of this would be the crux of where you would actually change and amend that. So I just wanted to bring that to light, colleagues of the 24th Naabik'íyáti Committee. So with that, let me go back to if there's a question that was arose to Mr. Marty Ashley. Mr. Ashley, are you on the line?
Speaker, this is Delegate Cruddy.
Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Yes, Speaker. As Marty Ashley gets queued up, I do want to this legislation, page 6, 15, starting on line 15. There is the comprehensive projects that are allowed and approved. And in line 17, there is a provision for water projects. And on line 22, there is a provision for emergency preparedness projects. So I want to thank my colleagues for raising those issues. And it is allowable under the current definition of community wellness projects. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for that clarity too as well, Madam Chair. With that, Mr. Ashley, are you on the line? I guess there was a question from Vice Chair Smith.
Mr. Chair, can I request what the question was?
Okay. Vice Chair Smith?
Thank you again, Speaker. Hopefully I can articulate my question the way I put it. The question was all these taxes, especially just basically focusing on the junk food tax, on the basis of changing it and opening the door for other projects. Is that feasible? And what is the projection yearly? I know that we're limited within economic development, businesses, and we only can get so much revenue. So how much revenue is being generated every year? Because right now we have the natural resources are no longer what it used to be, and we have to rely on other sources. So with that, I hope that my question will be answered. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Ashley, go ahead.
Thank you for the question, Delegate Smith. The amount that comes in is not very much. I believe when it first started, there's like about $1.6 million. That's the gross amount. And this, just as indicated earlier, after taking out, the set-asides, the permanent fund, land acquisition, and veterans trust funds, it goes down to about 1.2, 1.3 million. So that's what gets allocated on an annual basis, and that's going back to 2016, I think, the first full fiscal year. And so, this particular tax is, the way it's set up is to discourage people from buying unhealthy foods, soda, chips, candy, things like that. So, it's intended to be like a sin tax. So to discourage people from buying these certain types of food. And so with that, if people start to understand that, then that should be going down. So I believe this last year, maybe perhaps people are starting to realize, but it did go down a little bit. So we're not talking about a lot of money. And then I believe the speaker mentioned, and Delegate Crotty mentioned some of the things that it could be utilized for. And the speaker did cover that there's a fund management plan. And in that fund management, that what's in the statute before you now gives a general guidance as to what it could be utilized for. And to go into that, to utilize that to develop the fund management plan. And then in addition to the fund management plan, there's a separate document on the allocating of the monies. There's a separate document that Division of Community Development utilizes to allocate these monies to the chapters. So the chapters do need to put forth a proposal as to their project, and that gets reviewed, and based on the review, it gets funded. So we're not talking about very much, approximately 1.2, 1.3 million net amount after the set asides. That's what gets allocated to the chapters. So I hope that answered your question, Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Ashley. That, colleagues, on legislation 0278-20, sorry, just jumping the gun there.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Is there any comment? We go to Madam Chair Charles Newton. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, for for clarifying the fund management plan. And it's Mr. Ashley. Can you give me 1.3 million, since it's not a lot of money to you? Because 1.3 million, I know that it's around $10,000 for a person to get their electricity hooked up. And if that is the amount, the average amount from NQA, because people have to pay for their own electric pole, is my understanding. You pay for your own electric pole, and then you pay for the hookup, and it comes out roughly to close to $10,000, and that's just in Shiprock. So I can't imagine what it would cost for individuals who live out in the rural areas, what it would cost them, and how many electric poles they would have to pay for to get their electricity hooked up. But if we were to divide that 1.3 million, which as you stated is not a lot of money, that's 130 homes that we could hook up to electricity. And that's just a rough estimate. I don't know, again, I know that I've had people reach out to me to say that that's what it costs. And I know that my sister recently just paid off her electric pole. And again, she lives here in Shiprock. And so, that's kind of what I think about. So 1.3 million to me is a lot of money. That could, that could help a lot of people. So I think it's a little dangerous to say that it's not a lot of money, when in actuality, if you think about what that money could do for our people, it is a lot of money. So I just wanted to make that statement, because I think listening in, and if somebody says 1.3 million is not a lot of money, they're probably in my community. So I
Madam
just
Chair,
want
I'm
to make
losing you.
clear.
Madam Chair, I'm losing you.
Can you hear me, Speaker?
I can hear you now.
And then the other thing that I do want to make clear is I don't know if that comment was made towards me about bashing the chapters. That's not what I was doing. I was just simply restating what another delegate had stated about a chapter that they knew about. It wasn't about bashing any community or any chapters. It was just simply asking that question. And I believe Honorable Otto So said it way better than I did, which is we have the opportunity right now to really move this money around and, to ask ourselves if where the money is currently going is enough. And that really was the purpose. And then the other thing that I also worry about that somebody commented on the Facebook page, on Council's Facebook page, is how do we know that that people are not leaving the reservation to go buy food off reservation because of these taxes, which is why you see the tax money going down. And I'm kind of curious because if the purpose of this this tax is to discourage people to buy unhealthy food, are we tracking that information? Is there research done that shows that the same amount of people came into our grocery stores and are buying less unhealthy food? Should we maybe be directing some money towards that research to be answering that question of whether this tax is truly discouraging people from buying unhealthy food? So that's another I want to make. And then the last thing is, I thought it might where we talk things out. I think I heard several delegates make that point. And to say that we're bringing this up at the 11th hour, I think is, it was, I guess, was probably directed towards me. I didn't bring up these questions with the chairing Law and Order Committee because I was chairing Law and Order Committee. So I apologize. I will be better next time, and I will start questioning at my committee. I just assumed that I could hold off on my questions until we got to Naabik'íyáti because I was chairing Law and Order Committee when this legislation came through. And I think maybe I just need to be a better chair in making sure that I get my questions answered at the committee level versus bringing those issues up at Naabik'íyáti if that is the new rule. So thank you, Speaker. I'm going back on mute and I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. With that, let me go back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty as a sponsor.
Thank you, Speaker. So I think, colleagues, if you can look at Exhibit A, we've actually been working on this legislation and met with community advocates. It's been a year, so last December. And we have had several meetings with our Legislative Council, Department of Justice, Tax Unit, and the tax, Marty Ashley, the director. So if the Tax Commission did pass this resolution the 13th day of February, and as we were moving forward in crafting this legislation, March is when the pandemic hit Navajo Nation, and we then went into emergency crisis mode. When we were able to have the opportunity to gather and collect the information, there was still some incorporation that needed to be done. And so I I think I will just say we did our best effort to get this passed and to be legislated. It was available for sponsorship on November 4th and went through the process starting November 12th. I think a delegate can ask questions regarding the legislation. And I'm here as a sponsor to try to answer those questions or work with the team to try to gather that information in a timely manner, or if available at the next committee meeting or in between time. So, Speaker, those are the what I have on my list. Is there a question that I missed?
No,
I'm open.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I just wanted to come back to you because I kept saying I was gonna come back to you, and then somebody would jump on the queue again. So I'm finally coming back to you. That's the reason why.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate it, and I'll yield the time if there's any more questions or concerns.
Okay, colleagues. Okay.
But we have sent, every delegate has in their possession a breakdown of how this funding has been sent to your district. And I've read each and every one of them on how your district has used this money. And so I encourage delegates to open that report. And if there's recommendations on studies to see the impact, or if individuals are leaving to purchase food, I think that's something that we could work with the team if there's funding available for that type of study. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, colleagues, we are on legislation 0278-20. We have been discussing this legislation for 5 hours. Colleagues, are we ready to vote? Going once, going twice.
Speaker Damon? Speaker Damon, Helena?
Honorable Helena, welcome to the club. Good afternoon.
Yeah, I've been trying to get on. This thing keeps muting me all the time. Oh, anyway, thank you.
It's because of your dogs. We keep hearing your dogs in the background. That's why, Honorable Helena.
Yeah, I got them outside this time. Okay, so thank you. I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments on this junk food deal because committee, and thank you, committee members and all those of us around the phone. I just wanted to make the point that the chapters that they've been using this fund, trying to use it up. The only problem with that is there's too many restrictions on it again. You know, there's only so many walkways that you can build. There's only so many playgrounds that you can build, so many basketball courts that you can erect, and other things that you can do with that funding. And but there's also other things that can help the people, that if we want to have the chapters give them a broader scale to be able to spend that funding to at least help some people with some partial renovations with their homes, better healthy living is also included in better eating, healthier foods. And some of that I understand would be, I heard earlier that we could should be using it for water projects and electric projects. And some of the community members here that the chapters have, they have some of the members have shoddy electric work that needs to be replaced. They can't afford to do it. They have water lines that need to be replaced in their older homes. They can't afford to do it. And they come to the chapter and ask for assistance. And so sometimes the chapter don't have any extra funds when they run out of money, but this junk food tax should be brought in to help work in the community a little bit better. Of course, I know we wanted to have this junk food tax just to try to change everybody's habits to eating healthier foods. But this also could be helped to use to plant gardens around the senior centers or the chapter houses and some things like that. So that might be another thing that I think that needs to happen, is that the spending should be broader instead of having so much restrictions on it. That's my point of view, Speaker, and thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Rick News.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, Chairman Nez, you are in the queue. We do have multiple players in the lineup now. Again, on legislation 0278-20. Honorable Otto, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker. One area I believe maybe Crotty could shed some light to this has, Honorable Crotty, has there ever been a online tracking, online survey out to the Navajo people, asking basic questions related to if they're aware of the Nation Healthy Initiative Act, basically the junk food tax, and then basic questions such as are they being informed of how their dollars are being used at the local level by the chapters, and just basic questions, because you know that chapter meetings go on, and some chapters only have 25 people for quorum, or some chapters have 6 people, like alternative form of government, allowing only 6 people to be quorum. But what I'm getting to is that the communication effort to the Navajo citizen, has there ever been like an online survey and sort of like a recommendation from the Navajo citizens on how these dollars could be utilized to enhance the living of Navajo citizens? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. So, before I go back to the sponsor, Chairman Nez. Good afternoon, Chairman. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. I just want to make it really short here. Colleague, let's encourage having a healthy nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. With that, let me go back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Madam Chair?
Thank you, Speaker. So in the documents sent to the delegates, it was in your mailbox in early November, and we did mail it out on Tuesday, and we resent it out today. There is a PowerPoint labeled the Healthy Dine Nation Act, and it goes over the community surveys. You can find the community surveys on page, it's slide 14, page 7. So there was a community survey with 22 chapters were surveyed. 73% had heard of the Healthy Dine Nation Act, and 45% had heard of the waiver of sales tax on fruits, vegetables, and water. The question was asked, do you think Navajo people would become healthier by taxing junk food? 61 said yes, 29 said no, and 18% said do not know. Then the last question was, do you shop on the Navajo Nation? 61% said yes, and 37% said no. Thank you, Speaker. I'll yield back my time.
Thank you, Madam Chair McCarty. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Are we ready to vote on legislation 0278-20? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Let's vote. On second reading.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canas-Balcrotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Malone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Heniel. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince
Jamie
James
votes
votes
green.
green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable
Vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green salad.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Honorable Jamie Heniel. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas
Otto
Walker
So
Jr.
votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 19 yeas and 3 nays. Speaker not voting.
Okay, with that, colleagues, 19 in favor, 3 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Legislation 0278-20 passes Naabik'íyáti Committee. This legislation is destined for Navajo Nation Council. Colleagues, let's continue to move on down on the agenda.
Thank you. Thank you.
We are on legislation
That
0282-20.
Point of privilege. Point of privilege. This is Delegate Nez.
Point of privilege.
Yes, this is Delegate Nez.
Chairman
Right
Nez.
before I voted, Speaker, right before I voted, I thought I heard Chairman Henyo say green. I don't know if I'm the only one that heard it.
Yes, I did try to say green. Chairman.
Please go ahead. But didn't get you. Chairman Henyo on legislation 0278-20, you voted green?
Yes, I did.
That change the vote? Okay, that changes the vote then to 20 in favor, 3 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion carries. Continue on, colleagues. On to item number C, legislation 0282-20. Sponsors by Honorable Freeland. Mr. Rico, you mind reading into the record?
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, legislation 0282-20, an action relating to resources and development, and Naabik'íyáti Committee approving and authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of the Interior under 25 U.S.C. Section 450 et sec. PL 93-638 as amended for a 5-year term for the Natural Heritage Program, approving and authorizing the annual funding agreement and scope of work for the period of the contract term. Sponsor is Mark Freeland, Honorable Mark Freeland. We have one committee report from the Resources and Development Committee, who has added consideration reports to pass with one amendment. Amendment 1, on page 1, line 14, delete 450 and insert 5301 as follows. Interior under 25 USC section overstrike 450 underscore 5301 ed sec PL 638 93-638 as amended. 2, on page 2, line 27, delete 450 and insert 5301 as follows. Act 25 USC section overstrike 450 underscore 5301 ed sec PL 93-638 as amended. 2 NNC section 702A12. And thereafter the legislation is referred to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Mr. Speaker, NABI is final authority per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule number 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Freeland is the sponsor of the legislation. Thank you, Mr. Rico, for reading into the record. Before I ask for a motion and a second, before I ask for a motion, actually, Honorable, let me go ahead and ask for a motion. Motion, Honorable Yellowhair. Second.
Thank you. Second, Alona.
Honorable Alona. Before I go to, if there's any comments, questions, or anything, today's date is December 11th. I just want to recognize that one of our staff members here just walked into the council, Mr. Leonard Mose, celebrating his birthday today. So I know that Education and Human Services Committee is here. Coordinator and advisor. So thank you, Mr. Mose. Happy birthday to you.
Sweet 16.
Oh, so Mr. Mose is here, everyone. So if you see him, text him. His birthday is today. So, colleagues, back to the agenda. Legislation 0282-20. Motion by Honorable Yellowhair, second by Honorable Lona. Is there any comments, questions on this legislation? Going once. Twice.
Speaker,
Yes.
maybe
There's,
just a short, brief introduction on it, what the
yes.
program does. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm going to Honorable Freeland. Floor is yours, Honorable Freeland. You have 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you, sir. This is a simple contract formality renewal extension for a 5-year contract renewal between the Navajo Nation Fish and Wildlife Program and the Department of Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs. The contract is going to begin on January 1st of 2021. And I do have my agent with me, Gloria Tom, as well as Ms. Begay, who is one of the managers there. Ms. Tom, are you on the line? Do you want to elaborate just a small bit on the program and maybe what the contract will entail? Thank you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Tom.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and members of the committee, and thank you for this opportunity to talk about this legislation. This particular legislation is renewing our PL 93-638 contract between the Department of Fish and Wildlife's Natural Heritage Program and the Bureau of Indian Affairs. This contract has been in existence for over 20, 30 years, and this is just renewing it for another 5 years. The Natural Heritage Program is one of 6 programs within the department, and its primary focus is managing and monitoring rare plant and animal species that occur on the Navajo Nation. As part of the program's functions, in addition to monitoring the species status, they also are responsible for working with the communities in land use planning initiatives and completing biological reviews and recommendations regarding the further protection of species and their habitats. The program is funded almost entirely by this contract, although it is somewhat subsidized by the department's general funds. But the entire program staffing is funded by this contract. That's pretty much what the Natural Heritage Program is responsible for. And thank you for the opportunity to provide the information, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, is there any comments, questions for the sponsor or the agent? Once, twice, 3 times. Let's go to the board then on legislation 0282-20. Vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Keith Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Want to vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Kinesba Crotty. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Speaker, with the vote of 22 yeas and 0 nays, speaker not voting.
22 in favor, 0 opposed. You're not voting. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Colleagues, that legislation 0282-20 fine authority was here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. Thank you. With that, colleagues.
Thank you, colleagues.
With that, moving on down, item number D, legislation 0301-20. If somebody would like to take over. Honorable Vince James, are you there? Mind taking over, or anyone? At once.
I got you, Speaker.
I'm Chair Charles Newton. Go ahead. Floor is yours. I mean, sorry. Chair Charles Newton, if pass the virtual gavel over to you at this time, and I'll have Jalissa. If there's anybody that's going to be speaking or referring to the legislations that are coming up, she'll be texting you and referring to everybody that's in the queue. Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Can we go ahead and read the next legislation into the record, please?
Madam Chair Pro Tem and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, legislation 0301-20, an action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee approving and adopting the 2021 legislative priorities of the Navajo Nation relating to the state of Utah, sponsored by Honorable Seth Damon, co-sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland. Naabik'íyáti is final authority. Legislation per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Standing Committee Rule of Order number 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Madam Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you for that reading, colleagues, we do have legislation 0301-20 that is before us. We have Honorable Seth Damon, who is the sponsor, who is standing ready to answer any questions. Before we proceed forward, can I get a motion to hear this legislation?
Delegate Nez.
Eugene So.
Motion made by Honorable Rick Naz, second by Honorable Eugene So. So with that, committee members, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Honorable Speaker Seth Damon to present his legislation. Again, this is legislation number 0301-20. Speaker Damon, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, Pro Tem Chair, and to the colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, I bring to you legislation 0301-20, and subsequently for the next three other legislations for the 4 states that we are, that the Navajo Nation is represented in, or we are representing to them. We are have been through a process in past years, really tried to look and hone in on our priorities listings, and we really started this year to try to get this done as early and as quickly as possible. I mean, not quickly, but as early as possible, so that we could set up meetings with legislators and be prepared for these coming up sessions that will be here in the new calendar year. And even before that, there'll be meetings set up with the state. In this case, 0301-20 is related to the Navajo Nation's priorities for the state of Utah. In this legislation, colleagues, what we did is that I honestly think that this is the best approach that we have ever done working together. And when we put this concept together, started off a month and a half ago with the Speaker's office, we really wanted to hone in on every single concept that was available. So that's the reason why when the Speaker's office and the staff put together these priorities, we didn't want to just focus in on just the state of Utah, whether it be from the state task force or whether it be from Northern Agency, whether it be from the committee levels at an action. We really wanted to make sure that everything was comprised and put together. So that's the reason why we had the committees do their priorities. That's one. We had the agencies do their priorities. And then we had the state task force do their priorities in that concept to really hone in on really trying to structure the priorities for each one of the states in order for us to go ahead and move forward. I really want to thank in this concept, Mr. Donovan Hanley and Ms. Melinda Siaco, who help assist with the state of Utah, and Ms. Cheryl, Chief of Staff, Ms. Yazzie, taking into consideration from what the Northern Agency completed and their recommendations. Also some concept ideas from Western Agency and Central Agency too as well. And then also taking in from Honorable Freeland's leadership, his concepts through the state task force, their recommendations, and then also recommendations from all the committees, all the standing committees, the 4 standing committees: Law and Order, Resource and Development Committee, Budget and Finance Committee, and Health, Education, Human Services Committee. And the only one that we did not get any recommendations as for particularly this legislation was from the Navajo Utah Commission. And the reason why is because the Navajo Utah Commission was still wanting to meet, and they pushed out their meeting further before the legislation was dropped. But I do have an amendment. That amendment, I hope, is going to be presented, I do believe, by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. That amendment shows the concepts of where Navajo Utah Commission put in their priorities. So we adopted those into the amendment, and we really focused in to really set the key elements of it. And on those key elements of it, and we really tried to make sure that every single portion was not left out. And that's the reason why we really had to make sure that each one of these priorities, if you remember, colleagues, in the prior years, us doing priorities, these priorities were really, really basic. And this year, I really wanted to make sure, if I didn't know anything about the Navajo Nation, I didn't know anything about priorities, I didn't know anything about what the nation had, especially to our new representatives, whether they be the county officials, whether they be state representatives, whether they be congressional leaders, senators, the federal staff, or the new administration in the White House that will be looking at these. We wanted to make sure that there was a concept of that, in knowing that each one of these areas of interest was what we were wanted to tell that story. And that was the reason why we put each one of these priorities and expanded it out from what these just the status quo line items that were published before. And that's the concept that we have here is, if you read through the Exhibit A, going through the process, it states everything that we put together, again, from all different recommendations and different elements that the Navajo Nation Council and the Navajo Nation overall committees and resources came from you all. Everything that was developed came from you to develop this concept. So I really want to thank you as well. This wouldn't have happened if you didn't put your input in there and really try to adapt to making sure that we knew what was right, what was the topics, what were the main focal points in each one of the states. So again, I really want to thank everybody, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, members of the staff. We're really trying to make sure that we can tell our story through these initiatives. We can tell our story and ask for these specific needs, requests, overall goals and achievements that we want to go ahead and present in this longevity, in order for us to bring back those resources that we are all wanting for our people. And I just want to say again, thank you to everyone for basing this concept and making sure, as we know, in the amendment that will be before you, I hope that was sent out. That was an amendment that brings more guidance and initiatives to what the state of Utah will need in order for us to really set in place our upcoming meetings, with the local leaders, and not only in San Juan County, but also when there's state legislatures meet, but also gives a whole grasp of what this Navajo Nation Council has right now as its priorities going into 2021. So again, I thank you everyone for giving me the time to speak. And if there's any comments, questions, I am more than willing to take those at this time. So again, thank you, Madam Pro Tem Chair, for allowing me to disseminate and present on legislation 0301-20 and this overall concept that we have here before you.
Thank you, Shatilla, Speaker Damon. With that, committee members, we just heard a presentation given to us by the Honorable Speaker Seth Damon regarding legislation number 0301-20. There is a motion on the floor made by Honorable Rick Naz, a second by Honorable Eugene So. Are there any questions for the sponsor at this time?
Kialan.
Okay, Honorable Kialan Bigay, should say, go ahead.
Quickly, Shema, legislation colleagues. The similar legislations coming up for the state of Arizona and Utah. How do we incorporate the current situation? I believe the state task force with the leadership by Kodot brother, Mr. Freeland, Vice Chair Paul Begay, the endless discussion. What's doable within the year is the focus, rather than providing a dictionary-sized document to the state and the federal government and prioritizing of everything else that we discuss on behalf of our Navajo people. And everyone else has been talking about water line, power line, and broadband, and roads, and housing. And again, the list goes on. Because these are the areas I believe that what we're pitching to the state level is similar of what we should also be able to pitch to the federal government. JD or state priorities, coming January, what are we prepared to specifically submit to the state level? So I know they have time frame of submitting a bill request. State legislatures, because each of the state has our lobbyists. Introduce the she or drop the she. I don't know what their internal process is in submitting bill on behalf of requests, and who do we specifically approach? Because a lot of time at the state level, we go directly to the speaker and the Senate president of each of the state. I believe 2 of the state are controlled by a party line. I mean, that's always an issue, what we need to put in consideration. Because of debate and voting, that's how we do things at the Navajo Nation level is also the same at each of the states. Legislation.
Okay, I should say, there is nobody else who is texting. Are there any other questions for Speaker Seth Damon at this time?
Shamak, Pro Temp Chair, this is Daniel.
Yes, Herman Daniels, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Kudota. Adonana Kudo. Good evening. I'm Kidishnido, Lekodoshnat, Shenigi, Aroshamakota, Pro Temp Chair, Kudo, for running this meeting, Kudona Reda. Shenigi Kudo, legislation sponsoration. I don't know, for all the 4 states' priorities. So with the state of Utah, usually the the priorities usually comes from the Navajo Utah Commission. The song Bahamas Kodo. So legislation behind it, we move forward to Naabik'íyáti. So critical, but this one here, it's could have been the sheet. The sheet could have been the state task force. I don't know. I get the sheet. So it could have I don't know the chairman of Navajo Utah Commission, Commissioner Brown, Delegate Brown. I don't know if he has the amendment. Could have but shouldn't speaker. Yeah, when we go to the state level, the state of Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, and Colorado, when we go up there, we meet with the governor, some pro tem chair, about I don't know, other colleagues, we meet with the governor of Utah, I don't know, the tribal leaders, the 8 tribes in Utah. We have our meeting with the governor annually. So I presented the priorities to the governor. So the new administration, Spencer Cox, the incoming governor, our priorities. So other tribes in Utah. So these are our priorities from the Navajo Nation, the San Juan County side, and the Utah Navajo. These are our priorities. Even that these working closely with the state of Utah in the area of roads, education, health, so that the state of Utah Governor Litigate Mr. Gary Herbert tribal consultation AIC so with the state of Utah the incoming leadership Mr. Spencer Cox. So I don't know I did not litigate leadership in Utah. So I've been I don't know. There's another committee, legislative liaison committee, Native American Legislative Liaison Committee. So when we meet with when we have our state task force meeting, Utah, they usually get on the line. Utah Indian Affairs, Mr. Dustin Jensen, Executive Director, him and his group could integrate public safety, I don't know, they update us every meeting when we have our state task force, which is I think about here, so the state of Utah. So Madam Pro Tem Chair, I don't know if Delegate Brown has the amendment from because last week Tuesday, that when we had our Navajo Utah Commission meeting, that's when we passed our legislative priorities from the Navajo Utah Commission. So Pro Tem Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. I'm going to go ahead and go with one more question, and then I'll turn the floor back over to you. Honorable Nate Brown, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you clearly, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to speak earlier, but thank you, Madam Chair Pro Temp. Ado Beshman sa Anchananta. Our staff did send out an email for the Utah State priorities. So Delegate Herman Daniels is correct that this past Tuesday we did meet with the Navajo Utah Commission and the commissioner members of the 7 chapters that represent San Juan County and Southern Utah. So we do have our priorities. We did pass a resolution. So I did send and sign the report for the Utah Commission. And then there is an amendment language. What the state task force has worked on is really thorough. So I want to express my appreciation to the state task force for their work. I know that the 2 representatives from Utah, Shiflan Osh, Delegate Daniels, and Chadeja, Ms. Charlene So is on the state task force. So thank you for adding a really robust list for the Utah priorities. So we are talking a lot, and you can see them in your email. So if I can add that, a lot of important items, and there's a transition within Utah, like Delegate Daniels stated. There's a new leadership that is going in. Lieutenant Governor Cox is now the elect governor of the state of Utah. So we do have a really good working relationship with Lieutenant Governor Cox, and there are 8 tribes in Utah. So I was just on a meeting on Wednesday with the Utah leadership also. So President Nez did also give a similar priority listing to the Utah tribal leadership meeting on Wednesday. And we did meet with all the Utah Native American and Indian Affairs individuals and staff also. So if I would like to make that motion to add the amended language to this legislation. Thank you, Chair Pro Temp Charles Newton.
Thank you, Shanella. Colleagues, there's a motion to amend the legislation. Honorable Brown, have you sent out the language on that amended language?
Yes, staff did send it out. They sent it out yesterday and then today again. So it was sent out at 4:16 p.m. yesterday and 4:27. Staff, if we can resend that, Ms. Yazi, I know that you have the documents. I don't know if you've sent it again to my colleagues. Thank you.
I'll second that motion, Pro Tem Chair Shema. This is Daniel.
Okay, colleagues, we do have a motion on the floor made by Honorable Nate Brown. The language of the amendment will be sent out to us. I don't believe that it has been, oh yes, it has. It has been sent to us, colleagues. So if you open up your email, you'll be able to read the language from the amendment. This motion is seconded by Honorable Herman Daniels. Colleagues, are there any questions at this time to the amendment? Okay, nobody's speaking up. Yes, Manuel?
Pro Temp.
I would need to read into the record.
Manuel?
Yeah, I would need to read it into the record.
Yes, go ahead and read it into the record. I apologize. Go ahead.
Madam Chair Pro Tem, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Amendment Number 1. 1, replace Exhibit A with the attached exhibit. Label the attached exhibit as Exhibit A. 2, before the legislation is certified, the Office of the Speaker, with the assistance of the Office of Legislative Counsel, shall remove the highlights, underlines, and overstrikes from the new Exhibit A. 3, renumber, re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly if necessary. And this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Also, part of that amendment is a new revised Exhibit A on the priorities. Let's see. Madam Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Manuel. Now, I guess I apologize, colleagues, for not allowing Manuel to read that into the record. I will be better next time. So with that delegate colleagues, we do have the amendment that has been read into the record. Are there any questions at this time?
Madam Chair, question?
I'm sorry.
Also put me in a queue, Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, I have Vice Chair Smith, but there was somebody else who spoke up. I believe it's Honorable Nate Brown.
Yes, Delegate Brown.
Honorable Nate Brown, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair Pro Temp. I have a question to Speaker and the staff. On Tuesday, Navajo-Utah Commission did pass a Navajo-Utah Commission priority. Do we need to add that also? The document, the report that I signed on Tuesday or Wednesday, I signed a document with the Utah priorities, or do we just stick with what the state task force added? Should we add not just this amended language that Mr. Rico read into the record? And do I also need to add the Navajo-Utah Commission priorities also? That would be my question to Speaker. Is that necessary?
Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you, since I think that is an important question before we proceed forward.
Thank you.
Speaker?
Thank you very much. Just to add, we did get that the resolution, and that's how we took the priorities in there and extracted them from the resolution and adopted them into the main overall comprehensive priorities listing. Now that resolution has been uploaded and is part of the attached document already through the comments. So what the process is, Honorable Brown, and to I guess my colleagues of the 24th Naabik'íyáti Committee Council, our committee members, is that when this legislation passes and it's adopted by the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee, what we're going to actually do is go back and make it look better. What I mean by that is put it into a booklet, into a packet, so that we can present these to the Navajo Nation or anybody outside the Navajo Nation who we meet with on whether they're with the state officials or local officials or anybody. And what will happen is that the priorities listings will be in the state Utah one, but then also that resolution will be a part of that packet too as well. And then it'll be broken down by each one of the state, by each one of the priorities that's in it. So Honorable Brown, it is already attached to the legislation, so I don't think it needs to be attached. That resolution will be a part of the overall packet when it does go to print.
Speaker, does that conclude your answer to Honorable Nate Brown?
Yes.
Thank you for that, Speaker. Okay, with that, Honorable Nate Brown, does that answer your question?
Yes. Thank you for the response. I appreciate that. We are. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, Shaja, Honorable Raymond Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vice Pro Temp Speaker or Pro Temp Chair on the committee, a lot of committee members. My question goes to the amendment. I see the amendment saying it's going to replace Exhibit A and put in Exhibit A. I'm trying to decipher what's going on here. Exhibit A has 1 through 10, the current Exhibit A, 1 through 10, listing of various under the Exhibit A. And then the next one, it says Navajo Nation Priorities Utah. Is that the one that's going to be replacing it as Exhibit A, starting with number 1, COVID-19 issue response, all the way to 16? Is that what's taking place on this priorities for the final, to replace Exhibit A and replace this as the new Exhibit A? Thank you, Ken.
Are there any other questions for the presenter at this time? Okay, with that, Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you to answer the question posed by Honorable Raymond Smith.
I can answer that question even though I'm not the sponsor of the amendment. You answered the question, Vice Chair Smith. It says replace Exhibit A with the attached exhibit. Label the attached exhibit Exhibit A. So we're swapping that one out for the new one that's going to be labeled as attached as Exhibit A. It's not labeled yet until you approve the amendment, and then it'll be labeled as Exhibit A. So there will be 16 priorities for the state of Utah now instead of just 10. So you answered your own question, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Nate Brown, as the sponsor for the amendment, is there anything you'd like to add to that? Hello, Honorable Nate Brown, can you hear me?
Sorry. Yes, I can hear you right now. I did not get Vice Chair Smith's question. Was Speaker Damon able to answer that? Sorry.
Yes, he did. He was able to answer. I just asked if there was anything else that you wanted to add on to it.
Okay. No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. All right, great. So colleagues, are there any other questions regarding this amendment at this time? I don't have anybody texting in. I don't have Julissa text me that anybody is waiting on line. So, hello? Yes.
Pro Tem, Delegate Freeland.
Delegate Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you, Stasia. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, colleagues, for this legislation. I just want to make a comment. I want to thank the Naabik'íyáti State Task Force Subcommittee. I want to thank the state of Utah, Indian Affairs, Dustin Jansen, Melissa Zito, Anna Boynton, Jeremy Taylor, as well as Mr. Larry Echohawks at the governor's office. A lot of collaboration, a lot of communication from the state of Utah. I believe the majority of these priorities will indicate response for the pandemic, COVID-19, as a top priority. So I just want to say thank you to them and the work that we put forth as a group. We've met frequently, practically almost every other week. We get updates from the states. But what was really important, what was real key, was the communication. And the states, I really appreciate our lobbyists in the states working with us to keep those channels open. And they were very helpful. So Eddie, I just wanted to make that comment. Stasia, Madam Pro Tem, and sponsor. Eddie, thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland, I don't believe there were any questions asked of the delegates sponsoring the amendment and also the Speaker Pro Temp who's sponsoring the main legislation. Delegates, colleagues, are there any other questions at this time? Okay, with that, I think we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Can one of the staff assist us with the roll call vote, please? And this is for the amendment sponsored by Honorable Nate Brown, seconded by Honorable Herman Daniels.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nate Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yes.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
I vote green.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Alona votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Vince James. Speaker Pro Temp with a vote of 19 yeas and 1 nays. Speaker Pro Temp not voting.
Okay, with that, colleagues, 19 in favor, 1 opposed. Speaker Pro Temp not voting. This amendment does pass. So we are going back to the main motion on the legislation, 0301-20. Are there any questions on the main motion? I don't see any text messages coming in from Julissa. So we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Staff, can you help us with the roll call vote, please?
Question of privilege,
Honorable.
Vice Chair Smith.
Question of privilege, Honorable.
Here we go. Now it's at 98. In a statement, Fitbit telling Rawson Reports the product is designed to help people better understand.
Do I have the floor?
Hello? Yes,
Chair
I'm
Smith?
sorry. Yes, Honorable Smith, actually, before you say anything manual, before we proceed forward to the vote, I'm going to need you to read that into the record. Or is yours?
Chairwoman Pro Tem.
Honorable Raymond Smith, can you hear me?
Yes, I think you said that you wanted Manuel to read it into the record before I ask a question of privilege.
No, I said that you're going to ask your question of privilege, and then when you're done, before we vote, you need to read it into the record. I apologize. So the floor is yours, Honorable Raymond Smith.
Thank you, those committee members. My question is that we have Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah. We're doing Utah right now. I guess this would be an inclusive question for all of them. How do we know that these priorities are going to be the checks and balances? Who's going to be the one that's going to make sure that some of these priorities are done? Because we have a new administration coming in, and we're putting these out for the state, and we're wanting to ensure that these priorities are not forgotten. And later on, we come back and say these priorities were not even attended to. So who's the one that makes sure that these are in line and we need to reconvene or readdress them or make them more solidified? That's my question. Thank you.
Question of privilege was asked by Honorable Raymond Smith. I don't know who could answer that question. Perhaps Speaker Damon. Okay, Speaker Damon, the floor is yours.
Thank you. That'll fall back on the Speaker's office, Vice Chair Smith, working collaboratively and collectively, not only with us as the delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council and the way that we push the agenda for these priorities, but also working together with our individuals from the state task force lobbyists and have that collectively back. So we can set up a mechanism in the Speaker's office and making sure that there's an update to see where we're at in meeting these requirements, pushing down that line. So thank you very much for that and making sure that this office will be accountable for that, Vice Chair Smith.
Shaja, Honorable Raymond Smith, does that answer your question? Honorable Smith, are you still there?
Yes, it does. Yes, I'm still here. I was trying to get on mute. Thank you. That's, yeah, yes, it does.
Okay. So right now we do have some questions, but before we get to the questions, let's go ahead and have Manuel read the amendment into the, read the legislation with the amendment into the record before we start proceeding to the questions. So Manuel, can you go ahead and read it into the record?
Chair Pro Tem, is this, we're going right, after this, we're going to the vote, right?
Well, we have one more person who is in the lineup to ask a question, but I did state prior to recognizing Honorable Raymond Smith's question of privilege that I would have you read it into the record. Right after that, while Honorable Raymond Smith was asking a question, I did get a text message from another delegate who does have a question. So we can go ahead and wait until after the question, or if you prefer, we can go ahead and read it into the record now so that it is in the record. How would you like to proceed, Mr. Rico?
I will read the second reading right before we take the vote. So go ahead and go to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Honorable Otto So, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Pro Temp. Do you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess one of my question is maybe we can get a closeout report on the priorities that this body has put in place as we came into, as the 24th Navajo Nation Council came in. And I believe the state task force is made up of delegates from the three states. And maybe if we could get a update on the statuses of the past or the priorities that are in place right now. I know we have priorities that are in place. We passed legislation and to the state of Arizona, Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico. And maybe the state task force and the speaker's office could give us an update on the current status of the on the current status of the current priorities that are in place. Because I remember, like for instance, one of the Arizona priorities was the Highway 264 and Highway 160 issue. And particularly, we haven't heard anything related to those two highways and other priorities that are in place. So meaning that there's legislation that this very council put in place, and that where are we at on those priorities? Are we just pushing them all off the table and setting up new priorities? Because those priorities are pretty much to the national level, to the Trump administration. Where are we at on those priorities? And those are just something that's going through my mind. I really hope that we have an update on progress on those initiatives, on those priorities that we have passed. This very body of council has passed. Ako halahol jisto halahot ashindash toshindash halik ako biniya kodo na dikit na ado ya.
Thank you for that, Honorable Otto So. Speaker?
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Chair. And then to answer Otto So's question, I can't speak for the state task force on the presentations that is required. I don't know if it's underneath the statute, not underneath the statute, but the establishment of the state task force committee to give that update. But I can't speak for what the speaker's office is doing. And if that's something that we need to add on at the next Naabik'íyáti committee agenda, we can definitely do that, reaching the update and bringing in, actually, I think that it would be probably its own Nabi meeting if state task force is going to be a part of it too, because you would have updates not only from the state or actually from colleagues and from staff members that are internal, but you'd also have an update to it from the external staff, meaning the lobbyists and lobbying firms who represent us, and how far what we're doing with these initiatives and goals that we passed. Now, if you're saying that we're just swiping away the priorities for the past that we did put in place. That's the reason why that there's a timeline or initiatives on these that we pass every year. For the priorities listings that we passed for last fiscal year, and we did that in early January. We did that specifically states for the year of 2020. This legislation states that these are the listings for the year of 2021. So it gives an update. I don't think it's more of tossing away the last priorities. I think it's more of an update, initiatives, and approach to updating all outside resources who are looking to help the nation, or who we are trying to become better associated with, to make sure that they are helping the nation. And that's the reason why we lay out this platform and push these agendas, and making sure that our overall goal is to adhere to these recommendations that we're here passing this evening. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you for colleagues. Are there any other questions at this time regarding legislation number 0301-20? Okay, I don't have any text messages coming in. So Bobby, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please? Thank you. Oh, wait, hold on. Mr. Rico, can you go ahead and read the legislation into record one more time with the amendment?
Madam Chair, Pro Tem, and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, there is one amendment. Amendment number 1, replace Exhibit A with the attached exhibit and label the attached exhibit as Exhibit A. 2, before the legislation is certified, the Office of the Speaker, with the assistance of the Office of Legislative Counsel, shall remove the highlights, underlines, and overstrikes from the new Exhibit A. 3, renumber re-letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly, if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Madam Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you for that reading, Mr. Rico. Bobby, can you assist us with the roll call vote? Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer.
I vote green. I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Dr. Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
I vote green.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is yeah, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhead votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Amber Canas-Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Canas-Bakrati votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Chair Pro Temp with the vote of 23 yeas, 0 nays. Chair Pro Temp not voting.
Just for clarification and to get this on the record, you did get Honorable Herman Daniels' vote, right?
Yes, Chair Pro Temp. He voted green.
Okay, thank you. So with that, committee colleagues, we do have a motion made by Honorable Rick Nez and a second made by Honorable Eugene So for legislation 0301-20 with a vote of 23. Bobby, what was it again? 23-0, and chair not voting.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, with that, committee members, legislation 0301-20 does pass. So with that, we move down to the next item on the agenda, legislation number 0302-20, also sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Speaker, do you want me to keep the chair, or do you want to take the chair back and have Honorable Freeland present this next legislation?
You can continue on, Madam Chair.
Okay, with that, committee members, we do have legislation number 0302-20 before us. Can we go ahead and have this legislation read into the record, Mr. Rico?
Madam Chair, Pro Tem, and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, legislation 0302-20, an action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee, approving and adopting the 2021 legislative priorities of the Navajo Nation relating to the state of Colorado. Naabik'íyáti is final authority per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation, Rule 8. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic, oh, that's Rule 9, sorry, by electronic voice recording. Madam Chair, Pro Tem.
Thank you for that reading, Mr. Rico. So with that, committee members, I do need a motion to hear legislation 0302-20.
Yellowhead.
motion.
Yellowhead.
Motion made by Kealan Begay, second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Committee members, are there any questions, or I'm sorry, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you to present your legislation. The floor is yours.
Thank you. As you can tell, colleagues, again, this is stated new legislation 0302-20. It's legislative priorities of the Navajo Nation related to the state of Colorado. In here, as you can see, in Exhibit A, there are 6 priorities that was expanded upon. As again, this year with just naming items like community development, economic development, we're really focused in on what kind of initiatives that are really energized and being focused in on within the state of Colorado. So if there's any comments, questions, please, I'm ready to stand for questions. Thank you, Madam Chair, Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you, Speaker Seth Damon. With that, committee members, are there any questions at this time for the sponsor of this legislation? Okay, I don't see any text messages coming in. So with that, since there are no questions, there are no amendments, the legislation has been read into record. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Ms. Notak, can you assist us with a roll call vote at this time? Thank you.
Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay.
Delegate Kealan votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati.
Delegate Amber Keenan-Bakrati votes green. Thank you.
Amber Crotty votes green. Honorable Seth Damon.
I vote green.
Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Stewart votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, don't do. So.
Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote those kids too.
Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable One Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
Honorable Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Herman Daniels,
Green. Green.
Honorable Daniels votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable James votes green. Chair Pro Tem, you have 22 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay, with that, committee members, legislation 0302-20 does pass with 22 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion was made by Honorable Kealan Begay, second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. So we moved on to the next item on the agenda, that is legislation 03. I got a little confused here. I believe it's 0303-20. Staff, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, with that legislation 0303-20, can we go ahead and get that legislation read? Oh, I'm sorry. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon, you are the sponsor on this legislation. There's a co-sponsor with Honorable Mark Freeland. Would you like me to proceed, or would you like to take the chair back and have Honorable Mark Freeland proceed forward with the presentation of this legislation?
You can continue on, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, fellow Speaker Seth Damon. So legislation 0303-20, Mr. Rico, can you have that legislation read into the record, please?
Madam Chair Pro Tem and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, legislation 0303-20, an action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee approving and adopting the 2021 legislative priorities of the Navajo Nation relating to the state of New Mexico. Sponsor, Honorable Seth Damon, co-sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland. For Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Naabik'íyáti is final authority. Madam Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you for that reading, Mr. Rico. So with that, committee members, legislation 0303-20 is before us at this time. Can I get a motion?
Freeland.
Motion made by Honorable Freeland. Can I get a second?
Vice Chair Hanyo.
Second by Honorable Hanyo. So with that, committee members, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Honorable Speaker Seth Damon to present his legislation. Speaker Damon, the floor is yours.
Again, thank you, Madam Pro Tem Chair, and to members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. There's 11 priorities that were taken into consideration for the state of New Mexico. And in this, did take in consideration from the state task force, but also recommendations from Eastern Caucus, Fort Defiance Members Agency and Northern Agency, and took into consideration from the Mexico lobbyists and the recommendation from the committees, 4 standing committees too as well, and came up with the final product that you see before you, stated in Exhibit A. If there's any comments, questions, please, I have available for any available to respond at any time. And Pro Tem Chair, I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Shatilla Speaker Damon, for that legislation, for that presentation. Actually, committee members, we do have legislation 0303-20 before us. Are there any questions for the presenter at this time?
That's it. This is Vice Chair Smith. I'd like to speak.
Yes, Honorable Raymond Smith, the floor is yours.
Okay, Pro Temp Chair of the Naabik'íyáti Committee and those that are here with us this evening. I'd presenting this legislation 303 New Mexico, which is just across the border from where I'm at. And I'm looking at number 9, Shenandoah. You have A through M. And I know New Mexico is very, very generous in working with the Navajo Nation and infrastructure, providing funding. Under 9, I don't know how this could be done. Maybe I could get a little guidance. But after M, could we put another letter in there alphabetically? LMN would be N. Public safety building in Shiprock is needed. Then there needs to be state funding to help with that, if that's possible. Also corrections, and public safety headquarters on behalf of the New Mexico side, and possibly the Winter Rock police station too. We got land across the San Benito, that old abandoned mine. They have roads, and I keep saying that. They have roads, they have electricity, they have water out there where the mine used to operate. And that would be ideal to ask New Mexico to help fund, and also end that with the, there is this economic community development, I think it is. I think that's where it fall into, Speaker, since you're the sponsor of this legislation. Navajo Department of Transportation, there's many roads out there that needs to be, I guess that would be increased state funding for roads and bridge replacement funding within the checkerboard area. A lot of lands. We have problems in that area, Shenandoah. That would be, I don't know if that would be just under community development, but would that also entail with Navajo Department of Transportation to improve roads, not only dirt roads, but also paved roads, roads that go across from Crystal all the way up to down to Sheep Springs? That's a state road, and 264. That's my concern on that, on those two items, Shenandoah. I don't know if there's any more, but I think public safety would be something that we could really push for on this. I know it's capital outlay, but it doesn't really specify in here. I know it's got transportation projects, but if we could roads, they really need help in these aspects of improvement. Shenandoah, thank you.
Thank you, Shajat, for those comments and then also those questions. Committee members, are there any other questions at this time for the Honorable Speaker, Seth Damon?
Presiding Chair, Delegate Daniel So.
Delegate So, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Presiding Chair, Otto Speaker, and Chair Mark Freeland. And members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. I would also, I don't know if Brother Raymond Smith is offering an amendment, but I would like to also include an O, family learning centers / libraries. And if and so that would be my amendment, to include those items that Brother Raymond Smith spoke to, as well as the family learning centers and libraries. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate So. So are you proposing an amendment at this time?
As I spoke, yes.
Thank you. I just needed clarification. So with that, there is an amendment being offered at this time, colleagues. Can I get a second?
Vice Chair Smith, second.
Okay, second by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith. Do you have that language prepared and sent over to Legislative Council Delegate So?
No, I don't. I think it's very simple language.
Madam
Dana?
Thank you. I can either read Delegate So's amendment. I could do that very quickly. Delegate Smith, if Delegate Smith is also going to wish for an amendment, I need him to send me an email that explains it a little better. I'm not sure I caught everything he wanted, but that would be helpful. As far as Chairman So's amendment, it would be on Exhibit A, page 3, under Section 9, Public Safety, add a new sentence as follows. It would be in, and it would say family, I'm presuming state funding for family learning centers / libraries. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I can send that in an email directly.
Thank you for that reading, Dana. Honorable Raymond Smith, with your language, if it's an amendment, can you send that language to Dana via email?
Yes, I can. Thank you for letting me speak on this behalf. I think where Dana had placed that under, it's under public safety. That's what I was requesting, under letter N, as in Nora. She put the, I know that we're talking about Chair Daniel So, my older brother, Honorable So's amendment. Does that fall under public safety, or should that fall under number 8, under education for Honorable Chairman So? I will be doing the one with number 9, and I will send that to Legislative Council. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Shaja, Honorable Raymond Smith. So with that, Dana, did you get all that information?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did. So my question to Chairman So would be whether he would like the family learning centers / libraries under education or public safety.
Delegate So.
Thank you for that, Honorable Raymond Smith, the guidance, as well as Legislative Council, Ms. Barbara. It's better placed in education.
Okay, I will have it out in half a second. Thank you.
Gracias.
Okay, we'll go ahead and give Dana a couple of minutes to draft that so that she can send that out to the committee members for their review. So I'm going to go ahead and go on mute at this time. So we'll just give her a couple of minutes. Thank you, Dana.
Motions by Chairman Daniel So.
Madam Pro Tem?
Yes, is this Honorable Hanyo?
Freeland?
Honorable Hanyo, was that you?
Freeland?
Oh, I'm sorry, Honorable Freeland. Go ahead. Do you have a question or a comment?
Thank you, sister. Really, I wanted to ask Mike Che, thank you for that amendment. I don't know if we included anything for an ongoing issue, particularly the Gallup or the border towns, Gallup and Farmington. We seem to have continual detoxification of our relatives that are having issues with alcohol and substance abuse. I don't know if we listed that on our priorities for the state. It would be a good idea to maybe label that somewhere as well. It's a real important issue, something that's continual, and we are usually taking on or having to work with the city of Gallup or the McKinley County. We need the state to also look at this issue more proactively, especially when this pandemic broke out. A lot of positive cases, according to IHS, were coming, unfortunately, from our relatives that are on the street battling alcohol and substance abuse. So I don't know if we have detoxification as a priority. So I really want to make sure this population that we really put some highlight this population as well, because we need to do our due diligence, our best to help them if we can. Eddie, thank you. I don't have any language either. Sorry.
Honorable Mark Freeland, I have a question. Is that an amendment that you're proposing, or is that language that you want added onto the amendment proposed by Delegate So? If so, then can you work with Dana to get that language into the amendment? Or Dana, if you've heard that, do you have any suggestions on where that language could be added into the exhibit? Dana?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Speaker Damon.
If you look on page 1 under New Mexico priorities, item B, explore options for state alcohol exposure, under 3, and then state funding for detox centers. It's already included. That was direct language that was taken from the state task force.
Thank you for clarifying that for us, Speaker Damon. Honorable Mark Freeland, are you okay with that language already being added, or is there anything else you'd like to add to it?
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I guess I'm thinking more about the time of the year too, because unfortunately, when this time of year happens, especially in the wintertime, exposures happen. Detox is a part of it, yes, but we still lose relatives to exposure. And are we gonna? Is there a way we could just add exposure as a priority? And I'm just ban that part. Adia, thank you.
Honorable Freeland, you cut off the last 30 seconds, but hold on. Honorable Speaker Damon, did you get what he said?
Yes, and Honorable Freeland, Madam Pro Tem Chair, under healthcare, there is item B, exploring options to stop alcohol exposure deaths. That's stated in there already. I hope that is in line with Honorable Freeland's.
Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Freeland?
Madam Pro Tem. Amiga, thank you.
Okay, with that, committee members, we did have the email sent to us by Dana. This is the amendment being offered at this time by Delegate So. Dana, did you get the language from Honorable Raymond Smith on what he wanted to add in as well? Dana?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair?
Hello? Yes, yes. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, is that you?
Yes, Madam Chair. If I know while Dana's responding back, if I could ask Mr. Daniels, so I don't have the wording on the priorities, but I'd like to know if it's okay with on his amendment, if we could add on, I don't know if the IHS is in there as well. If it is, then that's good, great. But if not, if we can also add that in. And then the other, just got two more, the changing of the Fort Wingate, as a national landmark, which I know Eastern Land Commission has been working on. And I know Ms. Barbara is aware of that. And so I would ask if Mr. So could add those on as a priority so we could, work on this. Madam Chair?
Thank you for those recommendations. Before we go to delegates, so Speaker Damon, is there anything in here regarding the IHS and the Fort Wingate National Landmark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the time when Eastern Agency met, those two items were not brought up. And so those two items are not in this legislation.
Thank you for that, Speaker Damon. Delegate So, there has been a request to add a language onto your amendment. Are you good with that?
Yes, thank you, Sache, Honorable Edmund Yazzie. I appreciate that request, and the request is granted.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
Mr.
go
So,
ahead.
thank you. Madam Chair and Mr. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. Dana, do you have that language also included in the amendment language that you're working on for Honorable Raymond Smith as well? Did you get that?
No, Madam Chair. I do not. My call dropped. I did not hear Delegate Yazzie's language, so he'll need to repeat it, and I will draft a new amendment, because I already sent Delegate So's out. So two things are going on. One, I have not gotten an email from Delegate Smith. I hope it's not lost in the great wide deep hole out there. And I did not hear Delegate Yazzie's, so I'm kind of stuck right now.
Delegate Yazzie, can you repeat the amended language that you would like added in?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the council, Ms. Barbara, if I mentioned on the priority for New Mexico, one was the Gallup IHS hospital that we are currently working on with council. And I'd like to, if we could add that on as a priority, that would be grateful. We would be grateful. Then the other one is the changing the Fort Wingate as a national landmark. The old Fort Wingate school area, the dormitory area. As I know, we've been working on with Eastern Land as making that into a national landmark. So I was wondering, with the wording, with your smartness, if you will, we could add that on as an amendment. And I'm grateful that So is willing to add that on as well. Madam Chair.
Delegate Yazzie, is that a state issue or is that a federal issue?
Madam Chair, Miss Barbara, it would, let's see. Well, it would go under federal if you really want to get technical, but since it's on the New Mexico side, I thought I'd add that on. But I'll take any advice, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I would defer as far as whether it should go in the federal or the state or both. I will defer that to Speaker Damon, the sponsor.
Thank you, Dana. Speaker Damon? Speaker Damon, are you still with us? Speaker? I think Speaker may have lost the call.
I'm here. I'm back.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay. Did you get that information that was going back and forth between Damon and Delegate Yazzie?
On the when you think about it, Chairman Edmund Yazzie, is a state. I ask you this. This is your amendment. This is our document as a council. What we could do is we could say, have the state support our application or state support the process for both the new IHS building and the state support Navajo Nation's options in referring Fort Wingate or transferring Fort Wingate into federal land, into federal property, something along that line. You could ask for the state support because those two things are actually federal, the federal government, because we're still in the process of putting the federal priorities together, that we can make sure that those two will be in the federal priorities, Chairman Yazzie. But at this time, if you want to get the state support, you can add that in here at this time.
Okay. Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Delegate Yazzie.
Okay, so Madam Chair and Speaker Damon, that would be good. I would be happy with that. And then with the federal level, we could lock that in too as well. So, Ms. Barbara, if it's okay, what Speaker Damon's wording would hit the spot. Mr. So, if it's okay with you too, sir.
Madam Chair, Speaker Damon, and Chairman Yazzie. To express support, that's what would be, in past practice, just like Nappy used to go to the state legislature and they would get a House memorial, a joint memorial to pursue the federal funding to expand the NIC project. So I see that as a matter that basically falls in line with the way that Honorable Speaker has recommended. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate. So Dana, did you get the language for that to be added on to the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me ask Delegate Yazzie a question. As far as the Fort Wingate facility, you want it converted into, I'm sorry, you'll have to tell me again.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Delegate Yazzie, go ahead.
Okay, so Ms. Barbara, what Speaker Damon indicated hit the nail on the head, and that we like to have the state support to convert Fort Wingate into federal property, / national monument. So
Okay.
federal, back to federal property would be good. Ms.
Okay.
Barba, Madam Chair.
Okay, okay. Give me just a second. I'll send out Delegate So's amendment that includes Delegate Yazi's request. While you guys are working on those, or discussing those, I will get Delegate Smith's drafted.
Okay, Dana, how much time do you need to draft that, to draft the language for the delegate who provided amendment language?
The Delegate So's will be out in 2 minutes.
Question of privilege, Delegate So.
Question of privilege, Delegate So?
Yes, to buy time for Dana, I'd like to ask a question of Speaker Damon regarding the process. I know that there are proposed legislation regarding missing and murdered Indigenous relatives that are proceeding through the committees of the interim committees of the state legislature, and as well as amendments to violence against women and the amendments to, I think it was domestic violence. When those, and I'm wondering if they're included in the priorities, but absent that, are we going to then, like once the acts are introduced, pursue individual support legislations for each of those items that are critical and that warrant the Navajo Nation to express a position to the state legislature?
Are you done with your question, Delegate So?
Yes.
Speaker Damon, I believe that question was directed to you.
Thank you, Chairman Daniel So, and thank you, colleagues. Thank you for the recommendations. And this is the whole reason why I brought this here, because this is a collective effort, and the collective effort from each and every one of us, even if you're not from one of these states, we all represent our Navajo people at each one of these levels. And what you're talking about, Chairman Daniel So, is that we didn't specifically put the whatever kind of bills, numbers, specifics in here. And the reason why is because they could change. What this is basically a platform letting the state officials, county officials, local officials know that this is what we're here for and this is what we're positioning ourselves for. So we just want to let you know that the Navajo Nation has put this into effect, and we passed this by our Naabik'íyáti committee. And in that, if you look under public safety, we have a human trafficking awareness, funding for sexual assault prevention programs, increasing juvenile justice programs, hate crimes prevention awareness, missing and murdered Indigenous persons policy creation and funding, online safety awareness and training for dangerous for websites, and increasing communication for dead zones for public safety. So once we pass this, this just gives us an outline platform. But for each and every one of those specifics, legislations that go through the process that will probably be dropped at the beginning or middle of up to the middle of towards the end of January and to the middle of February, yes, we will drop an individual legislation to support that effort. And whichever legislator or legislators are supporting that effort, that's when we will have a Naabik'íyáti committee resolution backing that motion or backing that initiative in order to let the state know that we are behind so-and-so legislation that's creating a policy or initiatives or giving funding to a certain program that will help each one of those areas that you just now reiterated to Chairman Daniel. So I hope I answered that question.
Delegate So?
Thank you, and appreciate your response, Speaker. And as a matter of item, that was to buy time for Ms. Bobroff. Thank you for answering that question of privilege.
Okay, with that, committee members, we did have, they almost called her Dana, or Honorable Dana Barbara. I guess she is honorable, since she's doing a lot of work for us. But Dana has sent out the email with the amended language. I believe that it has included the language provided by Delegate So, by Delegate Yazzie. There is no language yet included for what Delegate Smith has stated. So I guess we'll just go ahead and we'll proceed forward with the amendments. Honorable Raymond Smith, are you okay to proceed forward with this amendment?
Madam Chair, the amendment that I just sent out incorporates Chairman So's and Delegate Yazzie's amendment. I am just finishing up Delegate Smith's. I thought you were doing it separately.
Oh, we can go ahead and we can do it separately. I think that, are we okay with doing it separately, Honorable Smith, or did you want to include it in this amendment that's been presented by Delegate So? Honorable Raymond Smith?
Thank you. For all time's sake, if we could just do it all together at one point in time. We got a motion by Dine, Honorable Chairman So, and I'm second the motion. If we could just combine them and vote on it and move forward, that would be the best way. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, Dana, do you need a couple more minutes? Speaker, Dana's working on that amendment language right now. I think she just needs a couple more minutes. So Speaker, colleagues, I want to take this time to actually make an announcement to buy Dana some time here. Last week on Friday, December 4th, I was contacted by a contact tracer to inform me that a person that I came into contact with had actually tested positive. And so I was told to go and get tested, which I did. Both myself and my husband, Leroy, we both got tested. And our results came back yesterday. I am positive. I have tested positive for COVID-19. I did explain to the contact tracer and also to the health or the nurse who did contact me and my husband of our results that we haven't really experienced any of the symptoms aside from the congestion and the coughing. We don't have any problems speaking. We don't have a fever. Aside from just the coughing and the congestion, that seems to be the only symptom that we have had. But we did get tested on Monday, and so we are currently in quarantine, and we will continue to be in quarantine until Wednesday the 16th until how the coughing has ended. So I do want to let you know that that is my test results, and I believe that as leaders in our community and leaders for the Navajo Nation, we do need to be transparent. So I did again at 5:20 yesterday evening. I did receive the call informing me that I have tested positive for COVID-19. So with that, I do want my colleagues to be aware of that. Damon is aware of this as well. He was, I did inform him of it as soon as I got the call. Again, I am in quarantine, so I just want you all to know that. So Dana, are we ready to proceed with the amendment language?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have sent out in emails, I have sent out the language requested by Chairman So, the language requested by Delegate Yazzie, and I just sent out the amendment requested by Delegate Smith. So I think you're good to go.
Thank you, Dana. With that, committee members, the language has been sent out to us. Mr. Rico, can you read the amendment language into the record, please?
Presiding Chair, just one, this is Delegate Daniel, so the amendment, tribal roads, comma, bridge replacement would be what Brother Raymond Smith had also emphasized was the bridge replacement. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
That would be the minor change to that amendment. Thank you.
Dana, can you make that quick correction and send it back out to the committee?
I believe so. Just a moment.
Madam Pro Tem?
Honorable Freeland?
Madam Pro Tem, I just want to make a comment on what you just mentioned. I just want to wish you you and Leroy, please take care of yourselves. You don't beat us. Take care.
Thank you for that, Honorable Freeland. I would also like to remind my colleagues that actually tomorrow, December 12th, my husband and I will be married officially through the state, 22 years. As a recap, last year I did share with you the story. We got married traditionally 24 years ago. We were married 2 years before we got our state license. So tomorrow is our anniversary. So I just told Leroy it's good we're in quarantine because we get to spend our anniversary together. So looking on the positive side. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
yes, we just got the email. Go ahead, Dana. I'm sorry.
You said what I was going to say. You're good.
Thank you, Dana. So we do have the amendment language that has been sent out to us committee members. Mr. Rico, can you read that language into the record, please? Mr. Rico?
Madam Chair Pro Tem and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Amendment number 1 on Exhibit A, page 3, under 8, education, add new sentence as follows. Underscore F, state funding for family learning centers / libraries. 2, on Exhibit A, page 3, under 3, health service, add new sentence as follows. Underscore F, state support for new Indian health service facility in Gallup. 3, on Exhibit A, page 2, under 6, community development, add new sentence as follows. Underscore I, state support to convert Fort Wingate into a federal monument. 4 on page A, exhibit A, page 3, under 9, public safety, add new sentence as follows. Underscore in, state funding for public safety headquarters and corrections buildings in Shiprock. 5 on exhibit A, page 2, under 6, community development, add new sentence as follows. Underscore G, state funding and support for county, state, and tribal roads within allotted lands in the Eastern Agency. Renumber, relater, succeeding paragraph sections and/or exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conform to the intent or language of the amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Madam Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you for that reading, Mr. Rico. So a recap committee, we do have a motion made by Delegate Daniel Stowe, second by Delegate Raymond Smith for this amendment. The amendment has been read into the record. Are there any questions at this time?
Question of privilege.
Question of privilege, Delegate Stowe.
Ms. Bobroff, Speaker Damon, could we change allotted lands to checkerboard area lands? And that way it is inclusive of all the other lands where a bridge may need to be replaced or roads that need to be improved.
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair, you can change that. I would ask Mr. Rico just to make that change, which is to change allotted lands to checkerboard lands or checkerboard area lands. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff, and thank you, Mr. Rico, for reading that change.
Just for the record,
change has been noted.
Okay, I was just going to say, Mr. Rico, if you could reread that into the record with the change noted as well. Okay, so with that, committee members, since there's no other questions and nobody is texting me or Julissa, can we go ahead and move forward to the vote and have our staff assist us with the vote at this time? Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canesba-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba-Crotty votes green. Honorable Seth Damon.
I vote green.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hino.
Hino votes green.
Honorable Jamie Hino votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Daniel So,
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So,
Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So,
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika,
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie,
Green.
I'm sorry, Mr. Yazzie, can you repeat your vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Chair Pro Tem with the vote of 23 yeas and 0 nays. Chair Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you for that, Bobby. So with that, committee members, this is legislation 30303-20, the First Amendment that was offered. The vote was 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker Pro Temp not voting. So with that, committee members, we'll go ahead and we'll go back to the main motion for the legislation. Are there any questions or any further amendments that need to be added at this time?
Pro Temp Chair, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Delegate Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to do an amendment on 302-20, submitted to all the 24th Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti committee members.
Okay, there is an amendment, a motion made for a second amendment to legislation 0303-20. I'm sorry, Shahzad, Delegate Smith, I didn't hear what your language on the amendment 2 would be. Can you repeat that?
Yes, this language has been sent to at 5:59 p.m. and it's I don't know if Mr. Rico could read that into record, but it is sponsored by myself. 1, 2 on Exhibit A. Could Mr. Rico read that into record? I'd like to make that motion.
Yes, I apologize, Delegate Smith. I just actually received that email. So with that, Mr. Rico, can you go ahead and read the amendment into the record, please? This is Amendment 2.
Madam Chair, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, I believe the amendment was included in the one we just passed.
This language was already included in the amendment that was actually for Amendment 1. Is that correct, Mr. Rico?
Yes.
Delegate Smith, this language was already included in Amendment 1.
Thank you. I think that's where Shin and I spoke on the allotted lands, and I got two things confused here. So we changed that from allotted to, I don't remember what he called it, but I think it was I know that it's getting late in the evening, but thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Smith. It was actually checkerboard lands in the Eastern Agency. I believe that correction was made, and it was also made on the record, and we just voted on that. So I'm going to assume that you're going to withdraw your motion for the amendment 2.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'll withdraw my motion for the amendment.
Thank you for the clarification on this, Delegate Smith. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or any proposed amendments that need to be made to legislation 0303-20 at this time? Okay, since there's no other questions and no other amendments, we'll go ahead and vote on the main motion for legislation 0303-20. Again, for the record, there was a motion made by Honorable Mark Freeland, second by Honorable Jamie Henyo. Ms. Nota, can you assist the committee with the roll call vote, please? Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is
I do apologize. Yeah, Mr. Rico, can you go ahead and do a second reading? Sorry.
Yes. Madam Chair, Pro Tem, and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, there was one amendment, Amendment 1, on Exhibit A, page 3, under 8, Education, add new sentence as follows. _F, state funding for family learning centers / libraries. 2, on Exhibit A, page 3, under 3, Health service, add new sentence as follows. _F, state support for new Indian Health Services facility in Gallup. 3, on Exhibit A, page 2, under 6, community development, add new sentence as follows. I, state support to convert Fort Wingate into a federal monument. 4, on Exhibit A, page 3, under 9, public safety, add new sentence as follows. _N, state funding for public safety headquarters and corrections buildings in Shiprock. 5, on Exhibit A, page 2, under 6, community development, add new sentence as follows. _G, state funding and support for county, state, and tribal roads within checkerboard area lands in the Eastern Agencies. 6, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly, if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Madam Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you for that reading, Mr. Rico. So again, committee members, there's nobody who is texting me, and there's nobody who has any questions at this time. So Bobby, if you can assist us with the roll call vote at this time, and this is for the main motion on legislation 0303-20. Thank you.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canesba-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba-Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Green.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
I vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henya votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Jane votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote Chris O. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Pro Temp
Thank you.
Chair with a vote of 23 yeas and 0 nays. Pro Temp Chair not voting.
Okay, with that, committee members, legislation 0303-20 passes with 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker Pro Temp not voting. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed actually down to 0304-20. Speaker Damon, with all of this talking, it's actually making me cough a lot more than I usually do. So I would like to ask if somebody can assist and take the chair at this time. I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. That colleagues, Madam Chair, if you need to be excused, you can be excused at this time. Colleagues, I'll take back the helm. Thank you very much on the last legislations. Legislation 0304-20 is the legislation that's going forward. So, Honorable Freeland, or Honorable Keon-Begay, do you mind taking over on the sponsoring the legislation? Honorable Freeland? I think guys.
Speaker.
Yes.
I was asking my brother if he wants to go ahead and present it. Honorable Keon-Begay for State of Arizona.
Hey. Honorable Keon-Begay, Honorable Freeland.
All right, Chairman, I'll go ahead and present it. I'll be gone.
Okay. That then we have a presenter, we have a sponsor. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read legislation 0304-20 into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, legislation 0304-20, an action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee approving and adopting the 2021 legislative priorities of the Navajo Nation relating to the state of Arizona, sponsored by Honorable Seth Newman, co-sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable P. Allen Begay Jr. For Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Naabik'íyáti is final authority, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, can I get a motion?
I motion.
Motion, Juanita.
Motion.
Second by Brad.
Honorable Juanica.
Yellow hair too.
Second by Honorable Yellow Hair.
Thank you.
That, colleagues, I know that there is an amendment for this legislation, so I can go ahead.
This is Delegate So.
Yes, Honorable Charlene, so I'll put you in the queue first. Let me go to Honorable Freeland to present on the legislation.
Thank you, Speaker. Committee members, colleagues, I wanted to go ahead and present this legislation related to the state of Arizona priorities. As chair of the state task force, Naabik'íyáti State Task Force, I want to thank the committee members, Honorable Paul Begay, Vice Chair, Honorable Kialan Begay, Junior Member, Honorable Pernell Halona is a member, and Honorable Charlene So, and Honorable Herman Daniels. The Naabik'íyáti State Task Force Subcommittee was working collectively with our Arizona state lobbyists, Mike Bilecki and Carlisle Begay. And what we did is, in working with the staff, Ms. Angie Benali, as the legislative staff assistants, Hope McDonald Lotree, Charlotte Niazi, and Melinda Arvizo Siaco, and Donovan Hanley, we were able to submit priorities to the Speaker's office. Now, the priorities that we worked with collectively identified were with the state lobbyists, and we reviewed each of these priorities collectively with the lobbyists and went through each priority one by one. So I really want to thank the task force for really rolling up their sleeves and putting together a very good set of priorities that we hope will of course, make a good present, but more importantly, make a document that's going to be very well represented in Phoenix to the state legislature, the Senate, and the House of Representatives, as well as the governor's office, Governor Ducey. But we appreciate it. With that, Speaker, I want to go ahead and say thank you and turn it over. I don't know if my brother's on the line. Honorable Kialan Begay, are you on the line, brother?
Thank you.
But that's it, Speaker. Thank you. Chair.
Thank you. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go on down to Honorable Charlene So. Floor is yours.
Presenting the Arizona state priorities. We were discussing this legislation thoroughly, and I did submit the language to our lobbyist, but he did not input it into the priority listing. 24th Navajo Nation colleagues. It's been a long-standing priority for my community here in Tortucan. And as Mayaj knows, Honorable Yellow Hair Pinyon, a Tinigi, it's very bad. We have an open strip that needs to be completed. And I need the collaboration and the assistance of my colleagues and with our lobbyists. There are some projects here that have been long withstanding. The question not like is not that is link. We haven't completed a lot of these. Oshi na nishba ofnes link or nihibesh but that's anadan zenigi and they didn't get a chance to finish it. So if you guys would allow this amendment to be input into the priorities,
Thank
Hello?
you.
Delegate Cardi will second.
Delegate
Honorable Charlene,
Yellowhair,
so let me go ahead and, first of all, Honorable Charlene, so thank you very much for doing your amendment in advance. Let me go ahead and, Mr. Rico, if you would read the amendment into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Amendment Number 1, on Exhibit A, page 2, under 3, Community Development, continue from page 1, add new sentence as follows, underscore, I think it's I, underscore J, support for community solid waste transfer stations in the communities of Ticnos and Totlacan, Arizona, with construction funding as well as recurring annual allocations for operations and maintenance, and underscore. 2, on Exhibit A, page 5, under 11, transportation, add new sentence as follows. Underscore G, road conditions and commuter safety issues within the Totlacan chapter area need constant improvement, particularly BIA 351 and Highway 160 pavement, as well as shortfall funding of N35 from end of pavement to N5045, end underscore. 3, renumber letters succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly, if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker, this is
Motion
Delegate
by Honorable
Yellowhair.
Charlene, so second was by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment 1?
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Oh, Yellowhair, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, thanks to the Speaker. Thank you very much for being a chair for so all day, and I would like to say thanks to each one of you, Shanat, wonderful councilman. As I'd like to also to identify the roads, that terrible roads that just mentioned in the Naabik'íyáti, Sharon, Cortita, Kini, 8031. It should be identified in there in this Arizona. Peyote, the road is really bad, I tell you. There's about 10 or 8 culverts under there. It's terrible. It's sticking out all over. So the road is very dangerous for my community up there. I'd like to ask 831 should be there for the roads up there. I really appreciate it. Add it for me. Should be for stuff, yeah. And so additional. State Task Force, I'm Kenny, Mark Freeland. Can you add this for me? In 8031 road, please. I need $18.5 million. That's a shortfall. Right now, we have $22,300,000, but we are short by $18,500,000 to complete this road. Thinking that let's take care of this road for our people up there, because since 1972, we lost the land to the Hopi, and we need to heal up everything. Especially this road needs to be done. I want to Speaker, thank you very much for the time. Go back on mute now.
Thank you, Honorable Hair. Any other comments, questions? I don't have anybody has texted in on Amendment 1.
Chair.
I thought it was just a question to bring it up, but Honorable Herman Daniels, hold on, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Yellow Hair. Your question is to modify? You have the language ready? Honorable Yellow Hair?
Yes. Okay, I'm on meter now. Thank you. Yes, Speaker.
I know Honorable Yellow Hair, but do you have the language? Did you send over the language?
Not yet. I'll do that. So maybe I can just speak on it right now. It's a simple general language to wrote in 8031 to be add on for a in some hard drug area. That road needs to be add on to the
N8031.
Yes.
What is Charlotte? I can't.
Speaker?
Hello?
Yeah, Speaker, this is Dana. I'm curious, does Delegate Yellowhair want his roads added to Delegate Charlene Stowe's amendment or to Otto Stowe's? Because Otto Stowe's is where I would think it would fit.
I didn't know Otto So had an amendment.
Yeah, I think I just sent it out too long ago. So Delegate Yellowhair's addition of that road fits into Delegate So's amendments because Delegate So's amendment lists a number of roads. So I think it's
Okay, so you would, the request for Honorable Otto So's then would be adding on Highway N8031, just to have that ready.
Speaker?
So, Honorable Yellow Hair, the request, the recommendation is to request to modify that when Honorable Otto So raises his amendment. Are you okay with that? I hope Honorable Otto So.
I'm very fine, Speaker. Every which way, it would be good to either way. Also, pretty good. I'm for it. Yeah. Thank you very much, Speaker, and also Tina too. Thank you very much. Also, side, it's good. Yeah.
Okay. So with that, we're back on to Amendment 1. Any other comments, questions on Amendment 1?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniels.
Honorable Daniels, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Anna. Amendment 1, is that being sponsored by Delegate Otoso?
No. Sponsored by Honorable Charlene So.
Okay. Delegate Otoso amendment allows modification. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions for Amendment 1?
Speaker, I think the Delegate Yellowhair can. I also like to add a road also from 4th Lake in 41. It's known, and also it's in the NCL area from Peabody.
Honorable Yellowhair?
Yes.
when that request comes, when you can, when Honorable Otto So, when we're talking on Honorable Otto So's amendment, and then you can bring that information up, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, all right.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, on Amendment 1.
Yes, on Amendment 1. I don't have a copy of the Amendment 1. I'm on the website. I don't see Amendment 1. I'd like to have a copy of that, please. Appreciate it.
Somebody could send him Amendment 1.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I also didn't get that amendment as well.
It's from Miss Barbara. It was sent out.
Is it the one that says Amendment Otto So?
Oh, amendment by Honorable Charlene So. That's the one we are on Honorable Charlene So's amendment.
Speaker, I just resent it.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. I received it. Thank you very much.
Everybody receive it now? Hey, with that, if there's any other comments, questions on Amendment 1? Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. That, go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Cortez, oh, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Liz votes green. I'm sorry. I was watching my son graduate from UNM. Thank you.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Speaker with a vote of 22 yeas and 0 nays. Speaker not voting.
22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Chairman Nez. You and your family there. There's always positives out of all this negative pandemic, and I think congratulations to all our graduates too, who's graduating now, not only today but throughout this at the end of the semester. Congratulations, Chairman Nez.
Thank you. Speaker, may I say something, sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Samantha. I just want to say thank you to Honorable Amber Crotty for always supporting the students at Lobos Rainforest, where the students stayed to go to school at UNM. So I believe she was the sponsor of that legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, we are back on the main motion on legislation 0304-20. That, I'll go back to the queue. Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours.
Chair of the Naabik'íyáti committee, so Speaker, I have a question on the Arizona priorities on the document that was sent to council members. The number 3 under community development. Number 3, community development, and letter C, support additional highway user revenue funding for Navajo counties. Is that Navajo counties, Navajo communities? Or are we talking about the counties that are on the Navajo Nation, overlapping Navajo Nation, Coconino, Apache, and Navajo counties? I guess clarification there. And then I wanted to ask Otto So in his amendment for modification as well. So, but for now, he had a question on letter C under community development where it says Navajo counties. Thank you.
Speaker Damon, I apologize for interrupting, but I am just working on an amendment that reflects what Delegate Walker is requesting. I'm working on that amendment for Delegate Smith, and it should be sent out within the next couple of minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker.
Vice Chair Walker, there's going to be an amendment towards that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. With that, moving on down. Honorable Otto So.
Speaker, members and members of the Navajo Nation Council, I have an amendment that has been emailed out by Legislative Council. And this amendment speaks to 3 issues. One is for the support and funding for the City Regional Healthcare Corporation Oncology Center on the Navajo Nation. The other is the highway and school bus safety corridors for Highway 89, Highway 160, Highway 264, and Highway 191. And I believe, Dana, we need to add in 3 more state highways. That's Route 98, State Highway Route 98, State Highway 163, and State Highway 87. And those are the highways that intersect and crisscross across the Navajo Nation inside the state of Arizona. And that's to better protect communities on tribal trust land. The other is the state, tribal and state relations to improve the government-to-government relation in all aspects of state-funded programs on Navajo tribal trust land, including but not limited to Arizona Department of Public Safety, public schools, economic aid, social services, and taxes. And those are the amendment that I want to present as a whole, because these are areas that are state funded. State funding are very crucial, and especially on the tribal and state relations. Back in my community, I have a county island that exists, and Arizona and we pay and Arizona sales tax. Our the Navajo people to the city in the surrounding area contributes to the state coffers. So therefore, the improvement of the state relation and government-to-government relationship between the tribes really something that we need to be key on and really have the state's attention. So those are my amendment, and I welcome any other add-ons. Piggyback ride. Honorable Yellow Hair has a couple of BIA roads. I don't know if the state is willing to infuse some monies into BIA, but it's worth a try. And then Mr. Walker, Honorable Walker, Shajasto, if you have any other amendment that is really crucial to the needs of the Navajo people in Arizona, I welcome that, because we have to look at how the state dialogue with the Navajo Nation, how they communicate, and to provide better services to the Navajo citizens who are Arizonans, who live in the state of Arizona. So, those are my amendment, and that's my motion.
Yeah. Did you say, just for clarity, 163 or 162?
Say 163.
163.
I believe that's the road that's from Monument Valley, Kayenta, all the way up to the Utah state line.
Okay.
Highway 87 is the road that goes through Delicon and Tisto in that area. Thank you.
We got those ones. We just were concerned about that. So with that, let me go, before get that, let me get it officially read into the record. Mr. Rico.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Amendment number 2, on Exhibit A, page 4, under 8, Healthcare, continue from page 3. Add new sentence as follows. Underscore F, support and funding for the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation Oncology Center on the Navajo Nation. 2, on Exhibit A, page 5, under 11, Transportation, add new sentence as follows. Underscore G, highway and school bus stop safety corridors for highways 87, 89, 98, 160, 163, 264, and 191 to better protect communities on tribal trust lands. 3, on Exhibit A, page 5, add new section as follows. Underscore 12, tribal state relations, improvements to the government relationship in all aspects of state-funded programs on Navajo tribal trust lands, including but not limited to AZDPS, public schools, economic aid, social services, and taxes. 4, renumber reletter succeeding paragraph, sections, and/or exhibits accordingly, if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, motion on amendment number 2. Honorable Otto, so is there a second?
Yellow hair.
Honorable Yellow Hair. That, colleagues, any comments, questions?
Namaste, Eugene So. Speaker
Honorable
Thomas Walker.
Honorable, let me go ahead and go to, there's already a lineup. Honorable Yellow Hair, go ahead.
Oh, hello. I was on mute. Speaker. I'm doing, everything's okay with me. There's a motion that sucks to this legislation.
Honorable Yellow Hair. Sir, you're okay?
Yeah, I'm doing fine, yeah.
Okay. All right, then let me go ahead and go on to the next individual. A colleague, Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours.
Yes, Speaker, I have a request to modify the amendment that's being proposed to the motioning party. I'd like to request respectfully to include Highway 99. That's a state road from Winslow to the Loop. So that road, it gets prone to flooding. It's just like that all the time. It's, I think the state ADOT needs to come in and elevate the road a bit. It's one of those really old roads, and they don't do any major improvements on there, but it's a major route for the community at Loop, Bird Springs, Kalani Lake. I'd like to add that onto the list of roads that need attention or improvement. And then the other request is Highway 8 and 9, the major highway from Flagstaff on through Cameron and Broadway Gap and all the way up to Page. 8 and 9, it needs to be made. It needs major improvements, not just repair, but major improvements long term. I mean, that this could take years, but I'd like to state that as a priority for the Navajo people on the western edge of the Navajo Nation. So respectfully requesting that be included in this amendment. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Otto So, request to modify to add in 99, Highway 99.
Speaker, Delegate Wanika.
I do support that. I'm okay with adding that in. Thank you.
Got it. Okay, thank you. The request for 89, Vice Chair Walker, is already in the amendment. So 99 is the one that was a request to modify. Honorable Addison has taken that. So the modification request was accepted. So staff has changed it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
With that, moving on down. Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
Speaker, this is Delegate Wanika. Can you put me in the queue?
Good evening, Honorable Monica. I had you in the queue, so you're in there. You'll be next after Honorable Eugene So.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Honorable Eugene So? You might have to press *6. I see you. I don't know if you can hear me. Eugene So?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay. According to the government-to-government relationship, I want to add on the Arizona Department of Transportation, which is already in there, but regards to the right-of-way fence, fence is also culverts that they don't really take care of. Also, the Arizona Department of Economic Security. We need that in Chinle, the building. And also the Department of Agriculture. Regards to, I think that one's also in there, but in the Department of Agriculture, the Natural Resource Conservation Service, Farm Bill funding. Government to government relation. Regards to that, those three. Thank you, Mr. Aruso.
Honorable Eugene So, is that a request to modify?
Oh, piggyback in the Aruso's amendment.
What? Honorable Eugene So, you're gonna have to state that again. Did you send an email or anything to Ms. Barbara?
No, to modify Aruso's amendment, I think it's number 3 or 2, regarding to that government-to-government relation. I want him to add in there Department of Transportation, Arizona Department of Transportation.
Okay, Department of Transportation.
And Arizona Department of Economic Service, Security.
DES,
and
Department of Economic Security.
And Department of Agriculture.
And Department of DOA, Department of Agriculture.
Within that Department of Agricultural Natural Resource Conservation Service.
NRCS.
Regarding the form. Thank you.
So DOA, and then in there, probably parentheses, put the NRCS. I think, well, you had to spell it out. NRCS stand for, I forget. I just know that. Honorable Eugene, so you have to help me. What does NRCS stand for again? National Resource Conservation Services. There it is.
Natural Resource Conservation Service.
That'll be my next tattoo. Honorable Eugene, so NRCS. Okay, with that, Honorable Aruso, there's a request to modify.
10-4, Henry in Henry in Bahagi questions. That's it all. Diga.
Okay, thank you. We got it? Good. Okay, with that, moving on down. Honorable Monica. Good evening, Honorable Monica.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Speaker and members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. I don't know if this is going to be modification, but I really do need help with this. I have a question. This particular project was on a priority last year, and I worked closely myself and my LDA with Representative Teller. Right now, it's going through the House. It's got House Bill 2576, and it's St. Michael's Chapter Renovation Addition, and it's for a $2 million matching fund. And but I know it's not on the list. I don't know if it should be under community development, the heading community development. So I don't know if I need to do modification. I don't have any language for it or whatever, because I thought this year we met with Representative Teller, and I thought it would already be on a priority. So I don't know what I need to do to make it a priority. Thank you.
Speaker, Freeland.
Can add that probably under community development or capital outlay.
Uh-huh.
But let me go to Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, could I request, Speaker, can I make a request? Honorable Representative Teller is on the line with us. We want to thank him for joining us this evening, and we're grateful that he is on the road to recovery. I wanted to see if we could give him the floor for a few minutes, just a couple of minutes. He can't speak too long, but he wanted to say something, Speaker, if that's okay. Ashkone.
Is this, thank you, Honorable Freeland, for that recommendation. Honorable Teller, are you on the line? Colleagues. If there's, Honorable Teller, are you on the line? If there's no objection, colleagues, to having Honorable Teller speak right now. Honorable Teller? Going once.
If we could get him, I think we get him the line. I think he does. I think he's listening, but he doesn't have the phone number, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, staff will text Honorable Teller. Okay, so while we're getting Honorable Teller on the line, Honorable Wanika.
Yes.
For the, so what you're saying is for the St. Michael's Chapter House chapter renovation project, right?
Yeah, renovation and addition.
For the state chapter house renovation and addition project. So that would be under probably community development, new A, B, C, D, E. So it'd be K. And that's, so it'd be K. Honorable Otto So, are you good to add that on as modification?
Yes, I am okay with that. Thank you.
An extension and addition.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellow here.
Okay.
Maybe this is the time that I'd like to request.
Okay. With that, hold on, Honorable Yellow Hair. Hold on. With that, Honorable Winika, that's added on. So what is the language? What does it say now on the amendment? On Exhibit A, page 3, Community Development, add new sentence as follows. Item K, St. Michael's Chapter House renovation and addition. Monica, that's what it states. You good with that?
Yes, thank you, Speaker, and Honorable Aruso Kehala.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Otto, for accepting that too as well. With that, colleagues, let me go on down. Sorry, Honorable Yellow Hair, for cutting you off. I just need to clarify that before we went on. Honorable Yellow Hair, back to you on the amendment 2.
Oh, yeah, to the Speaker, Odoso and Charlene, Shumaya's Honorable, yeah, I'd like to bring this before you. Can one of the road is the same issue I have, like 8031. This is going to be N41, the road coming from Peabody and the road they call Turquoise Trail. That road needs attention for the people in MPL. I'd like to ask the Navajo Nation Council, 24 councilmen, I'd like to ask you to take this a very serious consideration. If we complete this route, that you're 24 councilmen, we're very proud. I'm very proud of you. So I'm asking Mr. Odoso to add N41 road and from Peabody Road to a Hartra area. It should be just like in 8031, the same language. Thank you very much, Councilman Lenny. Thank you. I'll make it go back on mute now.
Okay, so Honorable Otto, so there's 2 roads that Honorable the request to modify, N41 and N8031, to add that on. So that would be after, right before it says to better protect communities. We would add those 2 right in there. Honorable Otto, so is request to modify.
I will go ahead and accept. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Thank you very much.
In Navajo, is it in Navajo Route 41? Or is it just N41?
They call N41 a Speaker. I don't know what stands for. I don't think N stands for Navajo. I just think that way too.
I know, but
they call it actually N41.
N41, okay. N41 and N8031.
Yeah.
Okay. So that modification, Honorable Yellow Hair, is approved. So that's in the amendment now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless
colleagues, any other comments, questions on Amendment 2?
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, Speaker, I'd like to request from Honorable So on his amendment under the new language of number 12, tribal state relations. I'd like to have that modified since this is the new tribal state relations that's being addressed. I'd like to have that language put in there. Address uranium contamination within the Rio Perco waterway, which takes care of Lupton, Halk, Sanders, Newlands, all the way down Chambers, all the way out towards the southwest end of Navajo Nation. So please, thank you.
Speaker, Delegate Freeland again.
Get that? The last portion? Vice Chair Smith?
Speaker, Delegate Freeland.
Well, Freeland, hold on real quick. Let me go back to Vice Chair Smith. Can you state that one more time?
So thank you, Speaker. I'm glad I wrote this down. Under tribal state relations, number 12, address uranium contamination within the Rio Perco waterway, which consists of communities of Lupton, Houck, Sanders, Naabik'íyáti, and Chambers.
So it'd be social services, taxes, and then that language. I got water. You see the language? One more time. We're just now correcting it. Vice Chair Smith, one more time, please. So I'm making sure we're getting it right.
Mr. Speaker, address uranium contamination within the Rio Perco waterway, consisting of communities of Lupton, Houck, Sanders, Naabik'íyáti, and Chambers.
Got it? Yeah. With that, Honorable Otto So, there's a request to modify.
Yes, Speaker, that will be fine. To the roads, can we add on State Highway Route 64 also? That's in Cameron in my in Honorable Walker's area that we didn't add on, Highway 64. Thank you.
Good. Hey. $64. No, he's judges.
64.
Okay. Get the last one though. No, it's still out. White. No. I don't know if it's, did you say White Ruins too? Vice Chair Smith? I think you said White Ruins.
Yes, that can be included in there, White Woods.
Okay. Let's continue on then. Both of those are in the amendment. Any other comments, questions? Oh, Honorable Freeland on Amendment 2.
Thank you, Speaker. Representative Teller did join us. I don't know if we could give him the few minutes, Speaker.
Okay. Colleagues, are we done with Amendment 2? Any other comments, questions on Amendment 2? If there's none, let's go to the vote on Amendment 2. Actually, second reading.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Hi, Speaker. I believe that now Honorable Mark Freeland requested to have Representative Teller speak on this issue. Are we going to give him the opportunity to do that?
I was gonna take the vote first and then go to honorable, I was gonna go to honorable teller after that. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you,
Point of
Speaker.
privilege?
Point of privilege, honorable Otto So.
Yes, I would recommend that we hear from Mr. Teller, because if he has some recommendations, we can add it into Amendment 2. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to honorable teller. Are you on the line, honorable teller?
Yes. Good evening,
Good
Speaker
evening,
Damon.
honorable teller.
Oh,
Oh,
Yat Eshananta, Navajo Nation Council. This is Representative Keller. I appreciate all the hard work you have all been doing tonight and last night. I've been listening in at your diligence, at your advocacy for your community. I'm particularly interested in the priorities for Arizona, and upon hearing the modifications and efforts, I think we can work closely together, myself, Senator Peshwakai, Representative Sosi, and Speaker Bowers, and President San, and all the efforts that you are seeking to improve for your community members. I apologize for coughing. I'm recovering from COVID. It's my second day out of the hospital. But I wanted to share regarding the state routes. Those are the the easiest to work with ADOT. I will definitely work with ADOT and Mr. Thompson, who is our state Transportation Board member, on addressing routes throughout Navajo. I have sent an email prior to getting sick to ADOT addressing specific routes on 191, 264, 160, and 89. And they were addressed. So what I will ask from the ADOT is to do a road assessment on those roads that Mr. Ottoso has provided, as well as other delegates. I want to remind the council to be cognizant that when it comes to BIA routes that will start with an N number, the Appropriations Committee will question those routes intensely. If you recall, 2 sessions ago, we had several routes that were on the Appropriations Committee, and they were questioned. And out of the questioning portion, it was understood that they were on a priority list for federal highway funding, as well as a potential priority list for Navajo FET. So I just want to be assured that you're cognizant of those N numbers and take advantage of the FET funds. Additionally, I am going to drop legislation this coming month increasing the gas tax throughout Arizona. It's not a good time to do it, I know. It's been 30 years since the state has addressed the gas and diesel tax. Addressing the gas and diesel tax was an effort myself and Transportation Committee Chair Noel Campbell, who's a Republican, really pushed last session. And he asked me, here is the baton. I need to run with this. So I'm going to be dropping a gas tax increase. This has potentially direct impact to the HERF, has a direct impact to the Navajo Nation fuel excise tax,
So this could also address some of the priorities that the council has going to be establishing and putting into a nice binder, so that we see that council, the Navajo Nation, is clear and objective on their priorities and are requesting from the state. As I hear government-to-government discussions, government-to-government dialogue. So it's really important that you continue in this mindset, as I'm very proud to listen to all of you. Put your heads together and roll up your sleeves and address the priorities of your community. It makes me very proud to listen to it tonight. So pile it on, Mr. Ladies and Mr. Otto So said, I'm a donkey. Pile it on my back. Let's see how far I can go with all of your help, so that we can get what we need from the state, get what we need, like across the border in New Mexico. Let's go do that together. Yeah, and have a wonderful evening. Thank
you very much, Representative Teller, for being here with us this evening, and continue to get better. We look forward to that, those discussions and those future discussions regarding these legislations and the needs of the Navajo Nation. So, okay, yeah. With that, colleagues,
Excuse me, I have one more.
Go ahead.
I have another, if you don't mind. I am working with Edison. Delegate Edison Wanika. We've been working on his request before I got sick. So I believe that is going to be a really good key outlay project, particularly his language of match funding. And that's what they like to hear in the Appropriations Committee, is what is Navajo can bring to the table. If there's going to be a match, let's see what that match is. So I was very happy to work with Mr. Wanika and his LDA on his proposal. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much again, Representative Teller, for being here with us. That, colleagues, let me go back to the legislation, actually to Amendment 2. Any other further discussion?
Speaker, is Delegate So.
So, go ahead.
Okay, Speaker, I know that Representative Teller, I know delegates that represent Navajo communities inside the state of Arizona. This is our time a chance to put on the needs of our Navajo people as Arizonians, the citizens of the great state of Arizona. There's a chance to bring the Navajo Nation's priorities to the state, this great state, to see how we could continue to better communicate and have better efforts and positive outcomes with our state of Arizona, and how our Representative Teller has spoke. Ni chikidao in this alay ego kon how things I know by she so na nishin in the Representative Teller. It is the kodo by she so so yego na dani cho go na ya sidiki ye khai ni to I don't dan je don't zelo is ne so Jona de dita so da jo ne jo not an hanlin on the ho in the state of Arizona. It is a hot on the so I hear so yeah.
Chairman Kellen.
Thank you, Honorable. So with that, colleagues, on Amendment 2, I think
Chairman Kellen.
Begay, go ahead.
Chairman, could priorities by again. Kudo, I just want to say thank you to Representative Teller to bring directly from the person which is good. So the one thing that we've been there, and I've been there with him, now so locate a coco out la at the kitten money means, and we do have and will have a wish list. Now the key thing that Kodo Representative Teller had was matching fund. Out la Kodo to base at I done on the Ebe Kodo base and Sinyana no Katon hit the door. Akoko the Quishy I done Yard and Dindiki Sato, the Hatahuya, do I done a Kodo, not the day Nikis. Akoko, rather than me saying this without Mr. Teller's input, it would have been a different response. She does it, but now that he spoke about what are needed and what is needed for his advocacy to be more successful in achieving what we're pushing. Of the list that we're forwarding, hey, Dikida, IC, Bohanetza, Ado, Hanet, Lanlai Peso, Yini Kid. Remember, the state of Arizona, just like the Navajo Nation, legislation, we always say that, what about my chapter? What about my chapter? I guess she's allowed to be. But what end? There's, I believe, 60 representatives with 30 senators, the state of Arizona. Which is okay. Now, the state leadership will start looking at all of these projects that we are adding on. Now, could we also add some funding to it? And even the chapter level. Chairman, other committee members need Representative Teller will be able to advocate with Mr. Sosi and Pastor Guy that they will be able to be successful in securing some funding for the Navajo Nation. One prime example, H260 base of bunny at the base of Nahande Japani hot end arch. A co over that age been yet at the needs. Harder is not go back at the need Arjun Sahodan at New Mexico chapters on that Haiki. As when he's not Hada needs to her job in the short to her job in the Aniscoco. Other base other one equal to ask idiot to Sobet Sahoton, Niso Peso, Nani Sto. A cordic at Johnny either Jonas Halena Nae of add on India. Adok at Halena Nae at for sure. Hanet Nae Peson, Liniki Ek up in Nikala. A quacky kishi. Yard and Liniki out at the house. Oh, don't date I done hip each. Had Nigo those six task for scheme, baby cat not teacher. Captures not Liniki. Whichever chapter projects that you're asking and putting in, could we ask that you also add a document to say that these are funding that we've already allocated for this particular project? So these will be matching funds. I see opus are there automatically, and I know that the state will not look at it to say that, well, we have to have some type of funding of sharing these projects, cost share. Nika, that akishi, binan hitadoki. So the Queen came through Mr. Teller's effort, through our lobbyist effort. We spoke directly with the Senator President and the House of Representatives, and even to the governor's office through their effort. Akoko e kwaki ki hijobe da na de tonta. Adat an hit hatobe case or zone to because we got 50 plus set chapters from the Navajo Nation on the Arizona side that we'll be advocating for. So adat atik adu Navajo Nation based on kadnan tehiki be nothing. UUFB which in some funding which in but we have great needs out there. The need but based about that. The net days for their own communities across the state of Arizona and New Mexico, Utah, and so on. So Representative Teller we wish him the best and Godspeed, and then we'll see him down the road, and I know that he's done good and he'll do a good work on behalf of the Navajo people. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kiambi. That, colleagues, any other comments on Amendment 2?
Speaker Eugene So.
Honorable Elmer Begay, then Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Speaker. I don't the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee members, I don't share where delegate so I needed I have a amendment. I'm trying to write it. It's just a number. Speakers, so I would like to offer an amendment to Arso's amendment, adding the highway, state highway 87, and then also the state highway 77 north from Holbrook to the 264 Jadito, out from Winslow to Second Mesa School. Second Mesa, that route. There's we have a school bus that comes from Winslow High School, Junior High. I don't get that. The other one is from Holbrook High School and Junior High that goes through the reservation. There's a bus stop. It's never called even yet. So I'd like to make an amendment that could include State Highway 87 and then State Highway 77 North. Where Auto.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. With that, Honorable Otto So, request to modify to add in Highway 77. Honorable Elmer Begay, Highway 87 is already in the amendment. Honorable Otto So, request to modify.
Speaker, I don't, I am, I mean, Highway 77, I beat off, so I know that's not in the issues, and, the question well, thank you.
Western.
No, it's shit.
Oh.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Otto So. With that, we have change that added in 77. Let me go back on to the board. Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours.
So you said myself, I forgot one thing regards to 12 travel state relation. Also, banana dish. We have a situation on the Navajo Nation with regards to veterans. Because I need to happy thoughts of Veteran Affairs, Arizona State, regarding to the Agent Orange or Yunhas. This is the last thought. I don't know how to you. But we really need that. I know we have a consent legislation that we passed, but this one is towards the Arizona. Agent Orange, you can't get on the this 1962, yeah, that's when they start using it. There's a Hodge Convention of 1907 that prohibits the use of any poison weapons, poison and poison weapons. Out of 1925, Geneva Protocol outlawed poisons, gases. ADN, the last thought or ye had it on Nahaskai. Agent Orange, what that was used in Vietnam, they used to call it only you can prevent force, because they used to spray the trails so they can see where everybody is. These pilots, they call them soft ranch hands. They flew C-123 escape state. They put gas on it. Didn't realize that after 1969 that National Cancer Institute out in the area in Chicago, it causes a lot of birth defects. Auto cancer don't understand. In the better and all the Agent Orange. It was used in the United States for getting rid of herbicide. It's a herbicide to take leaves off the trees. They even even get shown. So this bill, Senate Bill 3444, yeah, it goes all. But I really want us, the Navajo Nation veterans, the Vietnam veterans, I need that in there, Veteran Affairs. Thank you. Dine,
Honorable Eugene, so my mind is slowing down right now. It would be under 10 Navajo veterans. Item number F, it would be create services, increase services for veterans who are victims of Agent Orange, or veteran services for Agent Orange veterans. Ms. Barbara, will you help me? Staff, you help me.
Speaker, I'm sorry, I need Delegate to repeat it. I just didn't get it.
Honorable Eugene, so can you repeat is it just services for veterans dealing with Agent Orange? Honorable Eugene, so?
Oh, hello, yeah. 12 tribal state relation beyond it. Oh, I forgot to put veteran affairs and Arizona the veteran affairs to put it in there so we can discuss a lot of serious Vietnam veterans, serious Agent Orange, the one that's suffering from the. So we need to sit down with a relationship government to government with the veteran affairs of Arizona.
Oh, okay, all right. We're just adding in Agent Orange. I mean, we're adding in Veterans Affairs. Sorry. We're adding in Veterans Affairs under new 12, Tribal State Relations. Huh?
We'll change it to paragraph E.
No. It's just you added in after taxes before.
Arizona Department of Transportation. Do you want to put in what's the wording?
No, the Veterans Affairs, Arizona. So it would be, since you're already talking to the state, just be Veterans Affairs.
Oh, Veterans Affairs.
That's it.
Regarding Agent.
No. There's just that because there's other areas that he's wanting to talk to as well. He's just giving that. That's an example. Okay. Honorable Otto So's request to modify to add in Veteran Affairs under 12 Tribal and State Relations.
Oh, Abiga.
Okay. Good. Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. Sorry for that. My understanding. Thank you for clarifying that, Honorable Eugene So. With that, colleagues, is there any other comments, questions on Amendment 2? If there are none, let's go to the second reading. Oh, that's because we're voting. Oh, no, because they haven't heard everything. I want to make sure that colleagues hear everything. We're doing second reading on Amendment 2.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Amendment 2.1 on Exhibit A, page 4, under 8, healthcare, continue from page 3, add new sentence as follows: F_F, support and funding for the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation Oncology Center on the Navajo Nation. 2 on Exhibit A, page 5, under 11, transportation, add new sentence as follows: G, highway and school bus stop safety corridors for highways 64, 77, 87, 89, 98, 99, 160, 163, 264, and 191, N41, and N8031 to better protect communities on tribal trust lands. On Exhibit A, page 5, add new section as follows: _12, tribal state relations, improvements to the government relationship in all aspects of state funding programs on Navajo tribal trust lands, including but not limited to AZDPS, public schools, economic aid, social service, taxes, Veterans Affairs, Arizona Department of Transportation, Arizona Department of Economic Security, Department of Agriculture, National Resources Conservation Services, and address uranium contamination within the Rio Porco waterways, Lupton, Nahatazio, Sanders, and White Ruins. On page 4, on Exhibit A, page 2, under 3, community development, continue from page 1, add new sentence as follows: K, St. Michael's chapter, house renovation and addition. 5, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraph sections and or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent of the language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good morning.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate K. Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Luna votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henier.
Enya votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henier votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable
Wanika
Edison
votes
Wanika.
green.
Honorable Edison
Green.
Wanika votes green. Speaker with a vote of 23 yeas and 0 nays. Speaker not voting.
Chairman Damon, this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me in the queue.
Hello? Can you hear me? I'm back. Thank you. Can you hear me? All right, great. Colleagues, sorry. Had some technical difficulties. Somebody put me on ultra mute. Thank you. With that, let's go back. Vice Chair Smith, you're up.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
On amendment, yes, thank you, sir. I'd like to do an amendment on legislation 0340-20. It has been emailed out at 6:48 p.m. I'd like to motion that.
All right, let me get that read into the record. Do you have that, staff? Mr. Rico? Okay, with that, let's go ahead and get it read into the record. Amendment number 3.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Amendment number 3. 1, on Exhibit A, page 1, under 3, Community Development, amend C and I and add new sentence as follows. C, support additional highway user revenue fund, HURF, HURF funding for Navajo counties. New language underscore including Apache, Navajo, and Coconino. I, new language underscore support and funding for and underscore sawmill, overstrike, and comma crystal underscore new language and how / Lupton and underscore fire department substations. New paragraph J, support and funding for water lines in Wairoon community and to drill wells in Wairoons and Klagetoh communities. 2, on Exhibit A, page 3, under 6, public safety, continue from page 2, transportation, add new sentence as follows. Underscore in, state support and funding for Nahathatsil, Navajo Police Headquarters Building. 3, on Exhibit A, page 3, 7, social services, add new sentence as follows. Underscore E, state support and funding for Nahathatsil Community Park. 4, on Exhibit A, page 3, 11, transportation, add new sentence as follows. Underscore G, road improvements for 9402 in the Lupton and Houck area. H, road improvements in the Wairoons and Klagetoh chapter communities. 5, renumber reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, motion by Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Chairman Daniel So. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on Amendment 3? Going once, twice, going 3 times. Let's go to board on Amendment 3.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakati.
Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bakati votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell
Green.
Halona. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
yeah.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Speaker, with the vote of 22 yeas and 0 nays. Speaker not voting.
Corey, come here.
That 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. Thank you. That go back to the floor. On the
Mr.
main
Chair, this is
motion.
Delegate Daniel.
We have anybody else? Can't see. That it? No, I mean, is anybody else in the queue? That going on down. Honorable Daniels, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. For those, I don't know, good evening, everybody. Other than his staff, for those, I'm seeing that the hot sun, the same, yeah, they must but on the main motion, I'd like to propose an amendment to this legislation. Amendment to state electrical. I sent the language to Legislative Council. But it's a road, Highway 160. It's between a mile, Kayenta and Shanto, milepost 369, just right there. That road right there. There's a big dip. Yeah, when it rains, water settles right there on the road on the highway. I don't know in the daytime. In the winter time, it's very dangerous when the water freezes on the road. it's dangerous. So I appreciate accident as very quick. So amendment to the case I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair. Amendment number question 8 or let's lead. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, with that, thank you, Honorable Daniels. I believe the team members here, we got it. Mr. Rico, if you want to read record, then we can go from there.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Amendment number 4. 1 on Exhibit A, page 311, transportation. Add new sentence as follows. _I, road improvements and repairs on Highway 160 milepost 369 between Kayenta and Shanto. 2, renumber letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and or exhibits accordingly, if necessary. And this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, motion on amendment number 4 by Honorable Daniels. Is there a second? And once.
Freeland. Second.
Freeland. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment 4? Once. Going twice. 3 times. Let's go to the board on amendment number 4.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canisbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Renika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 22 yeas and 0 nays. Speaker not voting.
22 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Colleagues, we're back to the main motion on legislation 0304-20. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Are we ready to vote? Going once.
Yes, ready to vote.
Going twice.
Vote.
3 times. Second reading.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, there are 4 amendments. Amendment 1 on Exhibit A, page 2, under 3, community development, continue from page 1, add new sentence as follows. _J, support for community solid waste transfer stations in the communities of Tignospos and Totocán, Arizona, with construction funding as well as recurring annual allocations for operations and maintenance. 2 on Exhibit A, page 5, under 11, transportation. Add new sentence as follows. _G, road conditions and commuter safety issues within the Totocán chapter area need constant improvement, particularly BIA 351 and Highway 160 pavement, as well as shortfall funding of N35 from end of pavement to N5045. Amendment 2 on Exhibit A, page 4, under 8, healthcare, continue from page 3. Add new sentence as follows. _F, support and funding for the Tuba City Regional Healthcare Corporation Oncology Center on the Navajo Nation. 2 on Exhibit A, page 5, under 11, transportation, add new sentence as follows. _G, highway and school bus stop safety corridors for highways 64, 77, 87, 89, 98, 99, 160, 163, 264, and 191. N41 and N8031 to better protect communities on tribal trust lands. 3 on Exhibit A, page 5, add new section as follows. _12, tribal state relations, improvements to the government-to-government relationship in all aspects of state-funded programs on Navajo tribal trust lands, including but not limited to AZDPS, public schools, economic aid, social services, taxes, Veterans Affairs, AZ Department of Transportation, Arizona Department of Economic Security, Department of Agriculture, Natural Resources Conservation Services, and address uranium contamination within the Rio Puerco waterways, Lupton, Nahatotsil, Howe, Sanders, and Wide Ruins. 4 on Exhibit A, page 2, under 3, community development, continue from page 1, add new sentence as follows. _K, St. Michael's Chapter House renovation and addition. Amendment number 3 on Exhibit A, page 1, under 3, community development, amend C and I and add new sentence as follows. C, support additional highway user revenue fund, HURF, funding for Navajo counties. New language to include including Apache, Navajo, and Coconino. I, new language _support and funding for and _sawmill, overstrike and insert comma, Crystal, new language and Howe/Lupton, fire department substations. _J, support and funding for water lines in Wide Room community and to drill wells in wide ruins and Klagetoh communities. 2, on Exhibit A, page 3, under 6, public safety, continue from page 2, transportation, add new sentence as follows, underscore in, state support and funding for Nahatotsil Navajo Police Headquarters Building. 3, on Exhibit A, page 3, 7, social services, add new sentence as follows, underscore E, state support and funding for Nahatotsil Community Park. 4, on page A, on Exhibit A, page 3, 11, transportation, add new sentence as follows. Underscore G, road improvements for 9402 in the Lupton and Hout area. Underscore H, road improvements in the Wide Ruins and Klagetoh chapter communities. Amendment number 4 on Exhibit A, page 3, 11, transportation, add new sentence as follows. Underscore I, road improvements and repairs on Highway 160 milepost 369 between Kayenta and Shantou. 2, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and or exhibits accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other community amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, go to the board. On legislation 0304-20 with 4 amendments.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canesbaugh Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Heniel. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
All twos. Oh, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Jamie Hiniel. Speaker with a vote of 22 yeas, 0 nays, speaker not voting.
Thank you. That, colleagues, 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, chair not voting, in this case. That, colleagues, Chairman, let me go to Chairman Daniel So.
Ahead, so other Naabik'íyáti committee members. Chato ella, vanches queso ella penache. Motion basically to suspend the floor rules for consent agenda for legislation 0307 0287 0294 0299. A quaggy Belinda si Cleo. Then we can concentrate on 0306. A without a tato haban this case of a motion is lately Shanantai other quaggy. That'll be my motion.
Second. I'll second that motion. Delegate Paul Begay.
That, colleagues, has a motion to have a suspend the floor rules to have and amend the agenda, have a consent agenda. Can
Should I ask this delegate though?
0307, 0287, 0294, and 0299. Motion by Chairman Daniel So, second by Honorable Paul McGee. Honorable Charlene So, go ahead.
Thank you, Shazia. Along those lines, I was going to call for the suspension of floor rules just so that we can also add my legislation 0295-20. And if I can get some guidance to properly do this, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Or in the fact that the motioning party can add this as well, I would really appreciate it.
Get the SC committee report. That one, well, first it would have to be added onto the agenda. Okay, so this legislation, first you would have to add your legislation actually onto the agenda. So you can ask Chairman Daniel So to modify his amendment, but that legislation will not go on the consent agenda. It'll just go on as a regular item on the agenda. Honorable Charlene So, which will be KL.
Okay.
And M, which would be a new M. That's
okay.
would be to action. I don't know if you want to do that modification or request, Honorable Charlene So.
Yes, I will do that now, Shazia. The amending party, if you could also do me this due diligence to add my legislation as item M, I would appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay. Chairman Daniel So, as a motioning party.
Yeah, it's a busy. let the record show that the legislation is signed and the committee report has been signed as well as it's available. With that, the motion to suspend the rules to do the consent on the legislations that I read through, and then amend the motion to include 0295-20 to be added to the agenda.
Okay. That, Honorable Paul Begay, are you good with as a second, holding the second on the motion?
Yes, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay. That, colleagues, any comments, questions?
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty.
I'm Chair Amber Crotty. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. If I may ask staff, is the legislation that's supporting the Tribal Connections Act, is that ready for Naabik'íyáti?
Tribal Connections? What numbers?
Legislation, trying to look it up right now.
0290.
Yes.
I colleagues, I'm sorry for, let me go back real quick. Madam, our Honorable Charlene wanted to add a legislation on, I forgot I didn't read that heading into the record. And that legislation is 0295-20, and that's what Honorable Chairman Daniel So and Honorable Paul Begay indicated that they'd added on. And that's an action related to law and order, health and human services, and the Navajo. Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Navajo Nation Council amending the Navajo Nation Child Enforcement Act. This resolution, if adopted, would amend the Navajo Nation Child Enforcement Act 9 and NC subsection 1701. I just want to, for the record on the last one. Now, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty. I know it's been a long day. We could wait till the next committee meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. With that, I do have a text message in from colleagues on Madam Chair Charles Newton, no consent on 294. So legislation 294-20 is off on the consent agenda. So as of right now, Chairman Daniel, so you have 0307, 0287, and 0299-20 on the consent agenda. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? Going once, going twice.
Chair, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you. I thought the consent was going to be you'd mentioned 037287. What happened to 294? 299 is also on the consent. Is that 294 just going to be put to the side?
Yes, that'll be a regular, if this amendment passes, I'm going to vote, I'm going to the consent agenda next. And that consent agenda is going to, item is going to consist of H, I, and K, which is 0307, 0287, 0299. That's it. And then after that, I'm going to go on to legislation 0294-20, and then on to legislation 0306-20, and then on to legislation 0295-20. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on the amendment? If there's none, let's go to board. Vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canesba-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Holona. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
What is okay?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy
Nico
Yellowhair.
votes green.
Yellow hair votes green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Pernell Holona. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Pernell Holona.
What about green?
Honorable Pernell Holona votes green. Speaker with a vote of 22 yeas and 0 nays. Speaker not voting.
That 22 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. That, colleagues, let's go on down on our agenda. We do have a consent agenda before us here. Legislation 0307-20, 0287-20, and 0299-20. Mr. Rico, if you could read into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, consent agenda to include legislation 0307-20, an action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee approving the Speaker's appointment of Frank Atakai to the law enforcement position on the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission. Naabik'íyáti is final authority. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Legislation 0287-20, an action relating to health, education, and human services, Naabik'íyáti and Navajo Nation Council, approving the reinstatement of Willard Sinigini as a member of the Navajo Nation, sponsored by Honorable Paul Begay. Legislation moves on to Navajo Nation Council. Legislation 0299-20, an action relating to health education and human services, Naabik'íyáti, and Navajo Nation Council approving the reinstatement of Haley Jennifer Moses and Harry Moses IV as members of the Navajo Nation, sponsored by Edison J. Wanika. Legislation moves on to Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Pat, is there a motion?
Motion, Helena.
Well, Helena.
Second, Wanika.
Second, by Honorable Wanika. That colleagues, go to board on the consent agenda.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Get to it.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canesba-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canesba-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesba-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Helena votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Speaker, with a vote of 22 yeas and 0 nays, speaker not voting.
That, colleagues, 22 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. That legislation 0307-20 is final authority. Here, congratulations, Mr. Frank Adekai. 0287-20 and 0299-20 will continue on to Navajo Nation Council. That, colleagues, let's continue on our agenda. Legislation 0294-20, sponsors by Honorable Slater. Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton with a question of privilege.
Question of privilege by Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, I apologize, but can you send me the citation that gives me information about how a person can cancel their, I guess their enrollment with the Navajo Nation, and then also like what's needed to be able to be considered, I guess, part of Navajo Nation enrollment once again. Thank you. That's all I need. Thank you.
I will have staff work on that to get that information to you, Madam Chair. On our having Navajo Nation members disenrolling and re-enrollment process. Or not even re-enrollment, might just be enrollment. So there's a re-enrollment. I don't know if there's a re-enrollment and an enrollment, or if there's just an enrollment. I'll have staff look it up. So, it's a long night. I just know I'm enrolled. I hope so. With that, colleagues, legislation 0294-20, sponsored by Honorable Slater. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record. I know him.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, legislation 0294-20, an action relating to health, education, and human services, and Naabik'íyáti Committee is approving and authorizing a contract between the Navajo Nation and the United States Department of Interior under 25 U.S.C. Section 5301 et Sec. PL 93638 as amended for a 3-year term for the Johnson O'Malley program beginning January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2023, approving and authorizing the annual funding agreement and scope of work for the period of the contract term. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Carl R. Slater. There are no amendments, and a committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommended pass with no amendment and no directive. Naabik'íyáti is final authority per Navajo Nation Council rules of Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order, Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, is there a motion? Legislation 0294-20. Chairman Daniel, so is there a second?
Second, Wanika. Second, Paul McGee.
Oh, Wanika. That, colleagues, any comments, questions?
This is Delegate Charles Newton. I do have a couple of questions.
Okay, with that, let me go to Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater, floor is yours. You have 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you, Speaker, Chair of the committee. This is a simple 638 contract renewal for the Johnson O'Malley program under the Department of Education. As you're all aware, the Johnson O'Malley program provides supplementary educational support for our Navajo students in the public education system. And the program within the Navajo Nation governs that and how that money flows to the various school districts. The Indian education committees at those school districts are the ones who decide how to provide the supplementary support. And the nation, I believe, retains a good amount of data and other relevant benchmarks and information. So This is a simple 638 contract renewal, and should have my agent here, Miss Alice Benali from the program. Miss Benali, are you on the line?
Yes. Good
If you'd
evening.
like to add to that, you're
Yes,
recognized.
good
Thank you.
evening. Good evening, Council, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to address on our FAF, our 3-year contract renewal. This has been in the process and we've worked hard on it. And most of the money that we receive through JOM go out to the public schools. So we're just waiting for the agreement to go through so we can start processing contracts out to the public schools. We'll have 27 subcontractors that we work with throughout Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah.
Hello?
That's it. Hello.
Okay. Want to make sure. That, Honorable Slater, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, Speaker. We'll entertain questions now. Thank you.
Okay, with that, colleagues, I'm going to the floor. Madam Chair, Charles Linton. You're the only one in the queue.
Thank you, Speaker, and then also thank you so much, Delegate Slater, for sponsoring this legislation. The reason why I wanted to hear about this legislation is we have had many of our students here in the Shiprock community that have services that were provided to them, and then somehow those services were no longer provided to them. And so my first question is, this is a 638 contract, and I know Honorable Otto always talks about, I'm sorry, not Honorable Otto, Honorable Kialan also always talks about the 638 contracts and whether we had the opportunity to negotiate. And with this contract, that's my first question, is whether we had the opportunity to negotiate since it affects so many of our students. My second question is, reading the information on the contract that talks about the needs of our students. Can I ask what those needs are, and then how you track them, and then what services are provided to our students? And the reason why I'm asking this question is because of the information that I have received from our students here in the Shiprock area who have talked about Johnson O'Malley and what it used to do, but how so many changes have occurred in the last few years. My last question is, it talks about an educational plan that's approved by BIE. So my question is, this educational plan, is that an educational plan that's provided by BIE and given to the schools to have to meet, or is it, or are the educational plans developed from the schools and given to BIE for approval? Because I think there's two ways of looking at this. If the educational plan is something that BIE has developed and is given to our schools, I think there's been a lot of debate on how students are having to address these tests that are required of them in order for the schools to get funding. Of course, this is very controversial. And then the other way of looking at it is that the schools individually develop their educational plan based on what their students' needs are, and then submit them to BIE for approval. So I just would like to get a little bit more information on how the BIE works with these schools to, I guess I shouldn't say the BIE, how Johnson O'Malley works with these schools to determine what the needs of their students are, and then how those educational plans are developed and approved. Thank you.
Okay, good evening again. This is Alice Benali, Senior Education Specialist with Johnson O'Malley Program. My boss is on sick leave, so I was assigned. Yes.
Ms. Benali.
Yes.
Welcome to the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee. when there's a question asked to you, I'll call upon you.
Okay,
But if the delegates are still talking, they still have the floor, Ms. Benali.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
I
Madam
have
Chair,
a question, Speaker.
Charles
Delegate
Newton,
Charles.
did you conclude?
Yes, Speaker, I did conclude. I apologize. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Well, Honorable Otto, so let me go back to Honorable Slater for the first question, and then I'll come back to you. Honorable Slater?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Charles Newton, for the question. I'm going to hand off the answer to Ms. Benali. She'll provide the specifics.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Slater. Ms. Benali?
Yes, good evening again. We negotiate with the BIA. They're our prime contractor every 3 years. So what's put into the contract, they're gathered from the 27 subcontractors that we have. They do their needs assessment at each school district. What are their first priority? What are the most need? Mainly, we try to tell them in each plan they have to have Navajo language, Navajo history, Navajo government. So when we sit down to negotiate with public schools, we make sure they have a plan for retaining and maintaining Navajo language within the school districts. So the contract is between Navajo Nation and BIA, and BIE just oversees when they come in and do the monitoring. And number 2 question, needs assessment at each school district. Each school district has different needs. So the Indian Education Committee gets together, they gather their survey, they get checklists out, questionnaires, and they gather them back up. By the time they gather them up, they do compile what is the most need, and based on the needs, that's how they develop their education plan. And then the education plan is submitted to our office, and then we sit down with the public schools and we negotiate the contract with them before the funds are allocated to them. The funds are allocated based on students with CIB. So CIB are very important when the contracts are done. I'm finished.
Ms. Benali, I think that Delegate Charles Newton had information on tracking and how the educational plans are provided. Maybe you answered the latter in that part, but can you speak to tracking either student performance or any other data that you collect?
Yes, once the subcontractors, we call them subcontractors, the public schools, once they get their contract, then it's our job from the Navajo Nation GOM office to go out into the schools and sit down with the Indian Education Committee, with the school, the programs that are being funded, and we monitor those programs. And if they have like 3 or 4 education plan, we make sure that they're meeting their goals, they're meeting their objectives. At whenever we visit, like if we visit in January, we expect them to spend their funds, but through maybe about 50%. And if we know that they're not there, then we have to tell them, you need to move your money elsewhere where the most needs are. So they have to remodify their contract. So that's how we keep track. And also there's a senior accountant, there's 2 senior accountants, and they take care of the financial portion. So they mainly work with the school districts, those that take care of the money at the school districts. And my portion is just doing the programmatic portion, going into the classroom and ensuring that what the school districts say they're going to implement that is going on. I look for materials. I look at the students' works, and I just going to the classroom is my main part of my job. But at this time, with a pandemic going on, then we cannot do that. So we had to go to a second I guess you would call it second plan, I started doing online virtual monitoring. So I completed one with Window Rock School Districts, and it came out good. So that's our second plan, how we're going with, since we can't visit out in the school districts and we're not allowed to travel.
Okay. Thank you,
Mhm.
Molly. That. Any other comments, questions? Honorable Otterso.
Thank you very much, Speaker, Adon, the members of the Navajo Nation Council, sponsor, Honorable Slater, and your agent. I didn't get her name, but one area, as you indicate, negotiation, who from Johnson O'Malley program negotiated the amount or the price that had the number on behalf of the Navajo Nation? Can you list and give us who negotiated those terms? Number two, under those terms, are they authorized to negotiate related to those terms? Because I understand that the Johnson O'Malley program is based off of Indian children. And with the amount of Indian children we have on this, that are registered on the Navajo Nation, or our surrounding schools, border towns such as Gallup, the County Dorm, or Farmington High School, and so forth, Page High School, those children, what is the amount of dollars that has been negotiated per Indian child? Because Jonathan O'Malley, as if you indicate, it's based off of students. What is the number? How much per child are we receiving under this contract versus the contract that is expiring? What is the price difference? Did we just get the same amount? Because these 638 contracts, when the division directors or whomever go to the drawing table, leadership is not informed. And I wish that maybe if there was a HES representative there at the table, being a part of the conversation, because the bottom line is just agreeing to the same amount of dollars that we've been receiving. It should be not acceptable. We shouldn't be accepting the same amount of dollars that we've been receiving from the previous years. Division directors, program managers, we pay them well. And we really hope as legislators, as elected leaders of the Navajo Nation, we advocate at the federal level relating to these programs that you are speaking to, such as JOM, such as BIE, Bureau of Indian Education, how federal dollars come down the pipeline to our reservation schools and to our border town schools and to our public schools. Ako digi what is the difference between the current JOM 638 contract that's in place and this renewal for 3 years? What is the price difference? Did we just agree to what the federal government has given us? Yeah.
Hey, thank you. Any other comments, questions? I'm Chair
Speaker,
Charles
this is
Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. The other question I have is, I'm looking at your supplemental parental costs, your policy guidelines. I know that it does give information on what the guidelines are for parental cost expenses. what really worries me right now is how are the needs of our children, and then also this parental guidelines, how are they being addressed with COVID-19 and tax? And I'm just wondering how Johnson O'Malley can assist our students here, our Navajo students who are in school with some of the needs that they currently have. And as you probably already know, most of those needs have shifted because of COVID-19. And more importantly, I just want to know what Johnson O'Malley can assist our families with during this time. I know that they used to have a list of items that they could assist with, like school supplies. In this case, looking at the supplemental parental costs, it does say that eyeglasses could be purchased with JOM funds. You know, I guess I just need to know, how is Johnson O'Malley helping our students during this time with the pandemic? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go back to the sponsor. Honorable Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to hand it off to Ms. Benali to explain how much our children are worth and who negotiated on JOM, and then to answer Delegate Charles Newton's questions on assisting our parents and families in light of COVID. Ms. Benali?
Yes, good evening again. Okay, with every year, our federal funds are dwindling. So this past year, at one time, we used to get 5.1 million. So up to this year, we've only received 3.1. So there's a difference between how much money we lost from the first back in 1975. So, and dollar amount per student right now probably runs no more than $89 or $90 per student. And negotiation takes place between the Navajo Nation JOM office and each school districts. From the school districts, we have our superintendent that comes, the Indian Education Committee member, the person that takes care of the budget at the school district. So those are the people that are involved in the negotiation. We go through each of their plan, their education plan, where they need to put money, how much money that they need to put per student count that they have submitted. So that's how we do our negotiation with the public schools, and then we put it into contract. So once the contract is approved, signed, then the contract goes back out to the schools. And right now, we are telling our subcontractors, our public schools, they need to modify their contract because majority of those public schools are not in the classrooms. They're going virtual online. So we're recommending to them to put more money into technology area, like getting hotspots for those students that need it, and just a lot of the online virtual learning material. That's where we're telling them to transfer their money into. So that's how we had to change some of our plans with the school districts. And along with that parental cost, they still have their parental costs. Yes, they can still assist the students for if they need glasses, if they need eye exam. Those are in each school district's parental costs. We don't tell them across the board that you need to have this. So again, like I said, it's based on their needs. I'm finished.
Thank you. That, colleagues.
Speaker, follow-up question?
Yes, Madam Chair, go ahead.
Thank you. And also thank you for informing us that you are making recommendations to public schools to buy hotspots. As you know, this has been an issue that I think council has had discussed several times, and I'm really surprised that more questions are not being asked regarding our children who are in school. But I do want to ask you, for those recommendations that you're making to public schools for hotspots, where do we contact the schools individually and contact the Johnson O'Malley department and ask them how they can assist our parents who have students who need hotspots, whether they can help purchase those hotspots, or are these hotspots just hotspots that are rented out or like given out like they do with computer or laptops? My other question is, does Johnson O'Malley help assist with laptops or computers for students? Thank you.
Speakers, the floor back to us.
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Slater. Sorry, I was talking to myself. Honorable Slater, floor is yours.
Thank you. Ms. Benali, I'm also interested in the answer to that question, because in some instances, laptop can be considered a capital purchase. In other instances, it's not. I know that Johnson O'Malley can't be used for capital purposes. So can you please assist in responding to Delegate Charles Newton?
Yes, good evening again. We have to remember that Johnson and O'Malley funds are supplemental. They cannot use JOM funds to replace what M&O funds are utilized at these school districts. But we are allowing them to look into hotspots, and some of the school districts, they remodified their budget where we okay for them to purchase laptops for the students that really need it. So we normally don't approve like major and minor equipments, but with this going on, we're allowing them to go ahead and purchase laptops for those students that need technological equipment to continue their online virtual learning.
Speaker, I got a follow-up question, Delegate. So,
Thank you. With that, Ms. Benali. That, go back to the floor, Honorable Otto So. I don't have anybody else. Honorable So, go ahead. On the main motion.
thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, based off of the child, how much dollars come in to the coffers or to as part of the 638 contract, and $98 is something that is a figure. And this is so that the listeners out there understand. And as Navajo leadership will always advocate on behalf of Indian education in JOM. Every year, we have a delegation that goes to Washington budget formulation to advocate on Indian education in JOM and other federal 638 contracts that the Navajo Nation has. And at the end, leadership gets bashed. You guys don't do anything. Then you get no. And it's very important that our children go to school. Each day that our children go to school, these dollars are infused for that program. And with that, we understand that 638 contract dollars are, how can I say, they're not subjected to reversions. And I'm curious, what happens if a school don't utilize all the JOM funds? For instance, I'm going to go back to my school in Tuba City. Tuba City Public School say they get some JOM funds. And at the end of the season, the unused dollars, what happens to them? How goes, is it revert back to the Navajo Nation? And that's that. And then as the Navajo Nation, we know that the funds are not, they don't go back to the federal government or the Department of Treasury. Not physical years. How much JOM funds do we have bagged up for past physical years on that? The reason why I say this is public safety. What's that? Every year they get federal dollars that come into the nation. At the end of the physical year,
that's you, huh?
unused dollars.
Good. You can handle it.
At the end of the year, the unused dollars is just put into this bag, and it's just put into the corner and marked with that physical year. Ako kashne na e peso tabi ohige e nazie ideya. Thank you.
Thank you, Roboto. So, any other comments, questions?
This is Vice Chair Smith. I'd like to say something, Chair.
Vice Chair Smith, then I'll go back to the sponsor. Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker and Naabik'íyáti Committee, and also Honorable Slater for introducing this legislation. This is imperative that we pass this legislation for our students that are awarded or under this JOM. I say that because I was part of the JOM down in Sanders as the president.
Wow. Hey, hello,
I had first knowledge of what JOM provides. However, we're in this pandemic with COVID-19, and that does turn a twist to everything. But the funding does come down to the schools, and it's parent participation that really helps with the determination of how the curriculum, the questions that were asked, developing that. Without the parents being part of that, then there's not a voice for the students on behalf of the Johnson O'Malley. Yes, we do get funds from the federal government on this, but as you well know, we hear Cordell Shorty talking about 638 self-determination, and that's why the fundings are slowly dwindling down, because it's self-determination. And that 638, any 638, is self-determination. They'll be slowly pulling the plug on the funds, letting us saying, okay, now's the time that you will be self-determination on behalf of that. But I do support this 100%. And I know Alice Benally's been with the JOM for many, many years, and her expertise in doing her job. And also give a thumbs up to Eleanor Thomas. It's good to hear their voice. It's good to hear that they're still advocating for the Johnson O'Malley and keeping on top of that. We would like to see the funds increase, and I think that would be justification based off of the Nation through prevention fair and helping our employees with the contract. Thank you, Chair of Naabik'íyáti.
Okay.
I do have one last question, Speaker.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Madam Chair, or Charles Newman, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I guess my concern really is trying to share as much information with our students and our parents, many of whom I know have reached out to me asking, where can they go to purchase computers or laptops. There was one parent who even showed me a picture of their kids doing homework on her cell phone. And I know that I have reached out to, or I've tried to reach out to people asking if they knew of any programs where they could assist. And I knew that with Johnson O'Malley that they do assist with supplies. I am in full support of this legislation. I'm just wondering what Johnson O'Malley can offer to students who are I guess our Navajo students, and if we can get some information that we can share with our people, especially our children who are in school. I always say that I try to advocate for our K through 12 students and also Head Start as well. They although they're not voters, they are still our people, and we still need to take care of them. And so if I can get a list of some of the, I guess, what Johnson O'Malley can help assist with, I think that would actually make things a little bit easier, so I can share that with families that do reach out to me asking for assistance for their students. The other question is, where can I get a list of our students, our students' needs? Do I contact the schools and ask them what needs are out there? Or is that something that you publish in a report to inform the federal government that these are the needs of our Navajo students and these are what we're being supplied? And I ask that question because oftentimes the Navajo Nation is shortchanged with what, with the information, or not really the information, but with the data that's being used. I feel like in a lot of ways the Navajo Nation gets shortchanged in a lot of ways because everything is kind of top heavy. So by the time the administration takes out all of their funding and all of their needs, it kind of just dwindles down to the students. And I was just now looking at your just kind of how you have your pyramid set up on the way that these disbursements are being made to our students. So again, just two things. One is, can I get a list of supplies that you help students with, and then also information on how they can actually reach out to their schools to get, to get these supplies. I'm glad that you said that some schools modify their budgets so that they can purchase technological equipment to assist students. I did write that in my notes. So I just really need to know if Johnson O'Malley helps with hotspots, if they can help assist students purchase laptops. And then my last request is that I can get a list of all of the students in my area, what their needs are, and what Johnson O'Malley assists them with. Thank you very much. I'm back on mute. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, go back to Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegates So Smith and Charles Newton, for your questions and comments. In terms of funding, and I'll start there, I believe that there is a formula set by the federal government that assesses the cost per pupil, and that is essentially what governs the funding that comes to the Navajo Nation. And Ms. Benali can correct me if I'm wrong. And then to just take a broader view, I don't know if it's a broader view, but take a step back. The needs are identified by the Indian Education Committees of the public school systems. So it's driven by the parents who participate in that and advise the committees and the nation and the school districts on what is needed for the students. And that's why those questionnaires and other items were mentioned earlier. So they then become responsible at the school district level for what the assistance is based off of that in coordination with the tribe. So it's not the Navajo Nation that purchases it or provides this support, supplementary support directly. It becomes the responsibility of the school district. So Ms. Benali, I'll hand it off to you now to also answer Delegate Otto So's question about if a school district doesn't use all of its funds, what happens?
Good evening again. Mr. So's question, if there's money that's unexpended, they submit it back in on their annual report and that's due September 30th. So whatever money is unspent, then we give it back to them and we tell them to develop a plan how they're going to use the unspent money so the money will be utilized. So Tuba City has been really good about spending their money, so we don't really have a problem with Tuba City Unified School District. So that's how we work. And then this past year, we did a program, what we call one-time funding. Out of the 27 subcontractors, we had about maybe 17 that submitted a one-time funding, something unique that, you know, that they really need at their school district, needed by the students. So about 17 of them submitted that one-time funding. In that one-time funding, majority of the subcontractors, the school districts, they put in money for equipment, they put in money for new furnitures in the classroom. So like normally we don't use JOM money to purchase those items, but since, you know, it was a one-time grant, we allowed them to use those monies to purchase what were the most needed areas in the classroom, especially for the Navajo language, Navajo government, and Navajo history program. And then Miss Charles' question. Each of the school districts, they have their own plan, they have their own budget. We don't keep the money at Window Rock. So you almost likely have to work with the school district. So most likely you will be working with Central Consolidated Schools. They'll tell you how much money came into their school district and what their needs are. And I know Central did submit a one-time grant, and in their grant, we did approve some hot spots for around like Nashchiti in Newcomb area and purchasing of laptops for students.
Thank you, Speaker. We'll yield back the floor.
Thank you, Spinelli and Honorable Slater. Response. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions on legislation 0294-0? Are we ready to vote? So.
Thank you very much. I really thank you for giving us this information, and especially to the listeners on the web there. And these the federal dollars that are tied to the 638 self-determination to the public law. You know, it really governs and to give a picture to the individuals, to the listeners of our children, what type of services they're getting, what type of equipment they're getting, and so forth, to provide for their education out there as their child goes to school, whether it's at the public school or at the BIE school. Again, thank you very much for all you're doing for us in that office there, and just a recommendation to Chairman Hinio. You know, Chairman Hinio has issued with public safety in Tohajale and Alamo. Maybe if we can dissect the our 638 contract with public safety and insert subcontractors, so that maybe Chairman Hinio's satellite tribes, our satellite reservation could have, and we could divert some of our $638 directly into those communities, because they are included with Navajo. And I'm very I want to see how these subcontractors work, and if we could use that as a model. And you know, Chairman Hinio's area, you know, maybe we could tweak the public safety 638 contracts and patrol, criminal investigation, and corrections. into so that, you know, you can have some sort of public safety protection in your areas, in those communities up in 200 Lane, Alamo. Oh, taban, this case. So again, thank you very much. I forget your name. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say JOM person. So it is, yeah.
Alice Benali.
Thank you, Alice Benali.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So with that, colleagues, we ready to vote then on legislation 0294-20? We are. Let's go ahead and vote then. So it's roll call vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canasba-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canasba-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canasba-Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Winika.
I vote green.
Honorable
vote green.
Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James. Speaker, with the vote of 21 yeas and 0 nays, speaker not voting.
Thank you. With that, 21 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. This was final authority here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. 0294-20. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Benali, for being with us this evening. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much for all of you passing our AFA for another 3 years. And I really appreciate the work. And thank you, Mr. Smith. And thank you for the positive comments that you all made. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you, Shema. Yeah.
That, moving on down. On legislation 0306-20, sponsor Chairman Nez. Mr. Rico, if you could read legislation 0306 into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, legislation 0306-20, an action relating to budget and finance and Naabik'íyáti committees, amending Naabik'íyáti Committee Resolution number NABIO-49-20 to extend deadline to deobligate encumbered Navajo Nation CARES Fund. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Ricky Nez, co-sponsored by Honorable Seth Damon, co-sponsored by Honorable Daniel E. So. See. Mr. Speaker, you have a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee, who had it under consideration and reports the same, that they're with the recommendation that it do pass with one amendment. Amendment number 1 on page 8, line 21, insert new paragraph C. _C. Navajo Nation programs and entities, specifically including NTUA and NECA, shall prioritize and expedite payments to Navajo-owned businesses, contractors, subcontractors, and vendors, and therefore referred to the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Naabik'íyáti is final authority for Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, on legislation 0306-20. Is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So. Is there a second?
Second, Elmer Begay.
Second by Honorable Elmer Begay. Questions? Legislation 0306-20 is 2/3, right? 2/3 vote, 16 votes in order for it to pass. Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times? Let's go to board. On 0306-20.
Does membership
Whole thing.
Honorable Elmer Begay?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green.
Speaker,
Honorable
this
Kate
is
Allen.
Delegate Charles Newton. I was trying to unmute. Somebody had muted me.
Delegate Callen votes green.
So I was talking on mute too. Madam Chair Charles Noon, you raising a question of privilege?
Well, I did have questions on this legislation that I wanted to ask the controller. I didn't realize that somebody had put me on mute and I was trying to star 6.
Great. Madam Chair Charles Noon, we are voting. So unless we have a question of privilege.
Speaker, I do have a question that I don't know if it would be a question of privilege. I just need to know if we vote to push the date back, does that push the date back for the
Madam Chair Charles Noon, I can't.
Thank you.
Madam Chair Charles Noon, I heard your first couple of words and then you went out again.
I'm so sorry, Speaker. My question was, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. My question was, again, I don't know if this is a question of privilege, but I feel like I do need to ask. If we vote to push the date back, does that mean that the people will not get their checks, I guess, sooner? I guess there's a pushback to check disbursement for our people. Thank you.
It's a question of privilege. I can forward over to, I don't know if anybody from the controller's office is on the line. I can state right now, I don't know if there's actually an actual date that the controller has stated when checks would go out for hardship. Madam Controller, are you on the line, or Mr. Willie?
Speaker, this is Controller. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening, Madam Controller. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear everybody coughing, so I'm coughing too. Do you want me to go ahead and answer?
Yes, because it's a question of privilege going to you.
Okay.
I guess on the question about hardship payments being pushed back.
Sorry. So this legislation, if passed, will not move the date for the hardship payment. The hardship payment, what needs to happen by the 30th is to get an approved listing of applicants that meet the eligibility criteria. And then the other thing that needs to happen is to determine the hardship funding from the CARES funds that are available to be paid out for the hardship. So those two things need to be identified and certified on December 30th. And then the actual payment can happen thereafter in what we call the liquidation period. So that can happen in early January. And it's correct, we haven't identified a specific payment date. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Controller, thank you. That, colleagues, we are voting on legislation 0306-20. Sota.
Honorable Kate Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Canazwa-Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Haluna.
Rhoda votes green.
Honorable Pernell Haluna votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So. Green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
So thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote orange. I mean green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Amber Canazwa-Crotty.
Wanika votes green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
A question of privilege. This is Delegate Crotty.
Madam Chair, M. Crotty, with your question of privilege, while we're voting.
Thank you, Speaker. While we're voting, were any of the projects, I got the N2A project, were any of the other projects or that this legislation is going to extend the deadline, has that been provided to the delegates for review? If so, can you please let me know when that email was sent out? Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, this is Dana. Do you want me to answer?
Yeah, well, hold on. Sorry. Madam Chair, with your question of privilege, let me go ahead and go to Ms. Barbara. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. At this point, I think it's only NCUA that has brought the provided the list. However, just a moment. The Department of Justice, if you're looking at page 8 under the directives, the Department of Justice, with the assistance of the controller, will be providing that listing within 5 days after adoption of this legislation. I think that the schedule that Cordell Shorty sent out earlier today is also enlightening as to what will be on that list. Thank you, Chair and Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Barbroff. Can you send that listing out again to the one that you received from Cordell Shorty?
Yes.
Thank you. That, continue on voting.
Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrotty.
Delegate Amber Canas-Balcrotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrotty votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes red. No listing. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Speaker, with the vote of 20 yeas, 3 nays, Speaker not voting.
Colleagues, 20 in favor, 3 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. That and legislation has final authority here at Naabik'íyáti Committee. Moving on down, item number M, legislation 0295-20. Sponsored by Honorable Charlene So. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record. Find my copy.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, legislation 0295-20, an action relating to law and order, health, education, and human services committee and the Navajo Nation Council, amending Navajo Nation Child Enforcement Act 9 NNC section 1701 et sec, sponsored by Honorable Charlene So. You have a committee report from the Law and Order Committee with the recommendation that it do pass with no amendments. A committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that it do pass with 1 amendment and no directive. Amendment number 1, page 17, line 5, sentence is underlined and stricken, should just be stricken. And at page 17, line 24, underline hearing tribunal. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is council is final authority. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, on legislation 0295-20 is read into the record. Is there a motion?
Delegate Nez.
Chairman Rick Nez. Is there a second?
Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So. Colleagues, any comments, questions?
I have a question.
This legislation goes to council. That, Honorable Otto So has a question. Honorable Charlene So, the floor is yours. You have 20 minutes on the board.
Okay. Thank you, for allowing us to make the amendment to the agenda to have this discussion over this legislation I'm sponsoring. This legislation that I'm sponsoring is specifically to adhere to the changes that were made to federal law. At all necessary arrangements legislation because a federal law echo. We made some changes. Child support services and under the Child Support Enforcement Act under the Navajo Nation, there's just going to be a few strikeouts. I hope that you all have a chance to review this legislation. I do have my agent on as well, and I can give her the floor here momentarily to go into depth about this legislation and the changes that have been made. And we're just making sure that there's much more reasonable and accessible, care and privileges to the child. It does give much more leeway for these processes. I bring this legislation to you. And I just want to make sure that my agent is on. Miss Judy Platero, are you on?
Ms. Platero?
Star 6, Miss Platero.
Platero?
Okay. She might be having some connectivity issues. She texted me just a few minutes ago that she was on.
If you are on the line, Ms. Platero, you press star 6. Ms. Platero? Again, Ms. Platero, if you are on the line, press star 6. I don't believe there's Ms. Platero's on the line.
Suzanne and colleagues, I apologize for this inconvenience, but could I just ask for a recess of 10 minutes and I can just make sure that she gets on?
Platero? Wait a little bit. You still have your 16 minutes on your presentation.
Okay.
Chair, what would the legislation number? That was
Legislation, we are on legislation 0295-20.
Could I possibly have one of the staff reach out to Ms. Platero?
Yes, reach out to Ms. Platero, Honorable Charlene. So if you send her number, you can reach out to her.
Okay, I'm sending that right now.
Madam Charlene, so Dr. Fowler here. I just sent it to her as well.
Okay, thank you, Shema.
Thank you, Dr. Fowler. Ms. Fowler. Good evening, everyone. If you are still with us this evening online or on Facebook, Vimeo, or YouTube, we are on the end of our agenda. We are in our last legislation, legislation number 0295-20. It's an action related to law and order, health education, human services, and Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Navajo Nation Council. It's amending the
Good
Navajo
evening. This is Judy.
Enforcement Act, 9 NNC subsection 1701. So that, I know we were waiting for Ms. Botero, so seems like Ms. Botero, you're on the line now.
Yes, I am, sir.
With that, Honorable Charlene, so I give the floor back to you.
Thank you, Shaja, and thank you, my colleagues and everyone listening for bearing us the patience. As I just introduced the legislation, Ms. Platero, if you can, I will hand it over to you now.
The Honorable Delegate to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is Judy Platero. I'm sorry I didn't have the number to call in, but I got that, and I appreciate your patience. Judy Platero yan chigero I give me stalking ani basis team aro na kaida shachiro sina janita shinala child support and services to get as a program manager ishinas machines and the legislation to get the Navajo Nation Child Support Act to get update a date back and that's the amendment. Let me just give a little bit of history. Back in 1994, the Navajo Nation Council at that time did adopt this Child Support Enforcement Act under Resolution CD-111-94. And at that time, it was because Navajo Nation was funded from the state of New Mexico for this program. After that, in 1996, because the office back then was only Crown Point office that was open. Then after that, Chinle office was open after the agreement was made with the state of Arizona too. And we do have a child support guidelines that we use, and that is used to determine child support obligation of the parents. And that's also adopted by the Navajo Nation Council Judiciary Committee back in 1996. And that resolution is JCJY-9-96. So that's how the child support services have begun. We were funded both by New Mexico and Arizona at that time. Then in March 4th, 2003, the Federal Office of the Child Support Enforcement, which covers the whole United States, like the 50 states, they were working for some tribes too, and they did adopt the tribal child support final rules at that time. And because of these changes that were made back then, we started working on any updates and amendments to this. So we had done public hearings. We had the Department of Justice that assisted us and came up with this amendment. And since the direct funding from the federal government to the Navajo Nation was adopted, there is a requirement of matching funds from the nation. And so the funds that the nation puts up is 20% of our budget, and then the federal share is 80%. The significant amendments in this legislation, of course, like I was saying, from 1994, and this is 2020, and that is the addition of what we call the Full Faith and Credit for Child Support Act, which requires that Navajo Nation respond and collaborate child support services with the 50 states and also the tribal child support programs that they have, which are being funded through the federal government. And that was one of the biggest changes that we did. And then other ones were just a clarification throughout the Child Support Act, and the main one there is the service of process. We had service of process that we were working with, and there was some delays in the cases, which caused delays in collecting child support. But we have put those into our current amendment that we're trying to get through here. And basically, this is for all for the best interest of our Navajo children, and that's what we are doing this for. I just want to share a little bit of statistics too. Also, for the fiscal year 2020, the Navajo Nation Child Support Services collected in child support payments $9,719,220.34, and we currently have 8,672 cases within the Navajo Nation. This is what I'd like to share on this, and thank you all for listening to me. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Platero, Asian and we're open to comments and questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Charlene. So, thank you, Ms. Platero, for your presentation. With that, let me go to the floor. Honorable Aroso, floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Ado speaker for a long time. Ado Shama, Honorable Charlene Self, Kodo Behas Army, Kodo Ashin, so Naka Kokatin Ne, Kodo Be Bishwa, Klimi, Jankolia. And, I really like to say that, I really feel for the Navajo children out there. Whether it's the absent parent, whether it's the father or the mother. And you have children out there being raised by single parents without the help of the other parent. And there's many families out there that are affected. And they intend to hide behind the jurisdiction of the Navajo Nation. If anything, if a mother applies on the reservation, those laws do not apply at the state level, so forth, or vice versa. But, what I'm interested in is the agreements that happened that this program has made with the state relating to wage garnishments and so forth from another state. And if any type of sovereign immunity was waived by the Navajo Nation Council or so forth. The sovereignty issue is what I'm looking at. I really hope that we don't run into anything of such in any sort of case. And I saw the new part that indicates the suspension of your driver license, and the other one's related to your bank account, and the authority that the Navajo Nation would have, and what type of agreements are in place to allow the state, as the Navajo Nation maybe hears a case and orders license to be suspended for an individual who's being absent. And that comes to a sovereignty issue. That license is a state-issued permit. And, what type of agreements are in place, since what was indicated is that federal law, child support law, was changed.
but I'm looking at the state side. I served on Law and Order in the time when this legislation came through Law and Order. I had to address some other issues, and I wasn't on the committee call at the time. So I was looking at ways to, get license suspended for Navajo individuals who continue to break Navajo law relating to speeding and so forth, citations that are issued. We have the judges that are throwing out cases on Navajo from the state highway patrol issues a citation. So this is in that same area. And the agreement that happened between the state is something that I am looking at. I want to see. And maybe if that document could be provided to leadership. Because Navajo Nation, we have 3 states that definitely have Navajo citizens that are affected by this, will be affected by this act. And, what was the negotiation with the state of New Mexico? What was the negotiation between the state of Utah and the state of Arizona? And it even goes down to, insurance suspension. That's what I was looking at. But this is something that I want to ask and see if there's information could be provided to leadership. Because usually when Indian tribes across the United States starts to deal with the state of whatever state they're dealing with, the issue comes up of sovereign immunity to be waived. And just wondering if this is one of those points that sovereign immunity would be waived on behalf of the Navajo Nation Council if we move forward with this. And if so, what is the case, or what is the when do we think we will be expecting that? I don't know, again, parents that are absent, they have children out there. And the reason why I say this is that I'm one of those children. Well, I am one of those persons. On loan box with gene milo. I should store the gene milo. I feel for the parents out there that are in that scenario. And it is very, very, very troublesome. Yes, I got to know my biological father. So that young go in there. Nestle go in there. Hey, is it she yet?